Chapter 77, The Monster Behind the Smile. You, Ashbourne said, daughter and princess of the rapist's island. How does it feel to be like this? Just like how your island loves their sperm donors, helpless and tied. Wonder Woman, who is now allowed to speak, spat with fury. You'll pay for every insult and every action. I'll rip you apart personally. Ashbourne didn't interrupt her, simply letting her rage boil over. To the very end, you insist on this, he said with disappointment. If you can't be a model, then I'll make you into an example. Without another word, Ashbourne opened another purple gate and stepped through it, vanishing from the hall. Confusion spread across Wonder Woman's face, but she held her glare, unyielding. Moments later, Ashbourne returned, dragging a woman by the hair. The woman kicked and screamed, her voice shrill with outrage. Ashbourne threw her down in front of Wonder Woman with a careless motion. The room seemed to freeze. The angry woman on the floor raised her head, and Wonder Woman's fierce expression crumbled. Diana, the woman gasped. Wonder Woman recoiled, horror creeping into her features. Mother, she whispered. Before she could even process what she was seeing, blood sprayed across her face. Her mother's head, severed cleanly, toppled forward and her body collapsed to the ground. Wonder Woman stared, numb, as her mother's lifeless form pooled blood around her. Ashbourne's voice came, heavy and lamenting, the life she led and the daughter she raised, made her head and torso separate in sadness. A scream tore from Wonder Woman's throat, her eyes blazing red with unspeakable rage. I'll kill you, she roared. I swear when I'm free I'll tear you apart. Ashbourne chuckled darkly. Unlike you and your disgusting island, he said. I am a generous, open-minded individual who truly believes in gender equality. With a casual gesture, he lifted the binding from her. Draw your sword, princess of the rapist island, he said, his voice almost gleeful. Wonder Woman drew her sword with a snarl of rage and charged at Ashbourne with all her fury. Ashbourne didn't even seem fazed. He casually stepped to the side, his hand flickering forward to catch her by her hair mid-swing. With the same mocking smile on his face, he drove his knee into her back, the impact sending her flying across the ground. Strands of her dark hair were left in his hand as she crashed hard against the metal ground. Oops, Ashbourne said lightly, examining the hair strands. The hair is a lady's crown or something like that. He snapped the strands between his fingers. Oh right, you're no lady, just another piece of filth. I almost feel like burning my hand. Wonder Woman staggered to her feet, a thin trickle of blood running from the spot where her hair had been ripped. With another furious scream, she charged again. Ashbourne effortlessly deflected her sword's strike once more and answered with a brutal punch straight to her face. Wonder Woman was flung back again, her nose shattering with a sickening crunch. Yet she stood immediately, blood pouring from her nose, but her determination didn't waver. She attacked again. This time, Ashbourne drew his purple sword. Her blade met his and snapped like it was made of brittle glass. Before she could react, he struck her with the back of his sword's handle, knocking her down once again. The remaining heroes, still bound and helpless, watched in horror. One of Earth's greatest champions was being beaten mercilessly, and Ashbourne just kept smiling that mocking smile. Ashbourne casually drove his sword into the ground. I won't allow anyone to say I bullied you with a sword, he said. Stand up, Diana of the rapist's island. Don't forget your mother and her teachings, what she stood for, and why we are doing this. Wonder Woman staggered to her feet again, her vision blurred by blood and rage. With a growling scream, she hurled herself at him. Ashbourne met her charge head-on. He didn't block, he dodged each of her blows with almost lazy ease, retaliating with savage punches and brutal slams. Her lips cracked, blood trickling down her chin. Bruises bloomed across her body like ugly flowers. At every chance, Ashbourne grabbed her by the hair, using it as a handle to slam her face first into the ground. Minutes passed. Finally, Wonder Woman stood again, barely. Her body trembled under the weight of her injuries. She gasped for air, blood dripping from her nose, her mouth, and multiple wounds. Ashbourne, still untouched, tilted his head with faint amusement. You lived so long, trained so hard, he said, but in the end, you're just another thug. A brute who's good at beating those weaker than you. Wonder Woman, panting heavily, snarled back, Stay still. Let's see how tough you really are. Ashbourne chuckled darkly. Fine, he said, I won't move. Wonder Woman roared and charged one more time, putting everything she had left into a devastating punch. Her fist slammed into his face with a colossal shockwave that shook the entire mountain. The instant after, her eyes widened in horror. Ashbourne stood unmoving looking her, completely unharmed, with the same mocking look. I forgot to mention, Ashbourne said, his voice dripping with false regret, I am invulnerable. More so than Superman, and I am actually a lot stronger. Before she could reply, Ashbourne casually swung his arm in a horizontal arc. Wonder Woman tried to block, but the force behind the blow was unimaginable. Her arms shattered instantly under the impact. Her ribs crumpled as she was sent rocketing backward, crashing through the wall and flying outside the mountain, disappearing from sight. Ashbourne chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Unfortunately for her, he said, she didn't die instantly. Now she has to go through a slow, agonizing death. The watching heroes, still bound and helpless, were horrified. The casual way Ashbourne had destroyed her, combined with his strange powers, the binding spell, the purple sword, and now this unearthly strength and durability, they were starting to believe him. He might truly be stronger than Amazo. Ashbourne turned his gaze next to Batman. He spoke in the same amused tone. So, oh great detective, did you get your answers? Where I'm getting the magical items from, why I am immune to things that can affect you? Your theory was a good one, I will give you that, but you still got it wrong. And now, everyone's death is because of your arrogance. Ashbourne lifted the binding from Batman completely, allowing him to move. Batman didn't attack. He stood still, tense, calculating every word. You're some sort of a magician, a very powerful one at that, Batman said slowly, and you're the creator of these items. You lied, you didn't buy them from someone else. But why? Why hide it all along? To what end if not for committing crimes? That's your problem, and everyone else's, he said. You all think that having power means it must be used to be a hero or a villain. I simply don't enjoy it. Violence and fighting are boring. The outcome is predictable, often messy. Talking, discussing, arguing, that's interesting. That's unpredictable to me. Then he gestured casually at the surroundings. This is why I avoid picking fights, and why I always limited myself to simple weapons and basic martial arts. I restrained myself to no more than a healthy human's strength the whole time. He added with a smirk, why do you really think I haven't gone all out to get rid of you when I had a chance in the court? Ashbourne stepped closer, voice turning colder. The only reason I turned a blind eye to your antics was because the Justice League is the watchdogs of this planet, and without you and the rest of the heroes, I would have to step in from time to fight for this planet. I can't have my home and planet destroyed or conquered. But I hate fighting. I truly despise the thought of war and conquer. Earth isn't capable of protecting itself properly. That's why I ignored you. Why I supported Cadmus, if your so-called heroes started causing worldwide chaos, someone else would handle it and take your place while I continue enjoying my peaceful life. He paused, looking over the battered heroes. But not only did you do your jobs inadequately multiple times, and I was dragged into your mess, you even colluded together to annoy me when I was keeping to myself for the most part. Batman remained silent, his mind a whirlwind of racing thoughts. Ashbourne's words, as chaotic and cold as they were, fit too many of the inconsistencies Batman had uncovered about him over the years. Inwardly, Batman cursed at him. If you just wanted to live like a strange asshole and enjoy yourself, Batman thought bitterly, then why hide? Why not just answer the damn questions and get along with your life? Why create all this confusion, these misunderstandings? This doesn't bring you peace, only trouble. And now look where they are. They had gathered everyone here, expecting a major battle against the shadow monsters, a mysterious enemy they had prepared so much for, an enemy that forced them to hide their people, and instead, they ended up facing another monster altogether. One was as bad, and they were ill prepared against him, and the shadow creatures weren't even involved in this, at least not yet. Ashbourne raised his hand slowly, the air crackling around him. A violet-purple light engulfed his hand, swirling and flashing in a menacing glow. He spoke, his voice calm and detached. Once I clench my hand, everyone here will have their hearts crushed. It'll be the end. Ashbourne's gaze remained on Batman as he asked, any last words? Batman's heart pounded. Thinking fast, he said urgently, you don't have to do this. Actually, I do. I like to keep my current slow life as is, and you have too much ego to just let go and leave me be. Ashbourne's fingers began to slowly close into a fist. Immediately, Batman felt something unseen graze his heart, an icy grip wrapping around it. He gritted his teeth against the sharp, burning pain that followed. It was different from anything he had felt before. His mind couldn't describe the sensation he was experiencing at that moment. Around him, the other frozen heroes were reacting too, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. And then, Ashbourne stopped. The purple glow dimmed slightly as Ashbourne relaxed his hand. He tilted his head to the side, his glowing eyes suddenly shining even brighter, burning like twin purple stars. Batman sucked in a breath, chest heaving slightly. He watched Ashbourne carefully. Ashbourne remained staring for a few seconds before turning his gaze back toward Batman, his voice low and cutting. "Lucky you," he said. "Someone spoke on your behalf. You'll live, this time." He took a step forward, his tone growing darker, heavier. "But if this happens a second time, if my life is interrupted," Ashbourne said, "I will find the people you hold closest and skin them right in front of you." He let the words hang in the air, heavy and merciless. "Starting with your son," Ashbourne continued, voice ice cold, "then his bitch of a mother. Then your dear English butler. And the adopted ones won't be spared either." Ashbourne's eyes scanned the other heroes coldly. "The same goes for the rest of you tribal brutes. Listen well, you can conspire, scheme, and prepare for every catastrophe imaginable, but it will never be enough. Not against me. I know your names, I know those you cherish. Bury them underground, send them beyond the stars, or tuck them away in some distant realm, it makes no difference. I will find them, always." Ashbourne lifted his hand again. With a casual wave, the gun, the blue dagger, and his two armed guards flew back toward him. A gate of swirling purple energy opened behind him, crackling with a faint hum. "This is my last mercy to you all." With that, Ashbourne stepped through the portal and vanished from sight. The bindings on the heroes snapped and dissolved at last, leaving them free but utterly shaken. Chapter 78, The New Truth. Ashbourne stepped through the swirling portal, and the scene of battle was left behind. He returned to the quiet of his home, where his two children, Ace and Amazo, along with T and Courtney, were gathered. Courtney was sitting beside Ace, her body rigid with anger, glaring sharply at Ashbourne the moment he arrived. Ashbourne glanced at her and spoke in a tone of annoyance. "I shouldn't have sent you to Metropolis," he said casually. "You actually came to rat me out, how could you?" Courtney's fists clenched, her voice rising in fury. "You killed someone. What did you do there? Who did you kill before you came back?" Ashbourne shrugged, utterly unfazed. "Only Wonder Woman's mother," he said offhandedly, "and possibly Wonder Woman too, if they don't make it in time." Courtney's stomach twisted in dread. Her face paled as she stammered, "Wait, Queen Hippolyta, why was she there?" Ashbourne answered with the same unnerving nonchalance. "I dragged her there," he said, "and I beheaded her in front of her daughter. I needed to make an example and deliver a message." Courtney stared at him, horrified beyond words. The reality sank in. Ashbourne had dragged an innocent woman just to slaughter her in front of her own daughter. Whatever image she had tried to hold onto about him cracked violently and collapsed. He wasn't just some morally gray recluse, he was a monster. As if sensing her thoughts, Ashbourne spoke again, his voice completely void of remorse. "I am not some crazed killer. Everything I said about their island is true," he said. "The Amazonians are filthy scumbags. If you really want to put them under the law, every single one of them would face execution." Courtney's voice trembled slightly, but she still spoke. "Even so," she said, "you can't just kill like that." Ashbourne tilted his head slightly, regarding her coldly. "The law is on my side," he said. "Morals and ethics are on my side. And if I spread the truth about them, that island would have to worry about a nuke being sent their way." He took a step closer, his voice growing sharper. "You and your group show sympathy out of tribal bonds, not because of true ethics or justice. So spare me the drama, Courtney." Courtney was left speechless, her mouth opening and closing uselessly. Before she could gather her thoughts, T spoke up, her voice light and almost cheerful. "Personally, I think you did a great job with Amanda," T said. "Good riddance to that cow of a bitch." Amazo, standing casually nearby, nodded in agreement. "I hope the Justice League gets the message," he said. "They're completely outclassed. There are easier ways to commit a suicide." Courtney turned to look at Ace, hoping for some sense of sanity. But Ace only smiled at her warmly and said, "It didn't end that bad. As long as the other heroes keep their distance, Dad won't go after them. Dad is reasonable and a peace-loving person." For the first time, Courtney realized, truly realized, Ace and her family weren't good-hearted individuals. They just liked staying civil and keeping to themselves. But they won't feel remorse for killing. She swallowed thickly and turned to Ashbourne. "I need you to open another gate," she said, voice tight. "Back to Justice Mount. I need to go back." Deep inside her, a firm resolution formed. She would do everything in her power to prevent another clash with Ashbourne and his family. This small family of 4 was more dangerous and more powerful than the rest of the planet's heroes combined. Ashbourne said nothing. He simply lifted his hand, opening another swirling purple portal before her. Courtney stepped toward it, feeling the weight of countless new realities bearing down on her. As she reached the gate, Ace waved at her cheerfully. Goodbye, she said. Stay safe. Courtney nodded stiffly, unable to summon words. And then she stepped through, disappearing into the portal. When the portal finally sealed behind Courtney, Amazo asked, his tone curious but light. Father, you teleported her to Metropolis intentionally, didn't you, so she could get here? He tilted his head slightly. You didn't actually want to kill them, you just wanted to scare them into keeping a distance, right? Ashbourne chuckled. They're still useful to keep around, he said easily. And I doubt they'll dare to look our way again for quite some time after the scare I gave them. People can be courageous in the face of death, but once they truly feel the cold hand of death holding their hearts, feel the inevitable end touch their souls, fear grows against their wills, and all that remain is the memory of what could have been. Ace sighed, her expression thoughtful. Courtney looked too shaken, she said. It might be difficult for her to go back after this. Things will take time, Ashbourne said. She'll come along. We are just a civilized family with too much power. Ace nodded quietly, accepting it. Then T piped up. Putting aside your skewed definition of what is a civilized family, why did you drag Wonder Woman's mother? She asked. Isn't that a bit excessive? Ashbourne's face remained impassive. Not really, he replied. She deserved to be killed. And her daughter, she's the biggest hypocrite of them all. I needed to make an example. Amanda was not enough. The heroes needed to see one of them suffer the consequences of coming after me, and the mother and daughter were perfectly suited for that. It felt like a poetic justice. T laughed, a soft, almost cruel sound. Poor them, she said, smirking, and they still haven't found the truth of the Shadow Monarch. Ashbourne smiled, one thing at a time. Let them keep guessing. Meanwhile, at Mount Justice, the atmosphere was still suffocating with tension. When the purple portal reopened, every hero in the room froze, bodies going rigid with fear. Some immediately raised their weapons, preparing for Ashbourne's return, faces pale and hands trembling. But when they saw Stargirl step through and the portal closing gently behind her, their stances relaxed, though the fear didn't leave their eyes. Courtney glanced around, visibly worried, holding tightly to her staff. Pat rushed forward the moment he spotted her, concern etched deep into his features. What happened after you teleported away? He asked, gripping her arms gently. Courtney drew a shaky breath. I found myself in Metropolis, she said. I managed to find Ace, and with Amazo's help, they talked Ashbourne out of whatever he was doing here. The gathered heroes listened to every word. Slowly, the realization dawned. It was thanks to Stargirl's quick thinking and Ashbourne's soft spot for his adoptive children that he decided to leave at the last second. Pat squeezed her shoulder, pride and gratitude shining in his eyes. Great thinking, he said softly. If you were even seconds later, everyone here would have died. Ashbourne was about to finish everyone here off. Courtney swallowed hard, the weight of it sinking deep into her bones. Before any more words could be exchanged, a commotion at the entrance caught everyone's attention. Green Lantern burst into the room, his face grim, carrying a limp and broken figure in his arms. Wonder Woman! Gasps filled the room. Courtney and the other heroes widened their eyes in shock. Wonder Woman's arms looked mangled, crushed beyond all hope of recovery. Her entire body was bloodied and battered, a horrifying testament to the devastating blow Ashbourne had unleashed. The sight shook even the bravest among them to their cores. 3 of their greatest heroes had fallen. No one knew what had become of Martian Manhunter. Superman's lungs had been pierced by Ashbourne's sword, and now Wonder Woman lay before them, her condition more grim than words could express. The full reality of it hit them like a hammer. Ashbourne had been a moment away from killing them all. And there had been nothing they could do to stop him, to resist the fate he wanted to deliver. They collectively shivered at the thought of facing him again. Among all the gathered heroes, no one was more shaken than Supergirl. She stood stiffly, staring blankly at the battered body of her cousin, her mind swirling with disbelief. Ashbourne had powers, real powers, the entire time, and not just minor abilities hidden away. No, he held overwhelming strength, enough to bring Superman, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter to near death with ease, to kill everyone in a move from his hand. Not once she thought Ashbourne could have powers, he was always relying on gadgets and magical weapons, even skills and tactics. She had thought it was because he had to, because he was normal human at the end of the day. Her mind raced back over the countless interactions she'd had with him. They painted a different picture now. She recalled the unshakable confidence he carried, the ease with which he faced any threat. She remembered, with painful clarity, something he had once said to her. Just because you see a smile, don't think you know what's going on underneath. It had been right in front of her the whole time. Hints, warnings, He had shown them glimpses of the truth, and all of them, especially her, had been blind to it. He almost told her right in the face, and she didn't even catch the truth. She had thought they were alike once. Two that have suffered and lost everything, struggling to find their place because no one else truly understood. But now, she didn't know anymore which parts were real and which were not, which moments had been genuine and which had been her own illusions. One thing, however, was painfully, undeniably clear. They had never been alike, not even close. Her gaze shifted to her cousin lying nearby, broken and bloodied, barely clinging to life after Ashbourne's brutal retaliation. A wave of guilt crushed her chest. This is my fault. I added fuel to the fire. I pushed them further when I should have tried to stop them, to calm them down. And the worst part, the truly devastating part, was not just that she couldn't take revenge against the evil clone. It was that, in doing so, she had completely destroyed whatever fragile hope there had been of mending things with Ashbourne. She hadn't just lost Ashbourne, she had lost to the clone forever. And there was no fixing it now. Chapter 79, Discoveries. In the common room of the Teen Titans Tower, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Jinx stomped into the living room, visibly frustrated. She threw herself onto the couch and crossed her arms. I spoke with Gizmo, she announced. He and the others, they knew Ashbourne had powers. The others turned toward her, surprised. Jinx continued, voice sharp. Apparently, when the whole world turned into apes a while back, everyone was affected, except for Ashbourne. She shook her head in disbelief. He told them back then that he was the strongest being on Earth, but those idiots laughed it off, thought he was joking. Beast Boy raised his hands defensively. Do you blame them? He said. Who could have thought he was such a monster the whole time? Nightwing exhaled heavily, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Everything makes sense now, he said grimly. Why he was always so relaxed, why he never seemed afraid of anything. Why years ago, the Puppet King's magic didn't work on him. He looked directly at Jinx, eyes narrowing slightly. That day, when you five tried to kidnap him, we didn't save him from you. His voice dropped, we saved you from him. Jinx's eyes widened in shock. She remembered that day clearly, the mockery, the strange way Ashbourne had reacted to their attempt and threats. She swallowed hard. They had been far too close to death without even realizing it. Across the room, Starfire remained silent, her gaze drifting repeatedly to Raven, who sat quietly in the corner, arms wrapped around herself. Finally, Starfire spoke, voice soft but firm. Raven, you knew about Ashbourne, didn't you? The entire room shifted its focus to Raven. Raven froze, her expression carefully blank. I didn't, she said slowly. What makes you think that? Starfire's eyes were piercing. You are always silent when it comes to Ashbourne, and twice, I saw you uncomfortable, worried. She held up 2 fingers. The first, when we met Ashbourne and we were kidnapped by the Preserver. The second, yesterday. It was not that you felt unwell, Raven. You were scared of him. Raven stared at her, stunned. She had never realized Starfire had been paying such close attention to her. Nightwing leaned forward, frowning. Raven, he said, do you know anything about him? Raven glanced at each of their faces, Nightwing, Beast Boy, Starfire, Jinx, all waiting, all suspicious. Silence stretched, heavy and accusing. Nightwing pressed again, more certain this time. What do you know? Raven closed her eyes, breathing in slowly. When she opened them, she made her decision, what she should say and what to keep to herself. Before I tell you about Ashbourne, she said quietly, I need to tell you about my father. And so she began. She explained Trigon, the demon lord who could destroy entire worlds effortlessly. A being of such immense power that Earth had no chance against him if he ever fully manifested. Then Raven shifted to her experience with Ashbourne. I felt his strength, she said, and I thought he might be like me, a half-demon. Her voice grew hollow. But he wasn't, and he didn't like me sensing it. He was going to kill me, until he realized who my father was. She looked down at her hands. Ashbourne let me go that day, but he threatened me. He said if I spoke about anything, he would come after me. The room was utterly silent. Raven's shoulders slumped as she continued, I considered telling you, I almost did. But that same night, my connection to my father was severed. Her voice cracked. My father talked to me right before that. The last thing my father ever told me, she swallowed. He was proud of me, for sending a monster after him. She lifted her head, eyes filled with a deep, helpless fear. If my father, a being who destroyed countless worlds, was crushed so quickly by Ashbourne, if Earth had no hope against Trigon, then what of Ashbourne? How do you fight that? Her voice dropped to a whisper. I didn't dare to do anything that might make him angry. He told me he would know if I spoke about him. I didn't dare to test his patience. She looked up at the others, guilt and terror plain on her face. Yesterday, I prayed the League would just let him go, because if they didn't, they were going to die, we were going to die. I knew the moment he stopped playing as a normal human, there will be no resisting him. Only death awaited us. The Titans were frozen, absorbing the devastating truth. Nightwing clenched his jaw, Starfire hugged herself tightly. Beast Boy stared at the floor, face pale. Even Jinx, especially Jinx, sat there, stunned into silence. She struggled to comprehend it. She had been with Ashbourne, intimately, casually. The realization hit her like a train. She had literally been held and fucked by the strongest being on Earth. And she never even knew. The streets of Gotham were as grim and foul as ever, the cold air carrying the distant sounds of sirens and chaos. Ashbourne strolled casually with his strange little family and Rex at his side. Rex, however, looked anything but relaxed. He glanced nervously at every shadow and every alleyway, the city's oppressive atmosphere making him visibly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Ashbourne, Ace, Amazo, and T moved through the filth of Gotham as if they were on a Sunday walk through a park. After a while, the group stopped in front of an old, run-down hotel. Without hesitation, they stepped inside. Waiting for them was Harley Quinn, dressed in a bright, chaotic outfit and waving enthusiastically. "Glad to see ya, Ashy," she called out, her grin wide and genuine. Ashbourne chuckled deeply, and Miss Pam's birthday, never. Harley laughed, skipping over to them. Come on, let me introduce you to the crew." She eagerly led them to the lounge area where other figures awaited. Clayface, King Shark, Frank the Plant sitting animatedly in a pot, and Cyborgman with his mechanical enhancements creaking as he waved. Ashbourne greeted them all casually, shaking hands, or in King Shark's case, a hefty fin, and to everyone's surprise, the two groups hit it off effortlessly. Clayface and Ace immediately started talking about acting, both passionate about the topic. King Shark discussed cybernetic systems with Amazo, finding a strange intellectual kinship. T found Frank adorable, laughing at the snarky comments the plant made. Meanwhile, Rex sat down next to Cyborgman, listening intently to his endless war stories with clear interest. Harley watched them with a wide grin. Seeing her chaotic friends getting along so well with Ashbourne's group was more than she expected. The gathering grew as more villains arrived, all invited by Harley for Pamela's big day. Though some villains gave Ashbourne's group suspicious glances, wondering why they were here, none dared to say anything aloud. Ace and Amazo's reputations were more than enough to keep anyone's mouth shut. When Pamela finally arrived, the birthday party truly kicked off. Ashbourne's group presented her with a gift, seeds of plants and flowers that didn't even exist in this universe. Pamela's reaction was priceless. She shrieked in joy, hugging the strange seeds to her chest, practically floating in happiness. For once, the gloomy walls of Gotham saw genuine, unfiltered bliss. But the peace was not meant to last. The entrance doors slammed open, and in strode none other than Batman, Batgirl, and the new Robin, Jason Todd. The room froze. The trio scanned the room, stunned to see so many villains gathered in one place. They braced themselves, ready for a brutal confrontation. But before anything could happen, Ashbourne clapped his hands loudly, drawing every eye to him. "This is a birthday party," Ashbourne said smoothly, his voice cutting through the tension. "Please, no violence. That includes you three heroes." The villains stared, shocked. Batman paused, studied Ashbourne, and then slowly gave a single nod. Batgirl and Robin exchanged glances, their faces paling slightly. They hadn't expected this. The last person they wanted to meet has to be here enjoying a birthday party with Gotham's lunatics. The only thing the two could think of was just why. "Splendid," Ashbourne said with a broad smile. He turned back to the crowd. "Gentlemen and ladies, the heroes have agreed not to cause any trouble. We can't let them say heroes are more civilized than us villains, can we? It would sully our good name. Let's all enjoy the party." The villains murmured among themselves, baffled. Since when did villains have good names? And since when was this guy a villain? Still, none dared question it as they looked at Amazo and Ace standing near Ashbourne. There was a silent agreement between villains. Staying silent is better than being dead. Ashbourne gave Harley a wink. Harley burst into laughter, loving every second of the bizarre absurdity. Ashbourne then turned back to the Bat Trio. "Since you're here," he said warmly, "please enjoy some cake with us." Batgirl and Robin blinked, thoroughly thrown off by being invited to a villain's birthday party. Batman, however, wasn't interested in cake. His eyes were locked on Ashbourne. He walked forward, the cape swishing behind him with every determined step. A word, Batman said to Ashbourne. Ashbourne raised an eyebrow at the intense look, but gestured for Batman to lead the way. Batgirl and Robin quickly followed, tense and ready for anything. They moved to a shadowed corner of the room, away from the chatter and laughter. Batman wasted no time. "What did you mean by my son?" he asked, voice low and sharp. "Why do you think I will answer you now?" Ashbourne asked with an amused tone. "We are the watchdogs to you, aren't we? Instead of me putting time and effort in finding what you meant, you can tell me so I can get back to my work," Batman replied with a serious tone. Ashbourne laughed hearing that and said, "I had never thought I would see the great Batman act like this. It is way out of your character. But I guess that's the closest we get to the butterfly effect after everything I did." Batman didn't react to Ashbourne's words, he just kept staring at him. Ashbourne's eyes glittered mischievously as he continued, "So, you truly didn't know you have a son?" He gave a mocking laugh. "You really should have used protection." Batman's jaw clenched. "I can't have a son, I would have known of the possibility at least," he said coldly. Ashbourne was silent for a long moment, then laughed even harder. "The great Batman," he said between laughs, "was drugged and raped." He slapped his thigh in sheer amusement. "That's even better." Batman's fists trembled, his fury barely contained. "What are you talking about?" he ground out again. Ashbourne's face turned serious for a moment. "Talia," he said, "daughter of Ra's al Ghul, she has a son from you. His name is Damian Wayne." Ashbourne tilted his head. "Last I checked, he's being trained to become the next head of the League of Assassins on some island." Batman clenched his fists, so hard his knuckles cracked audibly. Without giving him more time to process, Ashbourne turned and walked away, leaving him to stew in the truth. Batgirl and Robin rushed to Batman's side, both visibly shaken. "He might be lying," Robin said, hoping for reassurance. But Batman shook his head grimly. "He has no reason to lie, and from his words and actions in the past, I suspect his magic allows him to gather information in a way we yet to understand. In addition, once you factor in his deducing ability and how good he is at reading people, it makes his words more believable." He closed his eyes briefly and paused for some time before continuing. "Moreover, there was a time I slept close to Talia. I didn't know. Anything happened while I was asleep. I suspected something was wrong back then, but I couldn't find any issue." Batgirl and Robin stared at him, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Chapter 80 left the world. The atmosphere among the Bat Trio was heavy after Ashbourne's unsettling revelation. They conversed quietly, trying to make sense of everything they had just learned. Batman was tense but determined. "We'll investigate this, privately," he said in his usual low tone. Batgirl and Robin nodded, still trying to shake the surreal feeling that had settled over them. Deciding they had enough madness for one night, the trio made their way toward the exit. As they walked through the chaotic but somehow peaceful villain gathering, they passed by Ashbourne and Amazo, who were casually chatting as if nothing in the world could bother them. Ashbourne's voice reached their ears. "You're at that age where you're interested in the other gender, huh?" Ashbourne said with a slight proud smirk. "You have grown." Amazo, his voice as calm and logical as ever, asked, "But father, if I want to experience love, how should I do that? Build another intelligent android?" Ashbourne laughed quietly. "You could," he replied. "But that would be more like raising your mate rather than finding love, and even if it works, it is still a morally questionable plan even for androids. We should find you a cute android girl who has already gained consciousness and has no perceived programming of you." The Bat Trio froze mid-step, staring at the two in bewilderment. Amazo tilted his head thoughtfully. "I scanned Earth. There is no such android." Ashbourne chuckled again. "There must be someone out there in space, and worst-case scenario, we visit other worlds if needed." Amazo nodded solemnly. "That makes sense." The Bat Trio could only stare, dumbfounded. Batman grunted and immediately resumed walking, wanting absolutely nothing more to do with Ashbourne's madness. Batgirl and Robin hurried after him, still looking over their shoulders at the strange conversation they had just overheard. After a moment of silence, Robin whispered, "Do you think they'll really try to find a cute android girl? And if they do, what are they gonna do? Program their children?" Batgirl opened her mouth, then closed it. She had no words. Batman, without even looking back, said coldly, "Forget them. Forget whatever they're thinking. It's better to avoid them altogether." The trio quickened their pace, disappearing into the cold Gotham night, leaving behind the strangest, most peaceful villain birthday party they had ever witnessed. Rex stood with a baffled look frozen on his face, staring at Ashbourne and Amazo as if they had grown second heads. "You two are going to other worlds." to search for a possible partner for Amazo, a girl-based android, with consciousness. Ashbourne and Amazo both nodded at the same time, perfectly in sync, as if this was the most normal plan in the world. Rex rubbed his temples, feeling a headache starting to form. Putting aside the sheer absurdity of this insane quest, what about Shadow Corp? Who's going to manage it? Without missing a beat, Ashbourne pointed at T with a lazy finger. She's getting a promotion, new CEO. Rex's eye twitched violently. Are you being serious right now? Ashbourne nodded, completely serious. It's not like it's weird. Mercy Graves is the CEO of LexCorp, remember? She got the exact same promotion after all. And besides, he added, you're there to help her. Rex let out a deep, defeated sigh, realizing arguing would go nowhere. I know better than to try and discuss logic with you. Just don't disappear for too long. Ashbourne gave him a casual nod. It'll be a few months at most, shouldn't be too bad. Ace, who had been lounging nearby, chimed in, half teasing, half serious. What if something goes wrong while you two are gone? Like, the Justice League suddenly growing a backbone again. Ashbourne chuckled, unconcerned. Simple, just call Beru and the others, they'll handle it. Rex blinked. Who the hell is Beru? Ashbourne grinned mischievously. The Ant King. Rex stared at him blankly, then sighed again, even more exhausted. Fine, don't tell me. Ace and T burst out laughing, while Amazo and Ashbourne just shared an amused smile between them, thoroughly entertained by Rex's constant state of barely contained exasperation. At the Kent farm, the evening air was filled with excitement and warmth. Lois Lane was sitting beside Clark, her hands gently resting on her stomach, as she shared the news with his family. I'm pregnant, she announced with a glowing smile. Clark's parents, Martha and Jonathan Kent, along with Kara, stared at her for a second in surprise before breaking into wide grins and congratulations. Martha was practically bouncing with excitement. I'm going to prepare some dessert for the occasion, she said, bustling toward the kitchen with renewed energy. Laughter and soft chatter filled the room as the family celebrated. But just as Jonathan turned on the TV to catch some background noise, the room fell into an eerie silence. The news anchor's voice cut through the warmth like a knife. In a shocking development, the anchor said, Ashbourne Black, CEO of Shadow Corp and one of the most influential figures in the world, has officially stepped down from his position, appointing T. Hamilton as the new CEO. The screen showed the image of T, the clone of Supergirl, dressed in professional clothing, smiling confidently at the camera. The news anchor continued, clearly baffled. Formerly known as the chauffeur for Ashbourne's children, Hamilton's meteoric rise mirrors the unexpected appointment of Mercy Graves at LexCorp years ago. Martha returned from the kitchen, dessert half forgotten in her hands, staring at the screen. What is going on with them? She asked, bewildered. Lois frowned, folding her arms. That doesn't make any sense. Why would Ashbourne suddenly step down? Without a word, Kara stood up sharply and left the house. Clark stood up too, instinctively moving to follow her, concern flashing across his face. I have to go after her, he said quickly. If she confronts Ashbourne, she could be in real danger. But Martha put a firm hand on his arm. No, leave her alone for a while, she said gently. Clark looked down at his mother, uncertain. You don't understand. Kara might do something reckless, if she goes after Ashbourne or even just her clone. Martha shook her head calmly. She won't seek him out. Lois, confused and concerned, looked between them. What exactly is Kara's deal with Ashbourne anyway? Clark sighed heavily and sat back down. He told Lois everything he knew, how her fight with the clone ended, how Kara and Ashbourne had once been somewhat close, and how a misunderstanding, fueled by her clone's existence, had shattered that bond. Martha added quietly, Kara told me that her clone lied to her. It led to Kara cutting ties with Ashbourne, thinking he betrayed her trust. By the time she realized the truth, it was too late. Ashbourne and the clone were together. Lois frowned deeply, the pieces fitting together grimly. So she hates the clone. The clone beat her, ruined her chance with the person she liked. In her eyes, the clone took her place. Clark nodded with a sigh. I think it is for the better she has nothing to do with Ashbourne. He is extremely dangerous, and he doesn't think or act the way we expect from someone as powerful as him. I must find her, if Kara acts on her anger. He didn't complete his sentence, but it was clear how concerned he was. The last thing Superman wanted is to have a conflict with Ashbourne again. The Justice League still don't understand how his powers work. A confrontation with him is no different than suicide, and that without accounting for his family. Martha shook her head again, more firmly this time. Kara knows she can't beat the clone, not in a fight, And then there's Ashbourne's monstrous kids, and she saw what Ashbourne is capable of. She looked out the window, her gaze soft. Kara needs time, time to grieve, and time to let it go. Clark sat back, the weight of it all sinking onto his shoulders, as the house fell into silence once again. T sat behind the massive desk of the Shadow Corp office, her cheek resting against her hand as she stared boredly at the endless reports in front of her. She let out a deep sigh, twirling a pen between her fingers. So this is what being a CEO feels like, she muttered. She had honestly thought this job would be fun, wielding power, making decisions, and being important while the others did the actual work. Instead, it was mind-numbing torture. She couldn't believe Ashbourne actually enjoyed this kind of boring work. In her eyes, Ashbourne was micro-managing everything in Shadow Corp. A light tapping came from the window, interrupting her suffering. T blinked, looked up, and there she was. Supergirl hovered outside the glass, her expression cold and unreadable. T blinked in surprise for a moment before a sly smirk curled on her lips. Her gaze shifted to the desk where a single button waited invitingly. Without hesitation, T pressed it. A soft hiss echoed as the window panel slid open. Still, Supergirl didn't enter. She remained outside, hovering midair, her cape fluttering behind her. T stood up slowly, brushing her skirt smooth. "Do you like my new look?" she asked mockingly, gesturing to her sharp, professional attire. Supergirl ignored the taunt completely. "What is going on? Where's Ashbourne?" she asked, her voice sharp and controlled. T chuckled, her smirk widening. "Not throwing a punch first? And here I thought you were here to fight me," she teased. But seeing Supergirl's unchanged expression, she shrugged lazily. "Who knows? He and Amazo left this dimension. I don't know where they went or when they'll come back." Supergirl's fists clenched at her sides. "Is this another one of your lies?" she demanded, her voice low with anger. T laughed lightly. "Not this time, it's the truth. You can check with Ace if you want. Make sure you don't cause another misunderstanding like last time," she said. Supergirl's eyes flared red. "You have no shame," she spat, saying that after lying to me. T only laughed harder, clearly unfazed. "I lied back then just to annoy you," she said easily. "I didn't think for a second that you'd be that stupid, that you wouldn't figure it out and would actually make everything worse." T tilted her head mockingly. "Honestly, I didn't even know you hadn't realized the truth until Amazo told us about his conversation with you." Supergirl's eyes widened slightly, her fury faltering. "Does Ashbourne know?" she asked tightly. T nodded without hesitation. Supergirl's voice was strained as she asked, "And he didn't tell you anything?" T shrugged and said he didn't care much about it. "I lied, sure, but you were the one who drew the line. You were the one who didn't even try to understand properly and made your judgment. You even went behind his back, exposed me to Amanda Waller and Hero Band. Oh, and that day he gave you the potion because you asked. He just accepted your request. It was never a trade in his eyes." Supergirl's eyes widened even more, a flash of guilt flickering across her face. T laughed cruelly. "Ashbourne has his ways of knowing things. He knew about your little secret meetings. He knew how you stepped in to make him look worse to the others and every word you spoke." Turning back toward her desk, T pressed the window button again. The glass slid shut with a final click, cutting Supergirl off from the office. T sat back down, not sparing another glance at the floating figure outside. She grabbed a new report and began reading, as if Kara wasn't even there. Outside the window, Supergirl hovered a moment longer before finally turning around and flying off into the distance. Inside, T smiled smugly to herself. Tormenting Supergirl was way more fun than running a company. Chapter 81, The Incoming War. It didn't take long for the world to learn that Ashbourne and Amazo had left their dimension. Word spread first through Supergirl, who had reluctantly shared what she had learned, and then through Courtney Whitmore, who had heard about it from Ace during one of their conversations. Slowly, the news was pieced together, and it became undeniable. Ashbourne and Amazo had truly vanished from Earth, venturing somewhere unknown beyond their reality. Despite the Justice League's general hate and fear toward Ashbourne, after all they had seen firsthand what a monster he really was, they couldn't entirely suppress a strange mix of bafflement and curiosity about the bizarre quest the father and son had embarked upon. To travel across different worlds in search of an android girlfriend? It sounded so absurd, so ridiculous, that many initially thought it must be a lie. Yet what truly rattled the League was Batman's belief in the story. When asked, Batman, the most pragmatic and skeptical among them, simply said, "It's exactly because it makes no sense that I believe it." Ashbourne's actions rarely follow logic in the way we expect. After that, there wasn't much left to say. As weeks turned into months, the bizarre departure of Ashbourne and Amazo faded from memory. The Justice League became consumed once again with the endless battle against crime, villainy, and the eternal struggle of trying to maintain their own personal lives amidst chaos. The world spun on, as it always did. Until one day, when something new and far more frightening happened. At the Kent farm, peace was shattered by the sudden appearance of 5 visitors. They were a strange, battered group. A man who looked almost exactly like Clark but older, wearing tattered clothing, sporting a thick beard. His eyes were black with eerie green pupils. Beside him stood a sickly pale raven, her body trembling as if fighting some unseen force. A Robin whose grim demeanor matched Batman's at his darkest, a tired and wary Lois Lane, and a disheveled, battle-scarred Harley Quinn. The group looked broken, exhausted, haunted. Kara, who had been staying at the farm, immediately called the watchtower. In mere minutes, the entire group was transported to the space station orbiting Earth. There, they were met by the senior members of the Justice League, all tense and ready for anything. The new Superman, the bearded, hollow-eyed one, stepped forward. His voice was rough, strained from long battles and long suffering. "We're from another dimension," he said, "a dimension that fell." He paused and, without shame, tore open the remnants of his shirt to reveal a glowing green S symbol burned into his chest. The sight made some of the League members recoil slightly. It was grotesque and painful to look at. The other Superman continued grimly. "Darkseid came, we fought and we lost. Our Earth was destroyed. Our Justice League dead, enslaved, or worse." He looked around at the gathered heroes. "Darkseid of our dimension is no longer content with conquering a single universe. He's moving through dimensions now. He's already destroyed several other Earths. And," he said, his voice lowering even further, "this one is next." The watchtower fell into heavy silence. The week that followed was a tense one aboard the watchtower. The Justice League had started preparations, but unease hung over everyone like a heavy fog. Then, without warning, Orion arrived. He stumbled into the watchtower's teleportation room, covered in wounds, his helmet broken and scorched. Blood stained his body. The senior members rushed to him, catching him before he could collapse. Breathing heavily, Orion delivered the grim news: a new Darkseid appeared, stronger than before, and he commands an army greater than anything I've ever seen. Orion's voice broke as he continued: "New Genesis is gone, it was destroyed. Everyone is dead." A heavy silence followed. Even the most stoic among them felt their hearts sink. The grim revelation brought by the 5 visitors from the ruined dimension was no longer a possibility. It was a certainty. A threat unlike anything they had ever faced was barreling toward them. Earth's destruction wasn't a question of if anymore. It was only a matter of when. Just a few days later, the situation worsened even further. A battered squad of Green Lanterns, led by Hal Jordan, arrived at the watchtower. They looked even worse than Orion. Their uniforms were torn, their bodies bruised and burnt, their faces hollow with loss. Hal Jordan stepped forward, and in a voice laced with pain and exhaustion, gave his report. "OA has fallen," he said bluntly. "The Guardians are gone, the central power battery, destroyed." He clenched his fists tightly. They came with an army, fusions between parademons and doomsday, abominations, monsters beyond anything we've ever fought. They slaughtered everything. Around him, the League members struggled to process the information. OA, the heart of the Green Lantern Corps, was one of the most powerful forces in the universe, and it had been annihilated. If New Genesis and OA, mighty bastions of hope and power, could fall so easily, what chance did Earth truly have? Faced with the devastating reality, the Justice League made a decision. They knew they could not stand against this threat alone. There was no more room for pride, no more room for old grudges. The League reached out, not just to heroes but to villains as well. Black Adam, Cheetah, Deathstroke, and many others received the call. This wasn't a battle of heroes versus villains anymore. It was life versus death. And if Earth was to survive, they would need every hand they could get. Victory was their only option. Defeat meant total annihilation. And so, for the first time in history, Earth's greatest heroes and deadliest villains would fight side by side. Against a darkness that had already consumed countless worlds. In the Black Villa, Ace, T, and Rex were lazily sprawled across the sofas, half watching the television when the doorbell rang. Rex groaned, pushing himself up to answer it, while Ace and T didn't bother to move, both comfortably sunk into the cushions. Moments later, Rex returned to the living room, his face slightly pale. "It's Batman and Superman," he announced. At that, both Ace and T immediately sat up, curiosity flashing across their faces. It wasn't every day the two greatest heroes in the world came knocking on their door, especially at night. Without waiting for an invitation, Superman and Batman strode into the living room, their expressions grave. Superman didn't waste any time. "This is urgent," he said, his voice firm. "We need your help. We need Ashbourne and Amazo's help." T crossed her arms and asked, "What's going on?" Superman quickly filled them in: the destruction of New Genesis, the fall of OA, the unstoppable army approaching Earth, and the desperate need for every powerful being available to defend the planet. "Ashbourne and Amazo are the strongest beings we know," Superman stressed. "We need them." T frowned, glancing at Ace. Ace shook his head. "Dad and brother aren't back yet," he said simply. "We don't know where they are or when they'll come back." Superman's frown deepened. For the first time, it was clear that even he felt fear, the kind of fear that came from realizing the most powerful force Earth has to offer was simply gone. Ace asked, "When is Darkseid coming?" Batman, standing silently beside Superman, answered in his usual stoic tone, "We don't know. It could be any moment." Batman then asked, "Is there any way to contact them?" Ace shook his head again. "No, we don't have one." There was a moment of heavy silence, then Ace's gaze moved toward T. "This is urgent, right?" T met Ace's gaze and nodded. She turned back to Superman and Batman. "Let's go outside," she said. "We have a backup plan even without Ashbourne and Amazo being around." The group, now more tense than before, followed T outside into the open courtyard under the night sky. Outside, Ace stepped forward first. "Baru, I need you and your friend's help," she called out calmly. At her words, Ace's shadow on the ground shifted and then began to expand. From it, rising up like summoned spirits, emerged hundreds of giant ants, towering and menacing. And at the forefront stood a monstrous, familiar figure, the same black, horrifying beast that had nearly killed Superman years ago. The creature knelt before Ace, its voice thick with fevered loyalty. "It would be our honor to serve you. Please just give us the order." Superman and Batman could only stare, stunned at the sight. But T wasn't about to be overshadowed. "Igris Doom, we can't let Ace outdo us," she said smugly. Her shadow stretched outward next, birthing dozens of knights clad in black armor, and leading them was Igris himself, a powerful knight they had once met. Beside him stood another towering figure, a shadow version of Doomsday himself, recognizable and equally terrifying. Rex gaped, stuttering, "Where did these things come from?" T turned to him with a smirk. "You have them too. Tusk, Iron, will you come out?" Without hesitation, Rex's shadow expanded, and from it emerged even more creatures. Scary demons in black and red, a giant shield-wielding knight, and a giant red-skinned demon with blazing eyes. Within moments, Superman and Batman found themselves surrounded by nearly 1,000 monstrous soldiers of different races, all kneeling reverently toward Ace, T, and Rex. Each creature radiated a terrifying power, a dark loyalty that made even the two seasoned heroes feel the weight of their presence. Ace smiled at the stunned looks on their faces. "This," he said simply, "is the backup plan in case Dad and brother weren't around. The Shadow Monarch soldiers, they are powerful enough to defeat any force that can threaten us in this world." Superman and Batman exchanged a quick, grim glance. There was no longer any doubt. There was a direct connection between Ashbourne and the fabled Shadow Monarch. Ashbourne had played them the whole time. But right now, it didn't matter. Because these monsters were now Earth's greatest and most frightening allies. Chapter 82, Amek traveling through the multiverse. Invincible. The city was crumbling under a green army. The Flaxans, a race of green-skinned alien conquerors, had returned to Earth, and this time they weren't making the same mistakes. They had figured out a way to counter the time dilation that had doomed their first invasion, and now they were winning. Earth's defenders, customed heroes, aliens, and superpowered beings alike were being pushed back, their efforts falling short against the seemingly endless horde. Energy blasts tore through streets. Buildings collapsed under the Flaxans' relentless assault. It was chaos. Then, without warning, a purple gate split open in the middle of the battlefield, crackling with strange energy. Two figures stepped through, human, or at least they appeared human. Both tall, both imposing. They looked eerily alike, like brothers duo, both bearing an unnatural aura that even the Flaxans seemed to sense. For a brief moment, the battlefield fell into a stunned silence. Then, the Flaxans, unfazed for long, roared and opened fire on the newcomers. Bright energy bullets screamed through the air, only to be halted by a shimmering energy shield that surrounded the two men effortlessly. The younger one, looking around casually, asked, "Father, where are we this time?" Beside him, the older man folded his arms, watching the battlefield thoughtfully. "It seems," he said in a calm, measured voice, "we are on another Earth, and we happen to have arrived during an invasion." The younger one smirked slightly. "Should we interfere?" The older one waved his hand lazily. "Get rid of the green invaders for now." Without hesitation, the younger man lifted his hand. A radiant golden wave surged from his palm, sweeping across the battlefield. Every flaxen touched by the wave turned to dust instantly, disintegrating without even a scream. The green portal the flaxens had been using to flood their forces onto Earth flickered violently, then snapped shut. Just like that, the invasion was over. The Earth defenders, battered and bloodied, stared wide-eyed at the two strangers. The older one turned toward them with a pleasant smile and said, "I am Ashborn Black from another dimension. And this is Amazo Black, my son." He paused, tilting his head curiously. "By any chance, do you know if there's a female android around here?" The heroes glanced at one another, clearly thrown off. No one answered immediately. Ashborn continued, as if clarifying for a confused crowd, "A female android is a machine with intelligence, formed in human shape. One that developed its own thoughts, emotions, and independent will. Does that ring any bells?" There was a long, awkward silence. Finally, a young man in a blue, black, and yellow spandex suit, bloodied but still standing tall, stepped forward. "Thanks for the help," he said, a little cautiously. "I'm invincible." He hesitated, glancing between Ashborn and Amazo, clearly unsure what to make of them. "I don't think we have anything like what you're asking for," Invincible said slowly, "but we can ask Cecil about it." Inside the Guardians of the Globe training area, Cecil Stedman, his face lined with years of burden and suspicion, stood with arms folded, eyeing the smiling Ashborn and his sun-like companion, Amazo. His steely gaze was fixed, unreadable until he finally spoke. "So, let me get this straight," Cecil began, his voice calm but edged with disbelief. "You're here on Earth searching for a potential android girlfriend for your android son, and you're not building one because it's ethically wrong to raise and train your spouse." Ashborn grinned and gave a slow, firm nod. "Correct." Beside Cecil, the young heroes who had recently fought tooth and nail just to survive stood awkwardly listening. Their eyes flicked between Ashborn and Amazo, their expressions torn between confusion, awe, and mild horror. Their supposed saviors were not normal. Cecil sighed, rubbing his temples. "Well, I'm afraid we don't have that kind of technology yet." Ashborn looked genuinely disappointed. "Do you know of any race in this universe advanced enough and human-like enough to have such tech?" Cecil shook his head. "No one comes to mind, not in this dimension." Ashborn let out a sigh. "So, we go to the next dimension, I suppose." Before he could act on the thought, Invincible stepped forward. "Maybe you could check Viltrum," he suggested. "They look like humans, and they're much more advanced than us." Ashborn immediately dismissed the idea with a wave of his hand. "I know those brutes. They're only good at killing and conquering." That made Cecil pause, his eyes narrowing. "What do you mean by killing and conquering?" Ashborn shrugged. "Exactly what I said. The Viltrumites are a powerful race compared to most. They usually send one or two combatants ahead of time either to destroy a planet's defenses or wipe out its population. Depends on their goal." Invincible bristled. "You're wrong," he said quickly. "The Viltrumites only help less fortunate planets and races." Ashborn chuckled, his tone almost pitying. "Then you don't know them." "I do know them," Invincible snapped. "My father is one of them. He's been here for almost 20 years. Ashborn turned his head slightly, eyes gleaming with amusement. "Then he's here to prepare this planet for the Viltrumite Empire." A voice, deep and commanding, suddenly echoed across the room. "That's a grave accusation." Heads turned swiftly toward the source. Floating just above the ground was a man in a white and red suit, with a sharp mustache and cold, calculating eyes, Omniman. Invincible blinked in surprise. "Dad, when did you get here?" "Just now," Omniman replied. "I came to listen to these two." But it wasn't Ashborn who answered. Amazo stepped forward, voice even and flat, Nalan, from the Viltrumite Empire. "We've encountered your counterparts in two separate dimensions. In both instances, you were conquerors. It's unlikely this time is any different." Omniman's expression darkened. "And what happened in those encounters?" Amazo answered without hesitation. "A fight ensued. We ended up eradicating your race. Twice." The air grew still. Thick. A tangible weight pressed down on the room as Omniman's eyes narrowed, his fists slowly clenching. Ashborn, still smiling, raised a hand casually. I advise against picking a fight, he said in a calm, almost cheerful tone. And if you have any plans to attack Earth, cancel them. Live in peace. It'll save everyone a lot of trouble. Silence, ominous, powerful silence. Then, without a word, Omniman descended to the ground, locking eyes with Ashbourne but made no move. Cecil's eyes flicked back and forth between Omniman and the two strangers, Ashbourne and Amazo. His mind raced. For months, he had quietly suspected Nolan to be the killer of the Guardians of the Globe, but without any proof, his hands had been tied. Worse yet, even if he did have evidence, Earth had no weapon, no force, no chance to stop Omniman. Until now. These two off-worlders, odd, powerful, and clearly dangerous, had just handed him the closest thing to a confession, and more importantly, a glimmer of hope. But it was still a gamble. A wrong move, and the entire planet could burn. I'm telling you, Invincible said, stepping forward defensively. My father isn't like whatever versions of him you met before. He's a hero, a protector of Earth. Why would he go through the trouble of building a family here if he planned to destroy it? Ashbourne tilted his head, considering the point. A good question. He turned toward Omniman, eyes now narrowed with curiosity. Indeed, why? Omniman didn't answer. His jaw tightened, and his eyes narrowed to slits, locked onto Ashbourne. Then Ashbourne's own eyes pulsed with a faint purple glow. The smile on his face slowly curled into a wide, knowing grin. I see, Ashbourne murmured darkly. In this dimension, the Viltrum Empire is nearly gone. Less than 50 pure-blooded remain alive. His voice dropped a note in tone, sharp and cutting. Earth is your breeding ground, isn't it? And your son, he nodded toward Invincible, is the experiment. The words struck like a thunderclap. Omniman's eyes flared with fury, his pupils shrinking as the truth he'd kept hidden was laid bare. Without a word, he launched forward like a missile, aiming directly for Ashbourne's throat. But he never made it, a blur of motion, Amazo. With inhuman speed, the android intercepted him mid-charge, driving a heavy punch square into Omniman's face. The force sent the Viltrumite crashing backward through the training area, smashing through reinforced walls and skidding to a halt in a crater of broken metal and concrete. Ashbourne shook his head with exaggerated disappointment. It seems, he said casually, we're killing you a third time. The gathered heroes of Earth stood frozen in stunned silence. None of them had moved. None of them had breathed. But Omniman's explosive reaction and the stranger's quick retaliation had answered more than any confession could. The truth was undeniable now. From the crater, Omniman rose quickly, a purple bruise already forming on the side of his face, an injury. His eyes scanned the two figures warily. For the first time, he understood this android, this Amazo, was not an opponent he could easily crush. Amazo stepped forward. With each step, his form expanded and shifted. His humanoid body grew, reshaping into a towering golden figure over 2 meters tall, broad, imposing, and built for war. His eyes gleamed like molten light, unblinking and cold. Omniman snarled and lunged again, a blur of raw power. But this time, Amazo didn't wait. With one swift motion, his leg came up and kicked the Viltrumite straight into the air, sending him soaring through the reinforced roof like a ragdoll launched from a cannon. Without a word, Amazo followed, rocketing upward in pursuit, golden light trailing in his wake. The rest of the heroes stood frozen, staring up at the gaping hole torn into the ceiling. From outside, the muffled booms of shockwaves and eruptions echoed across the sky, the sound of titans colliding. The clouds above flashed and rippled with each devastating blow exchanged. Ashbourne placed a hand on Invincible's shoulder, his voice relaxed as if the entire battle was a mere formality. No worries, he said with a smirk. Your evil, world-conquering dad is going down. Invincible stared at him, stunned. I'm worried about my dad, he said, voice tight with emotion. Ashbourne raised a brow. You have a good nature for a half-Viltrumite. Invincible swatted Ashbourne's hand away, his jaw clenched with defiance as he shot upward, preparing to fly after them. But before he could reach the breach in the roof, a whistling shriek tore through the air. An object plummeted through the ceiling like a meteor, crashing into the training ground floor and carving a massive crater into the reinforced earth. Dust and debris burst outward in a choking wave. Invincible froze midair. The rest of the heroes stared wide-eyed at the crater. Lying at the center, broken and bloodied, was Omniman. Dad, Invincible screamed, rushing downward. A shadow descended behind him, Amazo, hovering calmly through the breach above. His voice was eerily casual. He was slightly tougher than the other ones. Ashbourne gave him a nod and approached the crater slowly, where Invincible now knelt beside his injured father, panic on his face. "He's still alive," Ashbourne said, staring down at the Viltrumite. "But I think you should walk away from him. You're just an experiment. He might kill you out of frustration." Invincible looked up at him, trembling with rage. "What is wrong with you?" he shouted. "He's my dad. He won't harm me or do anything you said." In that instant, Omniman's body jerked forward with shocking speed. His bloodied fist slammed into Invincible's chest, sending his son flying across the training room and crashing into a column. Before the others could react, Omniman launched himself at Ashbourne, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him off the ground with both hands. "You," Omniman growled, glaring at Amazo, "will open a gate and leave this place, or this creator of yours dies." Amazo's head tilted slightly. "He's not my creator," he replied. "He's my adoptive father." "I don't care about that," Omniman roared. "You should," Amazo said calmly. "You're under another misconception. You think holding my father hostage will stop me, but actually—" His tone sharpened. "Father is a lot stronger than me." Omniman's eyes flickered with unease. He turned his gaze back to Ashbourne still in his grip. And then he saw the smile. Ashbourne's eyes glowed with ominous purple light. Suddenly, Ashbourne's hand shot up and gripped Omniman's forearm. A crackling snap echoed across the chamber, followed by Omniman's agonized scream. Ashbourne had crushed his arm with terrifying ease. Omniman swung his free hand at Ashbourne, pouring all his remaining strength into the blow, but Ashbourne caught the punch midair and clenched. The second arm shattered like glass. Omniman reeled back in horror, but Ashbourne didn't stop. A single kick drove into the Viltrumite's chest, the impact thunderous. Ribs shattered, organs compressed, and Omniman was launched back, his body slamming into the wall like a rag doll. The reinforced metal creaked and buckled under the force. Ashbourne stood over him, brushing dust from his shoulder. "I always advise people not to pick fights," he muttered, "but no one ever listens to me." Amazo floated down beside him and transformed back to his human shape. "It can't be helped," the android son said matter-of-factly. "Everyone is addicted to violence." "Dad!" Invincible's cry rang out across the ruined training ground as he stumbled to his father's side. All eyes turned toward him. Even Ashbourne and Amazo paused, watching quietly. Omniman leaned against the cracked wall, his body bloodied and barely upright, but the casual backhand he had delivered to his son earlier still showed its brutal aftermath. Invincible's chest was caved inward by the sheer force of the blow. Ashbourne stepped closer, eyes narrowing as he observed the young hero slumped on the ground. "He's still alive," he said with a nod, then gestured at the gaping dent in Invincible's torso. "But you should be concerned about yourself right now. You've got a literal crater in your chest worse than the one I gave your father." Invincible looked at Ashbourne through fading eyes, tried to respond, but the pain overwhelmed him, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Ashbourne let out a sigh and turned to face the group of young heroes and agents observers, all standing in stunned silence, their minds still reeling from the chaos. "It seems this is normal around here," Ashbourne said dryly, motioning to the wreckage, the wounded son, and the shattered father. "You barely had any reaction to all this drama." Cecil finally stepped forward, his ever-calm demeanor intact, though a flicker of tension passed behind his calculating eyes. "I assure you," Cecil said, "this is not normal." Ashbourne smiled knowingly. "You didn't try to stop it, didn't try to mediate, so did you already have doubts about Nalen?" Cecil nodded slowly. "I didn't have proof, but even if I did, we had no one capable of taking him down." Ashbourne's grin widened. "Then I assume you're nervous that my dear son and I will be sticking around." Cecil said nothing, but the expression on his stony face spoke volumes. He was a man used to controlling unpredictable elements, but Ashbourne and Amazo had shattered that illusion with ease. Ashbourne waved it off. "Relax, we're leaving. We've got a greater quest to complete than sticking around and fixing your Viltrumite infestation." He turned his eyes toward Omniman, then glanced back at Cecil and the rest. "But a word of advice before we go," Ashbourne added. "That super-powered tank over there was able to conquer Earth for a while now, but he didn't. And I do think he had a shred of emotions and morals you could use to get his help. You might need him." His tone darkened. "Because there's a whole bunch more like him, and they've already set their sights on Earth." A purple vortex shimmered to life beside him, swirling with energy. The dimensional gate pulsed and hummed with power. Ashbourne gave a casual wave with a smile. "Good luck fighting them." Without another word, he stepped into the gate. Amazo followed silently behind him, the portal vanishing in a flicker of violet light as the two disappeared. and the battered remains of the training room were left in stunned silence, with only the faint groans of Invincible and his defeated father echoing through the air. Cecil rubbed his temple hard, pacing slowly in the ruined training room as the dust from the collapsed ceiling settled. "This is a fucking mess," he muttered under his breath, though everyone still heard it loud and clear. His voice carried the weight of exhaustion and frustration built over years. "I was having sleepless nights just thinking about Omniman alone, and now I need to worry about a gang of him coming to invade Earth." The other heroes stood in silence, scattered around the fractured remains of the training ground, staring at the holes in the ceiling, the bloodied form of Omniman embedded in the wall, and the unconscious Invincible lying on the floor. A young heroine in a pink suit, shaking slightly, finally broke the silence. "What are we going to do?" she asked, her voice fragile. "If we're going to fight a group of individuals on the level of Omniman, then Earth is done for." Her eyes drifted to the spot where the purple portal had vanished moments ago. Maybe we should have asked those two to help us." Cecil let out a dry, humorless laugh, still massaging his forehead. "I don't know which is worse at this point," he said honestly. "Those two were the real monsters. Omniman is nearly dead because of them, and they did it casually, tossed him around like he was nothing." The room was silent again for a moment, the weight of Cecil's words sinking in. He straightened his coat and walked toward Omniman's slumped body, now breathing faintly but unmoving. "For now," Cecil said grimly, "we need to capture Omniman and make damn sure he isn't free to move around." He glanced at the unconscious Viltrumite hybrid, Invincible, and added, "After that, we'll try to figure something out." As agents began to arrive, medics in tow, a quiet understanding passed among the heroes present. This Earth's days of peace were over. Case closed. The purple shimmer of the dimensional gate rippled one last time before fading behind them. Ashbourne and Amazo now stood in a bustling city with narrow streets, vending machines on every corner, and signs in a language filled with intricate characters. The scent of grilled food mixed with the faint aroma of ocean breeze. Amazo glanced around and said with calm certainty, "We are in some Earth's Japan." Ashbourne said nothing and just looked around before saying, "I don't speak Japanese." "You could acquire the language through memory transference, correct?" Amazo asked curiously. "I could," Ashbourne confirmed, "but I don't like taking someone's memories so randomly. Besides, this world feels delicate. If we find a reason to stay, I'll learn it the slow way. More fun that way." The two walked aimlessly through the streets of Tokyo. Though Ashbourne couldn't read a single sign, Amazo made sure they didn't get lost. As they passed shops and cafes, Ashbourne took in the world, humming in amusement at its calmness. That calmness was soon shattered. A scream pierced the air from a nearby storefront. Ashbourne immediately turned toward the sound, an intrigued smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Let's check that out." Amazo followed, expression neutral, though his sensors were already analyzing sound and scanning the scene ahead. Inside the shop, a body lay sprawled near the counter, a knife in its back. The patrons were panicked, some sobbing, others frozen. But two children were calmly staring at the body and the surrounding evidence, their serious expressions defying their age. One had spiky black hair and wore glasses. His blue-piercing eyes scanned everything with sharp calculation. The other, a girl with reddish-brown hair and an expression that spoke of weary experience, knelt beside the body, already inspecting the angle of the wound. Ashbourne's eyes lit up with interest. Well, he said, leaning slightly forward. "Now this is unexpected." Amazo tilted his head. "What is going on?" Ashbourne's grin widened. "I know this world," he said. "And those two children, they are much older than they look. Basically, they are children solving homicides." Amazo blinked. "Children solving homicides?" Ashbourne chuckled. "Exactly. I want to mess with them a little, see how far I can push the genius detective." Amazo looked between the body, the crowd, and his father. He shrugged. "Very well, let's see where this goes." As the police began to arrive and the scene was taped off, Conan Edogawa glanced up briefly, his eyes catching the gaze of Ashbourne, who gave a small, knowing wave and a cryptic smile. Conan felt something off seeing the smile of that foreigner. As the blaring of police sirens approached, the crowd around the crime scene began to scatter. Officers quickly moved in, taping off the area and beginning their preliminary investigation. Testimonies were taken, witnesses separated. Ashbourne turned to Amazo and said calmly, "Cooperate with them. Make sure they don't get suspicious." Amazo nodded and stepped toward one of the officers, easily falling into fluent Japanese as he began relaying what he and his father had seen. Meanwhile, Ashbourne's eyes drifted back to the two curious children who had been inspecting the scene before anyone else had arrived. He approached them slowly, his long coat swaying behind him. "How old are you two?" he asked in English, tilting his head with a calm smile. Conan and Haibara exchanged glances but remained silent. Ashbourne's smile grew wider. "I can tell you understand me," he said softly. "I mean no harm, I'm just curious, how old are you really?" Both Conan and Haibara took an involuntary step back, now visibly on guard. "You see," Ashbourne continued, his voice smooth, "I'm just wondering, is it de-aging magic or reincarnation that did it?" That comment made both of their eyes widen in alarm. Conan narrowed his gaze. "Who are you?" Ashbourne placed a hand over his chest in mock politeness. "How rude of me. I'm Ashbourne Black, an alien from another world, just arrived to yours earlier today." Their eyes were wide and dumbfounded now. Ashbourne gestured to Amazo, who was still calmly speaking with a policeman. "That's my android son, Amazo. He's almost 6 years old." The look Conan gave Haibara screamed uncertainty. Was this man insane or just playing an elaborate trick? Both possibilities were equally concerning. Ashbourne leaned forward slightly, his voice teasing. "Wow, you two are really not that social. Or is it part of the job when investigating homicides in this world? Doesn't your appearance raise questions? You clearly aren't too comfortable with your secret being out in the open." Conan quickly replied, forcing a weak laugh. "Uncle, your joke's not very funny." Ashbourne smiled slyly. "And you're a bad liar." With a sigh, he raised a hand and waved toward Amazo. The android walked over promptly. "Yes, father." "Scan them," Ashbourne ordered. "Check for signs of de-aging." Amazo blinked once, then turned his eyes to Conan and Haibara. After a moment he said, "Father, their bodies were modified by a chemical compound. They are indeed older than they appear. The boy is approximately 17 or 18. The girl is around 18 or 19. Conan and Haibara stiffened, their eyes wide with horror. Ashbourne grinned smugly. "So you're not that old after all. Still plenty of time left in your lives, yet you de-aged yourselves. Fascinating." The color drained from Conan's and Haibara's faces. They didn't believe a word from Ashbourne and instead thought that the Black organization found them. The black attire of Ashbourne and Amazo only added to this belief. Fear crept into their features. Ashbourne noticed their change in demeanor and tilted his head. "You're afraid now, so this is a secret you're protecting and you're being hunted, I see." He raised a hand casually. "Relax, we won't expose you if that's what you're worried about." Before either of them could respond, a loud voice called out from nearby. "Conan, what are you doing here?" All four turned to see a stout man in an orange coat with a hat walking briskly toward them, Inspector Juzo Magyar. Ashbourne didn't understand the words, but Amazo glanced at him and sent the translation telepathically. Inspector Magyar's eyes narrowed the moment he caught sight of Conan and Haibara's fearful expressions. His gaze turned toward the tall, imposing man standing near them, Ashbourne. Before the inspector could utter a word, Ashbourne gave a sideways glance to Amazo and said, "Translate to him." Amazo nodded. Ashbourne looked directly at the inspector and said smoothly, "I am Ashbourne Black. I'll tell you the same thing I told them. I'm an alien from another world. I arrived on your planet today. This is my son, Amazo. He's a 6-year-old android." Inspector Magyar blinked, his expression caught somewhere between confusion and disbelief. He looked to Conan and Haibara, raising a brow. "He told you that?" Conan, still unnerved, nodded weakly. Magyar turned his gaze back to Ashbourne and muttered under his breath, "Do foreigners make jokes like this?" Ashbourne's smile stretched wider. "Who said that was a joke?" The inspector sighed, clearly brushing it off as nonsense. He turned back to the children and said in a tired tone, "This person just has a weird sense of humor. Just ignore him." Ashbourne gave a casual shrug, while Amazo continued translating, although confusion was starting to show on the android's face at his father's odd behavior. "There's nothing else to do here," Ashbourne said to Amazo. "Let's go." Amazo gave a slow nod, clearly unsure of what his father was planning next. As Ashbourne turned, he gave Conan and Haibara a sudden thumbs up, his grin unchanging. But before he could walk away, Magyar stepped forward and barked, "Hey, you can't just leave. We haven't found the killer yet." Ashbourne stopped and looked with amused resignation. "Fine," he said, spinning back around. "I'll help." He walked straight toward the dead body still lying under a police tarp. The officers stepped closer, alarmed by his approach. Ashbourne stood beside the corpse and muttered something no one could catch. A burst of purple and black energy erupted from the ground. The crowd screamed and recoiled in fear as shadows whirled around the body. From the dark mist, the victim's form began to rise, lifeless but animate, a glowing purple hue filling his eyes. The revived shadow stood upright, silent. Ashbourne said, "Who is your killer?" The shadow turned its head slowly, scanning the onlookers with hollow, glowing eyes. After a tense pause, it began walking toward a man in the back of the crowd. The man's eyes widened, his face going white. He stumbled backward, trembling. "I'm sorry for stabbing you. Stay away," the man screamed, collapsing to his knees. Gasps echoed among the crowd. Ashbourne nodded. "There's your killer." With a wave of his hand, the purple glow surrounding the shadow dispersed, and the animated corpse collapsed once again, dead. Ashbourne dusted off his hands and turned to Amazo. "Let's go." A purple gate, swirling and vibrant, opened beside them. Without a second glance, Ashbourne and Amazo stepped through it. The gate vanished behind them. The crowd stood frozen, silent, pale, and shaken. Conan and Habara stood side by side, still staring at the space where the two strange figures had disappeared. Was everything that weirdo said true? They will never find the answer. Beyond the void, in the shimmering space between worlds, Amazo finally broke the stillness. "What was that about?" he asked, tilting his head. Ashbourne chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting with amusement. "That," he said, "was a world rooted in logic and reality. No concept of powers, metahumans, or magic, just deduction, reasoning, and rules." Amazo blinked. "So you just revealed yourself to them?" Ashbourne's grin widened. "I simply pranked them all, gave their rational little world a taste of something impossible. They'll live the rest of their lives doubting what they saw, questioning if they were wrong, if they missed something, or if everything they ever believed in just cracked." He paused, letting the silence sit for a moment before adding with a touch of satisfaction, "A little chaos for the mind, nothing harmful, just unforgettable." With that, they drifted forward through the void. Chapter 83, RWBY. The swirling portal of purple energy parted like curtains, revealing a sunlit town square bustling with activity. Ashbourne and Amazo stepped out into the open area, cobblestone beneath their feet, as dozens of people paused to stare in curiosity at the odd duo who had just appeared out of thin air. Wooden stalls, shopkeepers, and banners fluttered in the wind, clearly a lively town, albeit one not nearly as technologically advanced. Amazo scanned the area. This world doesn't seem to be advanced as well. Ashbourne surveying the scene. "We'll give it a quick check." But before he could finish, an explosion thundered behind them. Dust and shards of stone rained down as a train burst violently out from underground, metal grinding and screeching. 4 figures were flung from the derailed vehicle, tumbling across the stone ground. The two watched, unmoving, as the girls, all teenagers, each clad in a distinctive outfit and wielding unique weapons, scrambled to their feet. The youngest, wearing a red cloak, spotted Ashbourne and Amazo and screamed, "You need to run. Grim are coming." Neither of them reacted. Ashbourne simply observed with a bemused expression, "I think you have a good chance here." Amazo turned toward him, a spark of curiosity on his face. "You know this one too?" "Yes," Ashbourne replied, gaze fixed ahead. "There should be one here and in the city right now." For the first time, Amazo's face lit with something resembling hope. Before the girls could speak again, the ground trembled and monstrous creatures cloaked in black and bone-white masks emerged from the ruptured tunnel. The girls instinctively took a battle stance, their eyes wide with horror. "I hope you two know how to fight," yelled the blonde girl, brandishing her gauntlets as civilians screamed and scattered in panic. Ashbourne, unfazed, spoke calmly to Amazo, a demonstration in order. His shadow darkened and spread like a living oil spill, stretching over the entire square. An enormous dome of darkness soon engulfed the train, the tunnel, and the grim alike. From the thick shadows, tendrils shot out like spears and ensnared everything in their path. Ashbourne raised his hand, fingers curling into a fist. With a low groan and a sucking sound, the tendrils dragged the grim, the train, and the tunnel's debris into the gaping abyss. Within seconds, all of it vanished, leaving behind nothing but stunned silence and the horrified gazes of the 4 girls. "This definitely will get attention," Ashbourne said. Amazo pointed toward the girls, more like fear. Ashbourne chuckled. From his still-spreading shadow, several figures began to emerge. A sleek white and black dog bounded out first, yipping as it was enveloped in a tight hug by the red-cloaked girly man with a green head and trench coat. Then another man in a white coat and orange hair stumbled out, disoriented. Next to him stood a petite girl with mismatched eyes and an umbrella Roman Torchwick and Neapolitan. Ashbourne approached them with a smile. Well, hello there. I hope you enjoyed my Shadow Express, the finest and only of its kind. Roman blinked, halfway between confusion and fear. What the hell? You can leave, Ashbourne said with a casual gesture, but I sincerely advise you to change your ways. The girls, regaining their composure, screamed in protest. He's a criminal. Ashbourne raised a single finger. The four froze instantly, eyes wide, mouth silenced, bodies paralyzed mid-movement. Roman and Neo stared, terrified. Roman swallowed. If I don't change, you'll kill me. Ashbourne laughed a low, smooth, amused sound. Of course not, but bad things might happen. For instance, while you're laughing and ranting over a burning city from the sky, a grim swoops in and eats you whole. Your girlfriend here swears revenge, but gets enslaved by a color-talking cat. And then, she becomes a tree. Roman went pale. That's oddly random and specific. Ashbourne's smile widened further, and his glowing purple eyes locked onto Roman's with eerie amusement. Roman didn't need more convincing. He quickly stood up, tugging Neo with him. Well, good sir, it was nice meeting you. I sincerely hope I don't see you ever again. Ashbourne waved. Goodbye, fine thief. And with that, Roman and Neo vanished into the crowd, shaken but alive. The four girls remained frozen in place, expressions stuck in a blend of awe, fear, and confusion. Ashbourne turned toward Amazo, eyes gleaming. Let's wait a little, our ride will be coming soon. Ashbourne glanced at the four frozen girls and flicked his fingers. The invisible force binding them dissolved instantly. It is rude to interrupt gentlemen's talk, he said. The blonde one, still bristling, snapped. He was a thief, a terrorist, and you just let him go. Ashbourne tilted his head with exaggerated politeness. It is also rude to speak to someone without introducing yourself first. You look suspicious that way. The blonde blinked, caught off guard. What? Before the tension could rise again, the youngest girl quickly stepped in, pointing at each person as she spoke. I'm Ruby. That's my sister Yang, my teammates Blake and Weiss, and this is Professor. Doctor, the green-haired man with the thermos corrected sharply. Dr. Oobleck. Ashbourne gave them a slow, courteous nod. Ashbourne Black, and this is my son, Amazo Black. Yang scowled. You let that criminal go. Ashbourne's voice was calm, smooth. Are you training to be a huntress? Yang crossed her arms. Yes, what's that got to do with anything? As an aspiring huntress, Ashbourne said, voice still patient, how can you ask someone else to do your job? And a civilian at that. Yang clenched her fists. Which part of you is a civilian? Ashbourne gave a long, dramatic sigh. I am an upstanding citizen who hates violence, but this generation's huntsmen and huntresses forced my hand. This world has no future. Yang's eye twitched. You are an asshole, aren't you? Ashbourne turned to Amazo and asked with a perfectly straight face, did I say something wrong? Amazo, ever the loyal and honest son, shook his head. No, father is indeed a peace-loving individual. Ruby tilted her head. How old are you? You don't look old enough to have a child this old. I'm nearing 26, Ashbourne answered. I adopted Amazo when I was 22. Ruby's eyebrows furrowed. How does that even work? How old is he? Amazo is 6 years old, Ashbourne said casually. Weiss stepped forward with a scowl. You dunce, he's messing with you. Ashbourne raised a hand to his chest, mock offended. How rude, I am completely serious. Weiss scoffed. You're already this old and still acting like a child. Grow up. Ashbourne gave a sly smile. Okay, Ice Queen. Weiss's eyes narrowed dangerously, irritation bubbling behind her composed expression. But before she could deliver a biting retort, the distant whirring of engines cut through the air. A fleet of airships was rapidly approaching overhead. Ashbourne smiled, eyes gleaming with anticipation. This is our ride. High above the grounds of Beacon Academy, in the headmaster, the atmosphere was heavy with unease. The widescreen before them played a looped video, grainy, but clear enough to chill the spine. A vast field was seen overtaken by a creeping, undulating mass of pure darkness. It moved like a living ocean of shadow, devouring everything in its path. Even the monstrous Grimm, known for their fearlessness and savagery, were swallowed whole, their bodies dissipating into nothing the moment the tendrils pulled them. And in the center of it, all stood a single man with glowing purple eyes. General Ironwood stepped back from the monitor, his jaw clenched. How could someone be able to do this? He muttered, voice grave. And who is that guy? Glinda Goodwich's arms were crossed tightly, her lips pressed into a hard line. Her eyes didn't leave the screen. This is unheard of, she said at last, her voice low. Controlling darkness on such a scale, no human should be capable of that. The silence that followed was suffocating. Osmond stood at the edge of the room, still staring at the image frozen on the screen. His face had gone pale, the usual calm in his eyes replaced with something rarely seen: fear. He knew what they didn't. A power that vast, a darkness so alive, he had seen it once before. The god of darkness. Osmond's hand trembled slightly as he adjusted his glasses. The implications tore through his mind like wildfire. Could it be? Was the god walking remnant again, this time in human form? And if so, what was he planning? Osmond felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. The last time the god of darkness walked the world, it ended in devastation. Cities crumbled. Kingdoms were lost. Humanity was nearly erased. And if someone, anyone, made the mistake of provoking him again, would the world survive a second time? Do you think he is related to her? Ironwood asked, his eyes not leaving the video. I don't think so. He stopped the grim after all, Glinda replied thoughtfully. Osmond didn't speak. He didn't have words to say. The fear was the only thing filling him. Chapter 84, Friendly Violations. The aircraft hummed softly as it soared through the skies toward Beacon. Ashbourne and Amazo sat quietly across from Team RWBY. The four girls each wore different expressions. Ruby offered a bright, genuine smile. Thanks again for the help, she said warmly. Ashbourne nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yang, seated beside her, had her arms crossed, eyes narrowed and jaw tense. She clearly wasn't thrilled about sharing space with them. Weiss sat stiffly, choosing to ignore their presence entirely, a calculated coldness to her demeanor. Meanwhile, Blake's amber eyes observed Ashbourne intently, her gaze filled with both curiosity and uncertainty. Ruby leaned forward, attempting to lighten the mood as she began explaining their mission, the one involving Mountain Glen, the White Fang, and the growing threat against Vale. Ashbourne listened calmly, nodding at each point as if he already knew the story before she said it. As Ruby finished, Blake's voice cut through the hum of the engines. What happened to the White Fang operatives? She asked suddenly, her eyes locked on Ashbourne. Ashbourne replied flatly, all of them are dead. Blake's eyes widened in shock. Your darkness killed them, she demanded. Ashbourne admitted to her casually, yes, anyone wearing a white mask was eliminated. Blake's breath hitched, her expression tightening. How could you do that? And you let the ringleader escape? Ashbourne merely shrugged. I felt like doing that. The two had personalities. The White Fang operatives were bland, but if it helps, go ahead and call me a close-minded racist or something. Blake's mouth opened in disbelief, too angry and stunned to speak. Ruby's voice rose, soft but firm. That's cruel and wrong. Ashbourne met her eyes with a calm look. They would have died anyway if I wasn't there. Their fate was already set in stone. I had the power to change it, but I chose not to, so it's fine. Yang's fists clenched as she leaned forward. You're quite the piece of human scum, aren't you? Ruby glanced at her sister, frowning. That's not nice, Yang. Ashbourne waved it off. It's fine, Ruby. I don't take offense easily. But I do find it surprising that you two are sisters. You seem kind and intelligent, while your sister comes off as a bimbo. Yang shot to her feet, fury blazing in her eyes. Who are you calling a bimbo? Ashbourne raised a finger and pointed at her, froze her in place. She hovered mid-motion, stuck between lunging and shouting. Blake and Weiss tensed instinctively. Ruby blinked, looking curiously between her frozen sister and Ashbourne. What's a bimbo? She asked. Ashbourne replied plainly. A bimbo is an attractive but unintelligent or frivolous blonde young woman. Your sister clearly isn't that intelligent, and considering how she's constantly exposing her chest for no reason. Ruby turned to Yang and tilted her head, thoughtful. Yang isn't unintelligent, she said at last. Is she rash? Ashbourne pressed. Ruby nodded slowly. Yeah. Then that's a form of unintelligence, he concluded. I see, Ruby said, then turned to her sister and added innocently, no need to be angry, Yang. Bimbo doesn't seem that bad, and it kinda describes you. Yang's eyes widened in sheer horror. Blake and Weiss looked at Ruby as if she'd suddenly grown horns. Ruby said, please release my sister from whatever you had done. Ashbourne nodded and released Yang. I am not a bimbo, Yang blurted the moment Ashbourne released her. She turned on Ruby, aghast. Don't ever use that word again. Then she rounded on Ashbourne, seething. And don't corrupt my sister, you scum. Ashbourne tilted his head, genuinely confused. Did I say anything wrong? Yang's fists clenched at her sides, shaking. Ruby quickly stepped between them, hands raised. We're about to arrive at Beacon. Let's not fight, okay? The tensions settled just enough for the aircraft to continue its descent in relative silence, only the faint sound of Yang quietly fuming in the corner. the aircraft touched down gently on Beacon's landing pad. As the doors slid open, Team RWBY and their guests stepped out into the light. Waiting for them stood Headmaster Osbin, Headmistress Glinda Goodwitch, and General James Ironwood. Ironwood stepped forward first, his posture rigid and commanding, his every movement radiating military authority. "Welcome to Beacon," he said firmly, offering a nod toward Ashbourne and Amazo. "And thank you for defending Vale." Ashbourne returned the gesture with a faint smile. "It was no problem," he said smoothly. "I am Ashbourne Black and this is my son Amazo." He paused for a beat before continuing, his tone shifting slightly. "Actually, I was hoping to speak with you, General. There's a rather important matter I wish to discuss privately." Ironwood's brow furrowed slightly. What kind of urgent matter? Ashbourne gave him a knowing smile. "Let's not waste time with questions here. It's best discussed elsewhere." He turned to Amazo. "Stay with Team RWBY, explore the place." Yang immediately frowned. "Why would we show him anything?" she snapped. Ashbourne turned toward her, disappointment on his face. "How rude of you. We are guests and you're treating us like this. Seriously, what are they teaching students these days?" Before the tension could rise further, Osbin stepped forward with a calm but firm voice. "Team RWBY, please accompany Mr. Black Jr. around the campus." Though Yang still looked displeased, the girls obeyed without further protest, falling in line as Ashbourne walked away alongside the three senior figures, heading toward the headmaster's tower. As they walked, Ruby turned to Amazo and smiled. "So, what do you want to see first?" "I have no preferences," Amazo replied plainly, his tone calm and neutral. Meanwhile, at the top of the tower, Ashbourne stood with Ironwood, Osbin, and Glinda in the briefing chamber. He didn't waste time with formalities. "I want you to put my son, Amazo, in the same team as Penny Polandina." Ironwood blinked, his face hardening. "I can't do that, and even if I could, why?" Ashbourne's expression remained cool and confident. "You can do it. You're the headmaster of Atlas Academy and a general, what you say goes. And as for why, I want Amazo to interact with someone similar to him." Ironwood's eyes widened. "He's like Penny." Ashbourne nodded slowly. "Yes, and I don't take things for free. In return for helping me, I can help you with something of your choice." He leaned in slightly. "For example, I can help you recover. You'll have actual limbs again, flesh and bone instead of metal." Ironwood stiffened. His mind reeled, caught between disbelief and hope. Glinda, who had been silent until now, looked between them with confusion. "What is going on?" she demanded. "What is he talking about, James? And what do you mean by helping him recover?" Osbin's face was pale, his usual composed mask beginning to falter. "Glinda, calm down." He turned toward Ashbourne, his voice lower and cautious. "Why are you back?" Ashbourne met Osbin's gaze with open amusement. "You stay out of it," he said dismissively. Reaching into his coat, Ashbourne produced a vial of shimmering red liquid. He held it up before Ironwood's eyes. "If you drink this," he said, "your limbs will grow back. Your injuries, all of them, will be fully healed. A good trade, no?" Ironwood narrowed his eyes. "Do you expect me to trust someone I just met and drink some unknown thing?" Ashbourne's grin deepened. "Let's say I'm not lying. Let's say you can be healed completely. In your eyes, is that a fair trade?" Ironwood hesitated. There was a long silence, then he slowly nodded. "It is, but that still doesn't answer my question." Ashbourne's smile widened. "It's simple," he said, as his eyes began to glow a deep, unnatural purple. "I force you to drink it and all is good." It wasn't long after they had parted ways that Team RWBY and Amazo encountered Ashbourne again. He stood casually in the hallway, hands folded behind his back, wearing a smug expression. "Happy news for all of you," Ashbourne announced with a smile. "We'll be staying at Beacon, and Amazo will be attending classes with you all." Amazo gave a small nod. He showed no objection to whatever his father had planned. The girls, however, had mixed reactions. Ruby blinked in surprise. Blake tilted her head, uncertain. Weiss narrowed her eyes slightly, and Yang immediately stepped forward with her arms crossed. "How could they allow you two to stay at Beacon?" she asked loudly, her voice laced with disbelief. Ashbourne replied coolly, "I'm quite convincing, and think of it as a chance to interact with a different crowd. Maybe it'll fix your attitude, strengthen your ethical values," his eyes slid lazily to Yang, "and help you start dressing in a more refined manner, like your sister or the Ice Queen here." Yang's eyes flared with fire. "There's nothing wrong with me or my style." Ashbourne sighed dramatically and shook his head. "Look, even your sister agrees that you—" Before he could finish, Yang launched at him with a furious shout. In a flash, Ashbourne lazily pointed at her. Yang froze in midair, locked mid-punch, her body paralyzed by invisible force. "You don't learn, do you?" Ashbourne muttered, stepping closer. He glanced up at her suspended form. "And yet you feel offended when I call you a bimbo, the irony." With that, he turned and began walking down the corridor. "Son, let's go prepare our room. I made sure we got the closest to your new 4 friends dorm." He gave the girls a casual wave without looking back. "See you soon." Amazo gave the team a polite nod. "Thank you for the tour." He turned and followed Ashbourne silently. Yang dropped to the ground a moment later, groaning. "I swear," she muttered through clenched teeth, "one day I'm going to break that asshole's face." Ruby watched Ashbourne disappear down the hallway. "I don't know, he's not that bad. He's kind of funny." Yang rounded on her. "You're my sister. You're supposed to be on my side." Ruby raised both hands in surrender. "I am on your side." Weiss let out an exasperated breath. "Let's go back to our dorms. I've had enough today." Back in the headmaster's office, silence hung heavy in the air. General Ironwood sat on the floor, completely naked, staring blankly into space, his face devoid of emotion. His limbs, once cold and metallic, were now warm and human again, but there was no joy in his expression. Glinda stood beside him, arms crossed and clearly uncomfortable. "Shouldn't you be happy?" she asked, her voice strained. "Your wounds are healed, your limbs are back." Ironwood slowly exhaled, still not looking up. "I would have been if not for feeling so violated." Osbin stood by the window, pinching the bridge of his nose with a sigh. "James, at least wear something." Chapter 85, Designed to Evolve. The room was quiet and sparsely furnished. 2 beds, one on each side, and a single large window in the center overlooking Beacon's sprawling campus. Ashbourne sat on the edge of his bed, absently gazing out the window while Amazo stood by, his gaze inquisitive. "Father," Amazo began, "is it really okay to keep annoying people like that?" Ashbourne smirked faintly, not looking away. "It's fine. They're still young and still know no malice. Besides, they were tense after seeing my shadow. It's a good distraction. Keeps them relaxed to some extent." Amazo tilted his head. "But why show it in the first place? I could have handled the grim or just retreated without exposing that level of power." Ashbourne finally turned to him, his expression calm. "In this world, people unlock something called aura. With it, a semblance manifests, a power unique to each person. They'll assume my shadow is my semblance. It will be just another semblance, albeit a little over the top. But I must admit I am as baffled as I am amused by Yang. She is showing hostility after seeing some of what I can do. I wonder how long she will continue to try punching me." "I see," Amazo replied, absorbing the information while ignoring Ashbourne musings. "Then, what am I supposed to do here exactly?" "Well, for now," Ashbourne said, reclining on the bed, "you attend school. You'll soon be placed in a team with a girl named Penny." Amazo raised an eyebrow. "Penny, is she the android?" Ashbourne nodded. "Yes. Like you, she's more than metal and wires, she has a soul and emotions. It'll be good for you, experience what it's like to flirt, connect, you might even like it." Amazo blinked. "I have multiple recorded plans on how to approach and flirt with girls." Ashbourne chuckled heartily. "Keep it simple, act normal, see where things go." Amazo paused thoughtfully, then gave a slow nod. The next day came with clear skies and energetic chatter as students filled the combat class. Amazo walked calmly through the gates, class schedule in hand. He scanned the crowd and immediately spotted Team RWBY sitting with a few others. A blonde boy chatting nervously, a boy with black hair and a pink streak, and 2 girls, one orange-haired and loud, the other red-haired and calm. As eyes turned toward him, Amazo gave a small wave and took a nearby seat, his posture upright and composed. Moments later, 3 newcomers sat beside him, a graceful raven-haired woman with piercing amber eyes, a silver-haired young man with a confident smirk, and a mint-haired girl with a casual but calculating gaze. "Cinder," the woman introduced herself, nodding politely. "These are Mercury and Emerald. We are from Haven." "Amazo Black," he responded evenly. "I'm a temporary student here." Cinder's eyes narrowed slightly in interest. "I saw the footage of yesterday. Was the darkness your semblance?" Amazo shook his head. "That was my father's power. He controls and commands the shadows." Emerald whistled softly. "Impressive and terrifying. I don't think anyone could fight something like that." Amazo nodded. "Father is, on a whole different level from the rest of humanity." Before Cinder could probe further, the doors opened with forceful precision. Glinda Goodwitch entered the arena, her expression strict as ever. Her gaze swept across the gathered students and lingering just a second longer on Amazo. "Today," she announced, "we have a guest joining our ranks. Mr. Amazo Black will be attending our classes for the time being. She paused, then focused directly on him. To ensure you're properly placed, could you share how much huntsman training or formal combat experience you've received? Amazo stood without hesitation. None. I was designed to be combat-ready, capable of adapting and evolving as necessary. A hushed silence fell over the class. Glinda blinked. Designed. I am not a human, Amazo said calmly. I am an android, a synthetic being created with the capacity to learn, adapt, and evolve. Murmurs erupted across the room. Eyes widened. Even Glinda seemed momentarily stunned, a flicker of uncertainty passing through her otherwise composed face. Glinda Goodwitch narrowed her eyes. Is this some kind of joke? Amazo calmly shook his head. He knew her skepticism was natural, even expected. Can you prove that? Glinda asked. She braced herself for some ridiculous claim or childish explanation, but what followed made every jaw in the room drop. Without a word, Amazo stepped to the side of the room and his body shimmered with golden energy. His form expanded, rising and reshaping until a towering golden giant, over 3 meters tall, stood before them. Its form sleek and perfect, glowing with subtle internal light. This is my true form, Amazo spoke, his voice deeper and mechanical, yet undeniably intelligent. My human appearance is purely for convenience. It was modeled after a younger version of my father. Silence, then stunned murmuring. Ruby, unable to contain herself, pointed with wide eyes. Wait, he really adopted you. Amazo shifted back into his human form, blinking. My father told you no lies. Glinda took a breath, recomposing herself with visible effort. This is difficult to process. It's hard to assess you as we would a typical student. Her voice steadied. Would you mind undergoing a combat test to evaluate your abilities? Amazo nodded. How will this test proceed? Come to the stage, Glinda said, gesturing toward the sparring platform. You'll face off against another student. Without hesitation, Amazo walked to the center of the room. Glinda turned to the crowd. Mr. Winchester, would you join us? Carden Winchester stood up with a smug grin. You want me to fight the smart toaster? I'd never turn that down. Glinda checked her scroll for aura levels and frowned. Since you have no aura to track, I'll stop the match if it gets too dangerous for you. Amazo looked at her curiously. Is aura normally required in these class combats? It is, Glinda confirmed. Suddenly, Amazo closed his eyes for 2 seconds then opened them. I have aura now. Glinda blinked and glanced back at her scroll. The screen updated, showing a green bar, Amazo's aura full and active. How? She asked, baffled. I analyzed your aura signature and generated one of my own, Amazo answered. It is part of my continuous evolution capability. Whispers erupted across the arena. Even the previously smug Carden seemed a little less sure of himself. Trying to regain control of the class, Glinda took a step back. Do you require a weapon? Amazo shook his head. I can create one if necessary. Carden scoffed. These little tricks won't help you. Glinda raised her hand. Fight however you like, begin. Carden laughed and charged, bringing his mace crashing into Amazo's face. A solid impact and Amazo didn't even blink. The aura bar didn't drop an inch. Carden attacked again, once, twice, 3 times. Still nothing. How is your aura not dropping? Carden shouted. I am generating it constantly, Amazo replied. Your damage output is insufficient. That's not fair, you can't just have infinite aura. Amazo blinked. Understood, setting constant aura levels to match yours. The crowd murmured, trying to process what they just heard. Carden snarled and lunged again, but this time, Amazo's hand snapped up and caught his arm mid-swing. A casual punch to the chest, he sent Carden flying across the arena. The force knocked Carden's aura into the red immediately, and he groaned as he skidded to a stop. The room was silent again. Even Glinda's expression cracked into disbelief. Amazo turned to her. Is this sufficient? Glinda nodded slowly. Yes. But before she could end the session, Yang stood up, fire in her eyes. I want to spar with him. Glinda glanced at Amazo. Are you okay with that? I am. Yang walked to the stage, excited. Hey, can you take other people's forms? Yes. She grinned. Then take mine. Let's see how it feels fighting myself. Amazo's body shimmered and twisted, and a second Yang stood on the stage. Same smirk, same hair, same swagger. He tilted his head and asked in Yang's voice, Is this good enough? Yang burst out laughing. Perfect. The rest of the class was stunned. Glinda looked back and forth between the 2 Yangs, genuinely struggling to tell them apart. If she hadn't seen Amazo transform with her own eyes, she wouldn't have known who was who. Even Weiss blinked. This is going to be interesting. The moment the spar began, fists flew in a blur of gold and flame. Amazo and Yang collided in the center of the stage, each exchanging brutal punches in a ferocious boxing match. Blow for blow, the two matched pace, and to the astonishment of the class, Amazo's strikes were perfectly synchronized with Yang's rhythm. Every movement she made, he mirrored flawlessly. Even more shocking, mounted on his arms were a perfect copy of Ember Celica, Yang's signature shotgun gauntlets. With every punch, he fired explosive blasts just like her, mimicking not only her form but her fighting style down to the tiniest detail. But as the duel continued, something became painfully clear. Amazo was winning. He wasn't just mimicking, he was improving at an alarming rate. From the sidelines, Ruby's jaw dropped. How is he better at being Yang than Yang? Blake crossed her arms, eyes narrowed in understanding. He said it himself, he learns, adapts, evolves. I think we're looking at an evolved version of Yang. Weiss, usually hard to impress, couldn't help but exhale in disbelief. This is beyond impressive. Back on the platform, Yang gritted her teeth as another punch knocked her back. But she refused to yield. Slamming her fists together, her eyes glowed red and her golden hair flared to life, igniting like wildfire. I won't lose to a copy, she shouted, her semblance roaring to life. But just as quickly, Amazo mirrored her action. He slammed his hands together and his hair ignited as well, glowing gold with fire. The same aura, the same pressure, the same heat. A perfect, terrifying reflection of Yang's power. The room fell into stunned silence. Yang's eyes widened, then narrowed, then softened. The fire in her hair died down. She exhaled sharply. Yeah, no, I surrender. I'm not fighting a much stronger version of me with my own semblance. Amazo immediately powered down and shifted back into his normal human form. Calm, composed, almost unaware of the awe he'd left behind. Glinda stepped forward, her voice steady but incredulous. Can you also copy other people's semblances? Amazo nodded. Yes, as long as I can analyze the energy output and structural pattern of the semblance, I can replicate it. It does not matter if the energy is biological, artificial, or elemental in nature. If it exists, I can achieve a similar result. Glinda blinked slowly. She had lost count of how many times she'd been shocked today. Weiss stared at him. Who made you, and how does something like you even exist? Amazo tilted his head slightly. My original father died shortly after my creation. A heavy silence fell over the room, respectful and somber. Glinda adjusted her glasses, composed once again. Thank you, Mr. Black. Please take your seat. You've shown us far more than enough today. Amazo nodded and walked back to his seat, calm as ever. Behind him, the class whispered, processing what they had just seen, not a machine pretending to be human, but something greater, something beyond. And so, the legend of the android who could evolve began to take root at Beacon. Chapter 86, The Heart of an Android. The cafeteria buzzed with chatter as trays clattered and students flooded in. But one table, right in the center, drew far more attention than most. Surrounding Amazo, who sat calmly with a tray in front of him, were members of Team RWBY and several others, all leaning in with burning curiosity. So like, can you fly? Ruby asked, eyes wide with fascination. Yes, Amazo replied, calmly spooning some mashed potatoes onto his plate. Can you breathe underwater? Weiss chimed in. As an android, I have no need for air. Can you turn invisible? Blake added. Yes. Do you have X-ray vision? Yang asked, grinning. Yes, but I turn it off by default. It would be invasive. As they peppered him with questions, Amazo answered each one with the same calm, matter-of-fact tone. His motions as he picked at the food were eerily precise, yet oddly human. He sat and ate with them as if he'd done it all his life. Hold on, Nora from Team JNPR shouted, pointing a sausage-laden fork at him. How come you're eating? I thought you're like a machine and all. Amazo glanced at her, unbothered. I evolved to be able to consume food like humans, not for fuel but for enjoyment. My father encouraged it so I could understand taste, cuisine, and delicacies the way humans do. Blake's eyes narrowed, thoughtful. But why would you do that? I mean, you're an android. Wouldn't you want to stay perfect, to stay above basic needs like hunger? Amazo paused, then looked up. His voice softened slightly. When I met my father, I had no purpose. I existed, but I didn't know why. He told me that to find a purpose, I had to have feelings, a will, the ability and desire to choose. If I didn't, someone else would decide for me, and I would only follow orders, a tool to be exploited. The students quieted as Amazo continued. When I asked how to get emotions, he adopted me. He insisted I eat food, watch shows, play games. He even enrolled me in school with my sister. He wanted me to experience life. I am thankful. Without that, I would have missed out on so much. He looked up and smiled, not a practiced, mechanical gesture, but something soft, honest. Real. The table fell into a reflective silence. Ruby was the first to speak, her voice soft. He sounds like a good father. Amazo nodded. He might seem strange, he might annoy people, but he's the best father anyone could ask for. He found me and my sister when we were alone, lost, and he gave us everything he could. Through his odd way of living, we found our place in the world. Yang frowned a little. Now I feel bad that I wanted to break his face. Amazo turned to her, still serene. You can't do that. Father is the most powerful person I know. You won't be able to match him in your lifetime. Attempting to fight him would be bad for your health. Yang scoffed, folding her arms. All it takes is one punch to the face. Amazo didn't answer. He just resumed eating. Before anyone could press further, the familiar voice of Glinda Goodwitch rang through the cafeteria. Mr. Black. Amazo stood without hesitation and followed her out, tray in hand. The eyes of nearly half the room followed him until he disappeared through the doors. The moment he was gone, Blake spoke up. Amazo is a marvel of creation. I still can't believe someone made that. Everyone nodded in agreement. Nora tapped her chin with a spoon. So, just how strong do you think he is? The question lingered in the air. No one had an answer. But they all wanted to know. The elevator hummed softly as it ascended toward the headmaster's office. Inside, Amazo stood calmly beside Professor Glinda Goodwitch. When the elevator doors slid open with a ding, they stepped into the grand, clockwork-themed office. The gears ticked in rhythm behind Headmaster Osbin, who stood near his desk holding his ever-present mug. Standing beside him was General James Ironwood, arms folded and gaze sharp. In one of the room's chairs sat Ashbourne, casually sipping coffee like he owned the place. Welcome, Amazo, Osbin greeted, his voice warm but watchful. I've heard quite a bit about you already. Ironwood's tone was more direct. Professor Goodwitch spoke highly of your combat assessment, quite impressive, to say the least. Amazo inclined his head. Thank you, General. Ironwood nodded back. I believe your father already informed you. You're to be assigned to an Atlas-affiliated team. Your partner will be Penny Polandina. She's similar to you, though her functionality is less advanced. I understand, Amazo replied without hesitation. Just then, the elevator chimed again and opened. A blur of bright orange hair and green flashed into the room as a girl stepped out, beaming. She wore a short green jacket, pleated skirt, and boots that clicked as she moved with mechanical precision and boundless energy. Penny reporting for duty, General, she saluted, standing tall. At ease, Penny, Ironwood said, a faint smile creeping in. He gestured to Amazo. This is your new partner, Amazo Black, he is. Before he could finish, Penny gasped and stepped closer, eyes wide with wonder. You're not human. Amazo smiled. That's correct, I'm also a synthetic being, an advanced android. Penny's eyes sparkled as she clapped her hands and practically bounced in place. Oh my gosh, I didn't know there was another one like me. This is so exciting. Ashbourne chuckled lightly, putting down his coffee. You two are partners now, no need to linger in this boring old office. Permission to exit, General? Penny asked, already grabbing Amazo's wrist. Ironwood gave a nod, and before anyone could say another word, Penny had pulled Amazo along in a blur of green and orange. The doors whooshed shut behind them. The office fell into an awkward silence. Ashbourne leaned back, stretching lazily. Children grow fast, don't they? The trio of seasoned huntsmen and leaders exchanged glances. There was something in Ashbourne's tone that didn't sit right. The way he pushed for this, the way Amazo went along without protest, something about it all felt like a carefully arranged date. Ironwood cleared his throat. Mr. Black, what exactly is your goal here at Beacon? Why did you push for those two to be partnered? Ashbourne took another sip of his coffee, smirking behind the cup. To watch my son grow, and to have a little fun on the side. His gaze turned to them, calm, casual, but with something sharp hidden beneath. Besides, it's always good to make more friends, don't you think? He smiled. I could be yours during my stay here. That could be useful to all of you. None of the three answered immediately, but none of them missed the implication either. The evening sun dipped low behind the mountains, casting long orange streaks across the quiet halls of Beacon Academy. Most students had settled into their dorms or wandered the grounds, enjoying a brief moment of peace. In the academy's upper floor, one room had a father waiting for the return of his son with a freshly made cup of coffee. Ashbourne sat cross-legged on his bed, drinking coffee, his demeanor relaxed but his eyes sharp with anticipation. He had been waiting for something meaningful, his son's return. The door creaked open, and Amazo stepped inside, his movements smooth as always, betraying none of the exhaustion others might show after a full day. The door closed behind him with a faint click. Ashbourne straightened with a smirk. "So, how was Penny?" Amazo tilted his head slightly. "I assumed you would have been watching me closely through the shadows." Ashbourne waved a hand dismissively. "Nah, that is intrusive and makes things boring. I prefer to hear it from you. Observation is just noise, but your perspective, that's where the story lives." Amazo paused, processing that, then slowly nodded. "She is the most energetic person I've ever met. Enthusiastic, bright, unpredictable. She reminded me of Grandpa Rex but more confident, and far more energetic." Ashbourne chuckled, clearly amused. "Ah, Uncle Rex, he is a good-natured goofball with a sense of responsibility. Good comparison." He leaned forward slightly, eyes gleaming with curiosity. "So, did you enjoy her company? Was she to your liking? Or should we start prepping for the next world?" Amazo smiled genuinely, a small, warm expression. "It was surprisingly fun," Amazo said. "I would like for us to remain here for some time more." Ashbourne grinned like a proud parent watching his child take their first real step into life. "Now, dear son, you're growing to be a man, an android man." They both shared a quiet moment, neither needing to say more. The days to come is the start of something new for Amazo. Chapter 87, A Day with Ruby. The first rays of morning light spilled through the windows of Beacon Academy, catching the dew that clung to the glass. Most students were still half asleep, dragging themselves toward the promise of breakfast. Not Amazo. As precise and punctual as ever, he made his way to meet Penny, eager for the start of their second day as partners. Elsewhere, Ashbourne, who found the morning dull and uneventful, decided to stir things up. He stood before the door of Team RWBY's dorm and gave a casual knock. It creaked open moments later to reveal Ruby, her silver eyes still adjusting to the morning glare. "Good morning," Ashbourne greeted smoothly. Ruby blinked, then blinked again. Good morning. How can we help you?" Ashbourne folded his arms behind his back. "I'm going to Vale and need a tour guide. You are the only one I know, and it just so happens you're free today." From inside, Yang's voice rang out, sharp and immediate. "We're busy." Ashbourne didn't miss a beat. With a mock frown and a slow shake of his head, he replied, "Your generation truly has no respect for the elderly. I am the father of your classmate, and I'm asking for your help, yet you act like that. I weep for the future of this kingdom." Ruby, flustered by the melodramatic guilt trip, turned to Yang. "It's fine, I can help him." Yang scoffed, "No, it's not." Weiss and Blake peeked from behind, both watching with silent confusion and quiet judgment. Neither said a word. Ashbourne, undeterred by the resistance, clapped his hands once. "Excellent, then it's decided. I and young Ruby shall go have fun in Vale." Before Ruby could react, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "Whoosh." The world around her blurred and shifted. In the blink of an eye, Ruby found herself standing in a narrow alley in Vale, wind tousling her cloak. "What just happened?" she exclaimed. "We are in Vale," Ashbourne said to clarify. "I can teleport." "That's kinda cool," Ruby admitted, then her eyes widened. "Wait, you kidnapped me." Ashbourne looked genuinely offended. "Your accusation is truly perplexing. I merely shifted our physical location to a more convenient one so you may exercise your skill as a Vale guide without the interruptions of your easy-to-offend sister." Ruby blinked. That was a very long way to say yes. Ashbourne chuckled. "So, where shall we go? Your choice, my treat." Ruby tilted her head thinking, then she smiled brightly. "All right, I know just the place." Minutes later, they stepped into a warmly lit cookie shop known throughout Vale for its variety and its prices. Ruby was about to suggest just a couple of the more modestly priced options, but Ashbourne went straight for the counter, scanning the display. Behind them, a television aired the local news. The White Fang branch in Atlas was completely wiped out overnight. Investigators are baffled by the sudden collapse of the group's operations, and even more stunned by the total disappearance of their ill-gotten funds. Ruby turned to the screen. Who could possibly have done that? Ashbourne, browsing through cookie types, said offhandedly, "Someone short on money who wanted some quick cash. Convenient, and technically legal." Ruby blinked. Fighting terrorists for money isn't something a sane person would do. Ashbourne just smiled and said nothing, eyes twinkling with amusement. Meanwhile, Ruby, intending to pick only a few cookies due to the outrageous prices, was stunned as Ashbourne ordered one of everything. Her eyes sparkled like stars. "Isn't this a bit much?" she asked, half in awe, half in worry. Ashbourne shrugged. "It's my treat, and it's not like we come here every day." As the counter filled with box after box, Ruby nearly squealed in excitement. After finishing a stomachful of cookies and still buzzing from the sugar, Ruby led Ashbourne down one of Vale's main streets. "Come on," she said with excitement in her step. "I want to show you something really cool. This is the best weapon shop in all of Vale." Ashbourne raised an eyebrow, amused, but followed without protest. Inside, the walls gleamed with rows of expertly crafted weapons. Some shifted form with the press of a button, blades that transformed into guns, axes that folded into shields, and swords embedded with dust chambers of varying elements. Ashbourne wandered slowly, admiring the craftsmanship. "Some of these are rather impressive," he admitted, picking up a glaive with a foldable blade. On the other side of the shop, Ruby was in full lecture mode, animatedly pointing out the designs and features. "That one has triple dust storage. That one can change its blade type mid-fight. Oh, and this one has a recoil system that increases its power after each swing." She paused, turning to him. "So, what kind of weapon do you like?" Ashbourne tapped his chin thoughtfully. "I've always been fond of classic weapons. Swords are noble, but daggers, they're practical, efficient, intimate." Ruby tilted her head. "You don't carry any, though." Ashbourne chuckled. "That's because I'm a civilian, not a huntsman, and as for weapons..." He held up a hand, and his shadow rippled unnaturally. From the inky blackness emerged 4 distinct daggers, each floating above his palm. One glowed a fiery red, another shimmered blue like frost, a third emitted a vibrant green light, and the fourth pulsed with a strange purple energy. Ruby gasped, eyes turning into literal stars as she picked up the red one. "These are amazing. Why are they glowing like this?" "Unique materials," Ashbourne said, watching her with a smirk. "Each is forged through a different process by skilled hands." Ruby marveled at them for another moment, until Ashbourne added with a sly grin, "I could give you one, if you drop that oversized scythe of yours." Ruby held the dagger like it was sacred, but at those words, she quickly hugged Crescent Rose. "Crescent Rose is the greatest weapon ever made. I'd never abandon her." Ashbourne shrugged. "Your loss." They walked a bit longer through the streets of Vale before Ruby turned to him with a more serious tone. "Why did you let Roman run away that day?" "I already answered that," Ashbourne said casually, "because I felt like it." "He could be committing another crime right now," Ruby said, brows furrowing. "Maybe he's already hurt someone." Ashbourne looked at her, the smile returning to his lips. "Then let's find out what he's doing, shall we?" Before Ruby could process that, the light around her shifted. Suddenly, she was no longer standing in the sunlit street, but in a dimly lit room, a storage unit, judging by the walls. Only a single light bulb swayed gently above them. "Wait, what just..." she began, but Ashbourne's voice rang out. "Mr. Torchwick, apologies for the sudden visit, but we are concerned about your well-being after the events from 2 days ago." From a back room, Roman, Torchwick, and Neo emerged. They froze instantly upon seeing Ashbourne's smile. Ruby instinctively pulled out Crescent Rose. Ashbourne calmly placed a hand on her shoulder. "You were concerned for his well-being, were you not? Don't start a fight now." Ruby blinked. "I was concerned about other people's well-being because of him." "Details," Ashbourne said with a shrug. "We're not here for violence. Please put the weapon down." Roman and Neo exchanged terrified glances, more afraid of Ashbourne's casual tone than the scythe-wielding girl. Ashbourne stepped forward. From the shadows behind him, a pristine white box rose, warm and faintly fragrant. He handed it to Roman. "A gift freshly baked, for our visit." Roman took it, eyeing it like it might explode. "What is going on here?" Ashbourne placed a firm hand on Roman's shoulder. "We're simply checking on the health of a fine gentleman, and hoping to hear your story, the tale of your rise to infamy in Vale's underworld. I believe it would be enlightening for young Miss Rose." Ruby tilted her head, stunned. "What?" Ashbourne gestured to her. "Look at this young, confused face. Would you really leave her ignorant of how the world works? Isn't it better to hear the truth in a safe, controlled environment, away from flying Grimm that can eat you whole?" Roman blinked. "Why do you keep bringing up the part about me getting eaten by Grimm?" Ashbourne simply gave him a slow, unsettling smile. Roman instinctively took a step back. "Right, so, cookies and story time it is then." Hours passed in strange comfort inside the dimly lit storage unit. Ruby sat cross-legged on the floor, an empty cookie wrapper in her lap, and an expression of wonder on her face. Next to her, Neo leaned back against a crate, savoring a scoop of strawberry ice cream, another miraculous treat drawn from Ashbourne's shadow, still perfectly chilled. Roman Torchwick leaned on a broken chair, arms animated as he recounted one of his most notorious escapades, the great coffee heist. Ruby hung onto every word, occasionally gasping, asking questions, or blinking in disbelief. She couldn't help herself, despite knowing who Roman was and what he had done. Hearing the world from his point of view was captivating. "So wait," Ruby said, eyes wide. "That's why the price of coffee spiked so badly that year. My dad was willing to pay triple just for a single bag of beans, but he couldn't find any." Roman grinned smugly, leaning back with pride. "That's right, Red. That was my greatest heist. A full month's stock from every major distributor in Vale vanished overnight." Ruby stared at him like he'd just recited an epic poem. "You really pulled that off for coffee." "Caffeine is power," Roman said dramatically, tapping the side of his nose. "Always remember that." Ashbourne clapped his hands slowly from the back of the room, a smile tugging at his lips. "A fine storyteller you are, Mr. Torchwick. You paint criminality with the brush of an artist." He stood, his shadows dancing unnaturally in the dim light. "But as with all good things, our little visit must now come to an end. It's already nightfall, and I need to escort Miss Rose back to her dorm." Roman nodded. "Right about this place." Ashbourne waved a hand dismissively. "Worry not. I'm the only one who knows, and I have no intention of exposing you or your lovely companion here. You have my word." Neo gave him a small nod while still licking her spoon, seemingly at peace. Ashbourne turned to Ruby, placing a hand lightly on her shoulder. "Have a pleasant rest of your evening, Miss Rose." Ruby hesitated for just a second, then looked at Roman. "Thanks for the story." And then the two vanished in an instant. Roman and Neo stood in silence for a long moment. "That was extra weird," Roman finally muttered. Neo nodded slowly. Roman sighed. "Let's get back to work." Despite the chaos of the visit, neither of them doubted Ashbourne's word. The man was a walking nightmare, a being who could find them any time he wanted. If he said he'd keep their secret, it wasn't out of mercy, it was because lying would be pointless for someone like him. Back at Beacon, Ruby stumbled as her feet touched solid ground again. She barely had time to get her bearings before. "Ruby." Yang slammed into her with a bear hug, almost lifting her off the floor. "Where were you? I was worried sick." Ruby laughed nervously. "Sorry, I was, having fun, lost track of time. If it wasn't for Ashbourne, I wouldn't have come back at all." Yang held her at arm's length, scanning her face with narrowed eyes. "That asshole, I'm breaking his face." Weiss raised an eyebrow, stepping into view. "What exactly did you two do while you were away?" Ruby looked at her teammates, a small, stunned smile forming on her lips. "You'll find it hard to believe." Chapter 88, The Dark Lord of Beacon. The morning sun cast warm golden rays across the Beacon courtyard as students made their way to the training halls. Among them, Amazo strolled calmly beside Penny, who was chatting animatedly about the upcoming Vital Festival. As they rounded a corner toward the combat arena, Team RWBY appeared ahead of them. The girls were gathered near the entrance, seemingly waiting or perhaps just loitering in anticipation of the class. "Good morning," Amazo greeted with a courteous nod. "Hello, friends," Penny waved with her usual cheery enthusiasm. Weiss nodded politely, and Blake offered a subtle wave, but Yang immediately stepped forward with fire in her eyes. "Where's Ashbourne?" Amazo paused, his head tilting slightly. "My father left early this morning. Is something wrong?" Yang crossed her arms, voice tight. "He kidnapped my sister yesterday and dragged her off to a criminal's den to hear a bedtime story from a crime lord. I want to beat the crap out of him." Amazo blinked once, then calmly asked, "Was Ruby harmed?" Yang sputtered. That's not the point. It was dangerous. He took her to where Roman Torchwick lives." Amazo nodded, completely unfazed. "She was in the safest place in the world. Wherever my father stands, nothing can harm you. And compared to what he's done before, that was actually very tame." Team RWBY fell into silence, each processing that ominous statement in their own way. Penny leaned toward Amazo and whispered with admiration, "Your dad sounds impressive." Amazo gave a single, proud nod. "He is." With that, the two of them continued on toward class, leaving Team RWBY behind in the hallway. Ruby shrugged with an awkward smile. "I told you, it's fine." "No," Weiss said flatly, eyes narrowed. Hearing him say it just makes it more concerning. Yang clenched her fist. "One day, I will punch that guy." Inside the combat class, Glinda stood before the class, her stern expression commanding attention as always. Tomorrow begins the vital festival, she announced. You are expected to be at your best. With all 4 kingdoms watching, the pressure will be immense. Prepare yourselves accordingly. Her eyes swept over the students, then rested on one in particular. Mr. Black. Amazo looked up. After discussions between the headmasters and faculty, we've decided you will not be allowed to participate in the festival matches. A quiet murmur spread through the class. Glinda continued, we fear it would be unfair to the other contestants. Amazo nodded without any resistance. Understood. Glinda nodded back, then looked over the room. Since today is the last day before the tournament, anyone interested in a spar? A hand shot up. I'd like to go against Amazo, Pyrrha Nikos said with confidence. The room buzzed louder now. Everyone turned to look. The invincible girl versus the super android. Even Glinda blinked. She turned to Amazo. Do you accept? Amazo nodded. The two approached the arena floor, surrounded by excited classmates whispering, placing mental bets, and wondering how the match would go. On the stage, Pyrrha smiled and held out her hand. Don't hold back, show me what you've really got. Amazo looked genuinely apologetic. Apologies, I can't, you'll die if I do that. Pyrrha hesitated, blinking. Then just show me as much as you can without killing me. Deal. Amazo nodded again. Glinda raised her voice. Combatants ready, you may begin. Pyrrha moved to raise her shield, and then her weapons clattered to the floor. She crumpled forward like a puppet with its strings cut, eyes wide with confusion before her aura flickered out. Standing behind her, calm, composed, utterly still was Amazo. A silence heavier than iron settled over the room. Everyone's eyes turned to the aura display. Empty. Glinda took an uncertain step forward. How? Amazo turned to her and replied evenly, super speed. I can move at levels humans can't perceive. Penny stepped forward helpfully. I've confirmed he can move at least at Mach 30. The silence now had weight. Mach 30, Nora stammered, looking around. Ren answered weakly, his voice distant. He could defeat everyone in this room before we could even blink. In a secluded Beacon Academy room, Cinder Fall sat rigid, her eyes narrowed in deep thought. Mercury leaned back in his chair, his usual smug attitude replaced by an uneasy expression. Emerald paced anxiously near the wall. The silence was thick, finally broken by Mercury. That android? He's way more capable than we thought. That thing's not just a variable, he's a whole disaster to the plan. How the heck did anyone even manage to create something like that? Emerald turned to Cinder, worry etched across her face. What should we do? If that thing decides to come after us, we won't even be able to react. Should we just cancel the plan? Cinder's jaw clenched, her amber eyes flared. I'm not stopping right behind the finish line. That thing is just a machine, and I refuse to believe it's invincible. She leaned forward, voice sharp. And even if it was, what about his human father? Mercury scoffed and threw his hands up. Oh, brilliant. You want to go after the Dark Lord, who eradicated a whole army of Grimm in seconds. How could that possibly go wrong? Cinder glared at him, unamused. If I only had the full maiden powers, things would be much easier. Mercury shrugged with a disinterested grunt. Then Cinder's lips curled into a sly smile. We don't have to beat the father, we just need him. As a hostage, drug him, subdue him. Let's not forget, he's a man after all. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the scheming happening across the academy, the very target of their plan was lounging comfortably inside a dusty storage unit. Ashbourne sat between Roman, Torchwick, and Neo, all three perched on a couch in front of a TV setup running off tech brought and powered by Ashbourne himself. Controllers in hand, they played as if the world outside didn't exist. Roman glanced at him, brow raised. Why are you here again? Ashbourne leaned back lazily. I'm bored, school's dull, and no one's particularly interesting. Roman nodded with a hum of understanding. By the way, you've mentioned twice now I'll be eaten whole by a Grimm. Care to elaborate? Ashbourne chuckled. It got to you, huh? Well, that's the fate written for you. And your girlfriend over here, he pointed lazily at Neo, goes on a revenge arc and ends up becoming a tree. Roman blinked. That is concerning. Ashbourne grinned. Not really. You were supposed to die during the Vital Festival, when the fire bitch kicked off her little terrorist campaign. Roman's brows shot up. You know about Cinder. Ashbourne shrugged. Man, I know the future of this world. I'm just curious if she'll drop her stupid plan now that I and my son are here, or if she'll push ahead anyway. Roman tilted his head. She's a stubborn one. Neo nodded in agreement. Ashbourne gave a low, ominous chuckle. That would be bad for her health. Roman stared at him for a moment, then asked, "Are you even human?" Ashbourne's expression softened with a smirk. "Yes, but an alien to your world. We come from a different one. If you ever get bored with Remnant, I could send you elsewhere." Roman paused, processing the offer. "You for real? What are you, some sort of a human god?" Ashbourne laughed. "No, but I'd be offended if you compared me to puny things like gods." Roman gave a low whistle as they resumed their game. Ashbourne said, "Classes are over. I'll go check on them. You keep following Cinder's orders and let's see where that takes you. Don't worry, if things go south, I'll save your ass." Roman smirked, "Sure thing, new boss." Ashbourne rolled his eyes, "No need for boss." He stood up, stretched lazily, then vanished into thin air. Roman looked over at Neo. "That was strange, but I believe him. Honestly, even if that was not true, he still seems like a good boss to follow. Good personality, godly powers." Neo nodded wordlessly. And just like that, the two returned to their game, as if none of it was out of the ordinary. Ashbourne reappeared at Beacon Academy in front of the main building. Just ahead, students were filing out after classes, among them Amazo, Penny, and the full squads of Team RWBY and Team JNPR. Ashbourne strode forward with his usual calm and a faint smile. "Amazo," he greeted warmly. "How was today's class?" Amazo responded plainly, his tone neutral. "They were the usual, nothing special." Ashbourne gave a thoughtful nod, then turned his gaze to Penny. "I hope Amazo isn't a bad partner." Penny blinked at him, then perked up with cheerful resolve. "Amazo is amazing, the best partner I've ever had," she declared with unexpected passion. "He's reliable and effective, and fun to be around." Ashbourne chuckled, genuinely amused until a blur of movement caught his eye. From the left, a punch flew toward his face. It was Yang. She had taken the opportunity to slip around the group unnoticed and launched a full-force strike at Ashbourne while he was distracted. But before her fist could make contact, her body froze mid-motion just inches away. Ashbourne turned his head slightly, eyes calm but unimpressed. "What kind of person greets someone with a punch?" he asked, his tone dry. "That's barbarism at full display." Yang snarled, her body still suspended mid-strike. "You took my sweet little sister to a criminal den." Ashbourne raised an eyebrow, and she had fun, no? Yang's jaw tightened. "Fun with a crime lord? What is wrong with you?" Ashbourne answered smoothly, putting Mr. Torchwick's shady operations and criminal activities to the side. "He's a delight to accompany." Yang blinked, caught off guard by the bizarre sincerity of the statement. Amazo tilted his head and asked, "Are you planning to offer him a job?" Ashbourne nodded. "He's currently in the middle of a terrorist campaign, but once that's over. Yes, I plan on offering him one." Penny tilted her head in visible confusion. "How does that work?" Around her, the rest of the students, Ruby, Weiss, Blake, John, Pyrrha, Nora, Ren, and even the more stoic Lyren, all wore similar looks of puzzlement. Amazo answered for Ashbourne, his tone as matter-of-fact as ever. "Father will simply offer him a job, no different from any hiring operation. It is not the first time Father offered jobs to villains and terrorists. My sister actually can be considered a terrorist or a villain right before Father adopted her." Silence fell across the group. Amazo's answer, rather than clarifying anything, only deepened the confusion on every face. Weiss blinked. Nora tilted her head like she was trying to solve a riddle. Blake looked between Ashbourne and Amazo like they were some alien enigma, which, technically, they were. Ashbourne just smiled. Chapter 89, Prophecies and Androids. Ashbourne clapped his hands with a grin, putting aside my hiring plans. "I'm more interested in lunch. Anyone interested in getting something from Vale, or should we head to the cafeteria?" Ruby perked up immediately. "Let's go to Vale." Ashbourne nodded, and with a smooth motion, his shadow expanded like ink spilling across the ground. In the blink of an eye, the entire group found themselves in the heart of Vale. Confusion instantly flooded their faces. Ruby blinked rapidly. "You can do that for multiple people." Ashbourne gave a graceful performance bow. "Of course, now then, lead the way." Ruby recovered quickly, smiling. "We're actually close by," she said, then began walking with the rest of the group following. Yang, however, called out angrily, "You can't possibly drag me like this." Everyone stopped and turned. Behind Ashbourne floated a rigid, frozen Yang, completely still, hovering like a statue. It seemed most of them had forgotten she was still immobilized. Ashbourne glanced back at her. "I can't have you free, you're a punch risk." Yang growled, "One day, I'll punch the shit out of your smug face." Ashbourne shook his head slowly. "Consider this a training exercise for your temper. If you stay like this, it will lead you to bad places. Yang snapped back, the only bad place is where you are. Ashbourne's expression turned thoughtful, even serious. Not really. If you remain like this, you'll lose your arm by your friend's red-haired obsessive ex-boyfriend's katana. Then you'll become depressed, traumatized, constantly dreaming about the night you lost it. Part of you will change, you'll fear men, you'll withdraw, and possibly end up alone. Silence followed his words like a heavy cloud. Ruby's voice came out weak and uncertain. That's oddly specific, again. Ashbourne simply smiled. It is just a possibility, but I advise you to keep my words in mind, he said, and with a casual gesture of his hand, he released Yang from her frozen state. He turned to Ruby with renewed cheer. Now let's go. Ruby forced a smile. Oh yes, she said, but even as she started walking again, she couldn't shake the disturbing image Ashbourne had painted. Penny, walking beside Amazo, leaned toward him and whispered, "What was that about?" Amazo shrugged. "Father knows stuff no one knows, past, present, and even future, and I have yet to see him make a mistake." Penny nodded slowly, but Amazo's calm confidence only served to spook the rest of the group. Especially Yang, who subconsciously reached to touch her arm, and Blake, who had turned noticeably pale. Red-haired obsessive ex-boyfriend, Blake thought, a chill running down her spine. That could only apply to one person, right? The group headed to a nearby pizza shop in Vale. The moment food was served, all thoughts of Ashbourne's grim prediction vanished. Laughter and chatter filled the table as everyone enjoyed their meal, everyone except Penny, who sat quietly, watching the others eat with her hands folded neatly in front of her. Ashbourne, observing her, had a thoughtful look on his face. "Amazo," he said casually, "are you able to make Penny taste food like you?" Amazo paused mid-bite and tilted his head in thought. "It's possible," he said after a moment, "though it would be a complex process to adjust her body." The group paused, exchanging confused glances. Ashbourne pointed at Penny. "Penny is also a sentient android," he explained. "Though her functionality is different, she's not capable of evolution like Amazo, but she is learning human norms." Stunned silence fell across the table. Penny's eyes widened in panic. "That's supposed to be a secret," she exclaimed. Ashbourne waved a hand dismissively. "Next to you is an android capable of causing disasters. No one is really going to mind your existence, and besides, don't you want to be able to taste food?" Penny looked down at the pizza in front of her. Her expression shifted from panic to quiet curiosity, eyes lingering on the slices she could never experience. Ashbourne grinned and looked at Amazo. "Rules are made to be broken." Amazo blinked once, then nodded. Without saying anything else, he reached out and placed a hand on Penny's shoulder. In an instant, silver-like liquid began spreading across her body like living mercury. Penny gasped, "What is this?" She tried to move, but her body refused to respond. The others leaned forward, watching with a mix of confusion and fascination. After a tense minute, the silver liquid receded back into Amazo's body, leaving Penny seemingly unchanged but clearly bewildered. "I modified your body to be able to taste food," Amazo said calmly. "Try eating something." Penny looked at him, then down at the food. Slowly, she picked up a slice of pizza and took a bite. She blinked, then tears welled in her eyes. "It's amazing." Everyone stared in stunned amazement. Blake, her voice hushed with disbelief, asked, "You're an android, but you can cry." Penny, still processing everything, touched the tears running down her cheeks. "How? I shouldn't be able to cry." "I took the liberty of adding a few other features," Amazo said. "Like tear ducts, an enhanced ability to experience human sensations, such as touch and warmth." Penny blinked, stunned. She looked around, then began touching the table, the chair, her own hands. "I can feel things, I never felt this." Without warning, she threw her arms around Amazo in a hug. "Is this warmth? This is nice. I didn't know that." Ashbourne chuckled, pleased. "For now, focus on eating. Explore one thing at a time." Penny nodded eagerly and returned to the food, taking more bites with bright eyes and a huge smile. Ashbourne turned to the rest of the students, who still hadn't fully recovered from the display. With a knowing smile, he said one advantage of androids eating: they can eat as much as they want, whatever they want, without worrying about nutrition or their weight. As the words left his mouth, his gaze lingered on the girls in the group. Ruby, Weiss, Blake, Yang, Nora, and even Pyrrha all glanced at Penny, then at their own plates with unmistakable mild jealousy in their expressions. Ashbourne found their reactions deeply amusing. Later that night, Team RWBY entered their dorm room after a long, exhausting day. The lights flicked on, and each girl moved toward her respective space, stretching or sighing. Ruby flopped onto her bed and turned her head toward the others. See, you also lost track of time like I did yesterday. Ashbourne is weird, but in a fun kind of way. Weiss brushed some strands of her hair behind her ear as she began changing her clothes. Weird is an understatement, she said, setting her gloves down. But I admit, he doesn't seem like a bad person to be around. Yang, still holding on to some unease, sat down on the edge of her bed. What do you think about what he said? About me losing an arm and what happens afterward? Weiss opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, then answered, I think he said that just to spook you. You know, to mess with your temper. Blake, who had been unusually quiet, spoke next. Red-haired obsessive ex-boyfriend, she said slowly. That describes mine. The room went silent. The other three girls turned their heads toward her in shock. Blake continued, her voice low, and he uses a katana. Yang's skin lost some of its color as she looked at Blake. How could he possibly have known that? She asked, voice tight with disbelief. Ruby, sitting up slightly, replied weakly. He did share his prediction for Roman and Neo's fate, and as strange as it was, he seemed confident of it. He also knew where they were hiding. Maybe he really does know stuff, like Amazo said. Yang looked down and touched her arm, her fingers running over the skin as if to make sure it was still there. She swallowed hard. So I might really lose my arm. Weiss shook her head quickly. We can't be sure of that. It might be just a coincidence, just a bluff to scare you into being more careful. But her words didn't seem to comfort Yang, whose expression had darkened. The idea of losing her arm, of becoming that withdrawn person Ashbourne described, shook her to her core. Across the room, Ruby sat still, lost in her own thoughts. A different idea had begun to form in her head, one that felt almost too strange to say out loud. If Ashbourne had some kind of power to know things, maybe he could find out what her mother's last mission was, where she went, why she never came back. Maybe, at least we can recover her body and give her a proper burial, Ruby thought. Ruby's hand tightened slightly over her blanket. No one said anything more. And yet, the room was anything but quiet. Chapter 90, Meeting Cinder. The Vital Festival was in full swing. People had traveled from all four kingdoms of Remnant to witness the tournament. Streets buzzed with excitement, merchants shouted, children laughed, and the skies were dotted with airships bringing even more eager spectators. The city pulsed with life and anticipation. But elsewhere, away from the cheering crowds, in the quiet confines of a beacon guest room, Ashbourne sat with Amazo, both shrouded in silence. I believe some idiots will try to do something funny during the festival, Ashbourne said, reclining slightly in his chair, one leg crossed over the other. His voice was calm and relaxed. Amazo glanced toward his father but said nothing. His expression remained neutral. Ashbourne smirked slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching with amusement. Keep an eye on Penny, she's a possible target. A faint red glow flickered in Amazo's eyes, brief but unmistakable. His face twitched ever so slightly, irritation breaking through his usual calmness. Ashbourne noticed and chuckled. It seems you've gotten close to her. Amazo's voice was cool but direct. Why not eliminate the threat ahead of time? Ashbourne stood up, placing his hands behind his back as he walked toward the window. Because I'm curious. I want to see how things play out with our presence here. Let the players take the stage first. Just stay near your girl and leave the rest to me. I'll stop things from going out of hand when needed. Amazo nodded. There was no doubt on his face or in his thoughts. He absolutely trusted his father. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Both father and son turned to look at it simultaneously. Ashbourne smiled knowingly. Well, things are getting fun now. The ringleader is here to visit us. Amazo's eyes peered through the door with a silent scan. The amber-eyed woman, Cinder Fall, he said. She sat beside me on the first day. Ashbourne walked to the door, the familiar glint of amusement never leaving his eyes. He opened it slowly. Cinder Fall stood there, a warm and a kind smile on her face. You must be Mr. Ashbourne Black, she said with deliberate charm. I've heard about you and wanted to meet in person. Ashbourne returned the smile with one of his own. And you must be Cinder Fall. I've heard about you from a mutual acquaintance. Cinder paused, her smile tightening ever so slightly as her mind raced through the implications. Mutual acquaintance? Who? Then Ashbourne stepped aside, revealing Amazo sitting silently in the room. Cinder blinked, caught off guard. Her mind recalibrated. Perhaps Ashbourne learned about her through Amazo. That was safer, expected. Composing herself with practiced grace, Cinder said, I didn't expect Amazo would speak of me. Ashbourne shrugged casually. The world is full of unexpected things, such as your visit here. I didn't know you had an agreement with Amazo. Cinder's smile never faltered. Actually, I just wanted to meet you. Amazo spoke of you with such fervor, I became curious to meet you in person. She tilted her head. Would you mind joining me for breakfast? Ashbourne returned her warm smile with his own. Of course, it would be my pleasure. With the same grace, Cinder turned and walked down the hall, Ashbourne following her with calm, measured steps. Left alone, Amazo sat quietly in the room, watching the door close behind them. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He wondered what his father was plotting now, and part of him felt pity for the woman. He had a feeling she was his father's new source of amusement. Cinder led Ashbourne through a narrow path, guiding him to a secluded school garden tucked away from the bustle of the rest of the school. Ashbourne glanced around the serene space, noting the colorful flowers and the well-tended hedges. It's interesting to see a garden in a combat school, he said, his tone casual but observant. Don't you think? Cinder smiled kindly, her amber eyes softening. This is a reminder to all of us for what we stand for and try to protect. Ashbourne hummed thoughtfully. It seems you've given it more thought than most students in Beacon. Cinder laughed lightly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. I'm not the only one. All students understand this, even if they might not be able to articulate their thoughts on the spot. Ashbourne gave a small nod of approval. That's a talent on its own. Now, I have another question. Why did you bring us here instead of the cafeteria? Cinder's smile widened just a bit. It's kind of noisy there, and here it's much quieter. You could say we're even alone. Ashbourne raised a brow, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. It feels like this is a sudden date. Cinder looked away with a small, embarrassed expression, like she'd been caught doing something mischievous. I wanted to talk to you alone. After hearing from Amazo how you took him in and cared for him so deeply. She walked ahead, moving past a cluster of bushes and emerging with a picnic basket. From it, she pulled out food and drink she had apparently prepared in advance. She set everything down neatly on a blanket laid beneath a tree. Ashbourne met her eyes, his own gaze sharp yet warm. I hope you liked what you found. Cinder lowered her head slightly, her voice soft. I like it so far. They sat together, the garden around them a haven of calm. For nearly 30 minutes, they ate and shared stories. Ashbourne spoke of his life, fragments of it, carefully selected, while Cinder offered up fabricated tales of her own, matching his tone and rhythm, weaving together a believable persona. All the while, Ashbourne ate the food she provided and drank without hesitation. Eventually, Ashbourne rose to his feet, brushing his coat with a casual motion. This was a good breakfast, thank you. Cinder stood as well, her smile still in place. I hope we can do it again. Ashbourne offered a polite nod and turned to walk away. Once he was gone and the garden fell silent, Cinder's smile melted from her face, replaced by a furious glare. She reached into her pocket and activated her scroll. Emerald, she snapped, did you really drug the freak's food? Emerald's voice crackled through the scroll, slightly nervous. We did. There was enough drug in that food to knock out 10 huntsmen in less than 2 minutes. Cinder's voice dropped to a low growl. Then, why is he fine and walked away after consuming everything? Mercury's voice chimed in from behind Emerald, clearly unimpressed. He's a freak. Maybe drugs don't work on him. Cinder ended the call with an angry swipe, her scroll beeping as the connection cut. Meanwhile, Ashbourne walked calmly through the halls of Beacon, an amused chuckle slipping from his lips. The food was actually good if not for the drugs adding such strange aftertaste. And how many kidnappings attempts I have been through now. Ashbourne walked leisurely through the open courtyards of Beacon Academy. After his quick meeting with Cinder, Ashbourne decided it was time to head to the Coliseum to enjoy the show. As he turned a corner near the main building, he came face to face with Team JNPR. Oh, Ashbourne greeted casually. When is your match today? John perked up. We're the 4th match today, he smiled, full of energy, then added, but we're heading early to watch Team RWBY's match. Ashbourne gave a small grin. Mind if I accompany you? Not at all, Pyrrha answered politely, and the group adjusted slightly to let Ashbourne fall into step with them. As they made their way toward the airship dock, Ashbourne glanced over with a curious glint in his eye. Anyone interested in a bet? He asked lightly. Let's say we bet whether Team RWBY will win or lose, and if they win, how they'll win. Nora's eyes lit up instantly. You're on, she said with a smirk. My guess is they'll win with Blake doing some crazy ninja stuff and taking out the last one standing. Ren and Pyrrha exchanged glances, hesitating for a moment. Then, seeing Nora's enthusiasm, they joined in with more reserved guesses. Ren placed a quiet bet on Ruby's speed deciding the match, while Pyrrha guessed Weiss would use some clever glyph strategy. Ashbourne nodded thoughtfully before stating his prediction. I bet they'll win, with Yang punching 3 opponents out in one blow into the magma, ending the match after Weiss is taken out. The 3 teammates stared at him. John blinked. That's oddly specific. Pyrrha raised an eyebrow. 3 in 1 punch? That seems highly unlikely. Ren remained silent, but his expression mirrored the skepticism of the others. Ashbourne only smiled. Later that day, as the dust settled in the Coliseum, Team RWBY emerged victorious. The crowd roared, the cheers echoing into the halls as the girls stepped out of the arena. They didn't make it far before they ran into Team JNPR, who were all sulking. Ruby tilted her head. Hey guys, what's going on? Nora huffed dramatically, arms crossed. We made a bet about your match, and Ashbourne basically took all our money. John pouted, arms slumped at his sides. That guy definitely sees the future. How else would he know Yang would punch 3 people out in one blow after Weiss is out? Team RWBY froze on the spot. Yang's breath caught in her throat, her hand instinctively gripping her arm. She paled, her expression falling into deep unease. That prediction, it couldn't be a fluke, could it? No one could have guessed that. Weiss, Blake, and Ruby turned to look at Yang, each of them sharing concerned glances. The fear they saw in her eyes was unmistakable. If Ashbourne could see something as precise as a triple knockout, then what about Yang's fate? Chapter 91, Nothing to Do. With Team RWBY's match concluded and the day still young, Ashbourne found himself heading toward the Vale docks. He didn't have much to do while staying in Remnant, but since he was here, he decided to witness a few iconic events firsthand. One of them was about to unfold now, the legendary brawl between Kuro Branwen and Winter Schnee. He arrived just as a new Adaljan airship descended gracefully, its engines whirring softly as it came to a stop. Ashbourne stood to the side of the platform, pulling out a bag of popcorn and lazily munching away as the ramp lowered. From the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 figures sprinting toward the ship, Ruby and Weiss. From the descending ramp walked out a tall, composed woman with silver hair and icy presence, Winter Schnee, Weiss's elder sister. Weiss gave her a polite, composed greeting, while Ruby awkwardly lingered behind her friend, unsure how to act. A moment later, Ruby spun on her heel and bolted, leaving Weiss alone with her sister. Ashbourne chuckled to himself. Well, this is already getting good. It didn't take long before Kuro arrived. The moment Kuro laid eyes on Winter, the air grew tense, and not the kind that leads to tea and polite conversation. Before anyone could intervene, the 2 elite warriors were exchanging harsh words and then fists, bullets, and ice. Ashbourne remained on the sidelines, munching popcorn with a content expression. Better than any Coliseum match, he muttered as the fight escalated all over the platform, explosions and blasts lighting the scene. Ruby returned moments later, alarmed by the noise. She gasped as she saw her uncle in the middle of a fight with Weiss's sister. Go Uncle Kuro, she yelled, pumping her fist. Weiss, caught off guard, countered. Don't let him win, Winter. Ashbourne strolled toward them casually, still chewing, and held out the bag. Popcorn, he offered. Ruby blinked at him, surprised. Thanks. She took a handful and resumed cheering. Weiss looked at him like he'd just grown a second head. The fight raged on with intensity, but as it reached its peak, Kuro suddenly noticed 3 figures approaching from the other direction. Osbin, Professor Goodwitch, and General Ironwood. With a mischievous grin, Kuro lowered his weapon and gave Winter a smug look. Come on, Ice Queen, one more for the road. Winter, already charging, didn't have time to adjust. Schnee, stop. Ironwood's sharp voice rang out across the platform. Winter's eyes widened. She attempted to halt mid-attack, but a faint shadow on the slick platform betrayed her footing. Her boots slipped, and she tumbled forward, crashing into Kuro and knocking him flat. Their lips met in a completely unintended but unmistakable kiss, with Winter landing squarely atop him. A moment of stunned silence swept over the docks. Even Osbin, Ironwood, and Goodwitch paused mid-step. Winter pulled back in horror, her cheeks erupting in red. Kuro blinked up at the sky, confused as to whether he just won, lost, or both. Then came Ashbourne's voice, loud and clear, cutting through the silence. We want a refund. We came to watch a fight, not lovers kissing like it's a romance drama. Get a room, will ya? All eyes turned to him. Even Winter, still red-faced and frozen in place, could only gape. Then the murmurs began. He's right. Do we get a refund? I paid for violence, not romance. A chorus of agreement rippled across the growing crowd. Winter scrambled to her feet, flustered and mortified. Kuro remained on the ground, eyebrows furrowed in deep confusion. Weiss looked like she wanted the ground to swallow her whole. "I can't unsee this," she whispered in horror. Ruby just blinked. Wait, did they just? Osbin cleared his throat and stepped forward, breaking the moment. "There is a tournament match going on in the Coliseum behind us. This situation is not part of the official schedule, let alone ticket refunds." Ashbourne shrugged with a grin. "Well, everyone, at least I tried." Soon, the unintended kiss faded into murmurs and chuckles, as Professor Goodwitch began restoring the damaged dock with elegant waves of her riding crop, her semblance fixing the shattered ground and broken stone pillars. The crowd, no longer entertained, began dispersing, some laughing, others still demanding refunds under their breath. General Ironwood approached Ashbourne, his stern gaze sharp with irritation. "What do you think you're doing?" Ashbourne turned to him, his face serious and voice calm. "That depends. Which would you prefer, General? Panic and doubt over why a huntsman and a soldier from Atlas are trying to kill each other in public, or a love drama involving an Atlas soldier with a touch of comedic tragedy?" Ironwood opened his mouth, but no words came. Ashbourne continued without missing a beat. "Personally, I was in it for the chuckles. Anyway, I'll leave you to deal with the two reckless kissers." With a smirk, Ashbourne handed the half-full bag of popcorn to the still-silent general and walked off. Ironwood looked down at the bag in his hand, then up at Kuro and Winter. Both of them looked incredibly out of place, Winter with her expression full of embarrassment and apology, and Kuro rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. The general narrowed his eyes, clearly not amused. Ashbourne strolled through the city, eventually arriving at an old, nondescript building, Roman Torchwick's current hideout. The door wasn't locked, and he let himself in. Inside, the scene was almost bizarrely domestic. Roman sat on a beat-up couch with a controller in hand, Neo next to him, deeply focused on the screen as the two played video games. Ashbourne blinked. "Don't you have some terrorism to prepare for?" Roman glanced over with a shrug, not pausing the game. "Fire Witch said to lay low till the finals. Can't mess up her grand plan, or whatever." Ashbourne raised an eyebrow, then casually dropped into a chair beside them. "Mind if I join?" Roman passed him a third controller. "Why not?" As they played, Roman glanced sideways. "Don't you have anything to do?" Ashbourne leaned back and answered without a trace of irony. "Not really. I'm waiting for my adopted android son's relationship with an Atlas's android to bloom. It takes time." Both Roman and Neo froze for a second. Roman squinted at him. "You're serious?" Ashbourne nodded solemnly. "Children grow fast, especially androids." Roman gave a low whistle. "Good to know if I ever decide to adopt one." Ashbourne laughed, genuinely amused. "You know, Roman, you're growing on me." Nia rolled her eyes at the two, then smiled amused. The trio continued playing without a care in the world. The night was quiet in Beacon Academy, the gentle hum of the wind below serving as a background to the stillness inside the dormitory room. Amazo sat alone, eyes glowing faintly as lines of data flickered across them. He was connected to Remnant's communication network, scrolling through archives, history files, and event logs to pass the time. The room's silence was interrupted by a knock on the door. He blinked once, the connection shutting off as he stood up and walked toward the door. Opening it, he found Ruby and Yang standing in the hallway. Amazo tilted his head slightly, then stepped aside in a silent gesture of invitation. The two girls entered, but Yang paused in the doorway. "Is your father inside?" she asked, her voice hesitant but firm. Amazo shook his head. "No, he said he's spending the night at Roman's place. The two of them are playing video games." There was a long pause. Ruby and Yang stared at him in disbelief. "Wait," Yang started. "You're telling me your father, Ashbourne, is having a sleepover with Roman Torchwick, the crime lord, and they are playing video games?" Amazo nodded once, completely unbothered. "Yes, that's what I said." Yang's mouth opened to say something, then closed again. She tried once more. "Isn't he afraid the police will catch him for, I don't know, associating with a known criminal?" Amazo shrugged. "The police and huntsmen should avoid angering my father if they knew what is good for them." The room fell into silence again. Ruby and Yang exchanged looks. Neither wanted to admit it, but they both remembered Amazo's devastating combat abilities during training. And Ashbourne, his shadow manipulation, ability to freeze people, and his unpredictable teleportation, it was all too unnatural. The two of them together, they are probably the most dangerous duo in Remnant. "Well, good night," Yang said, turning around. Ruby waved with a quiet "see you later" before following her sister down the hall. Amazo watched them leave and gently closed the door. He stared at it for a moment, strange. What is she looking for him? I thought she hated him, he murmured to himself, still puzzled by Yang's visit. Then he returned to his seat, reconnecting with the network. Chapter 92, The Final Terrorist Act. The days continued to pass as the tournament edged ever closer to the finals. Spectators buzzed with excitement, matches grew fiercer, and teams gave it their all on the grand stage. Amidst all this chaos, Ashbourne found peace in the most unexpected place, Roman Torchwick's hideout. The white-wearing criminal, his mute partner Neo, and the enigmatic shadow-controlling off-worlder made for an odd trio, but somehow it worked. Roman now found himself actually enjoying the Ashbourne's presence. Ashbourne brought good food, fine drinks, and a strange but welcome sense of calm. Neo, silent as always, found him amusing, especially when he deadpanned sarcastic jokes or mimicked Roman's rants. The two criminals were used to dealing with henchmen, bosses, enemies, and allies with agendas. Ashbourne, however, had none. He was just chilling, playing games, eating snacks, and occasionally throwing out cryptic one-liners about future. Elsewhere, Yang Zio Long finally gave up on her quiet mission of tracking Ashbourne down. After a particularly awkward chat with Amazo, where he casually mentioned his father was holing up with a criminal somewhere in Vale indefinitely, she simply blinked and walked away. She briefly considered reporting him to Osbin or General Ironwood, but something deep inside her warned that doing so would end catastrophically. She didn't know what Ashbourne truly was, but she had a feeling he was dangerous, especially with Amazo at his side. Cinderfall, however, was far less willing to let things go. She scoured the campus, checking rooftops, dorms, basements, and even lurking around Amazo's room, but Ashbourne was nowhere to be seen. She confronted Amazo again, her voice strained with fake politeness. "Where is your father?" "He's staying at a friend's place," Amazo replied with a robotic shrug. "You'll have to wait for him to come back." Not the answer she wanted. Fine, if Ashbourne didn't want to show up, then she'd move forward without catching him. She pulled out her scroll and called Roman. "Prepare to hijack an Atlasian ship tomorrow," she said curtly. "Consider it done," Roman replied smoothly, but as soon as the call ended, he turned toward Ashbourne with a smirk. "So, should I actually follow her orders?" Ashbourne leaned back, a sly grin creeping across his face. "I have a funny idea." Later that night, Roman and Neo stood on a rooftop, looking out over the city lights, anticipation in their eyes. Roman's smirk matched Neo's playful grin. They were both very much looking forward to Ashbourne's play. The night before had shaken all of Remnant. Yang's match against Mercury ended in a spectacle broadcast to the entire world. In a flash, she had struck him down after the match was officially over. The fallout was immediate, with doubt and confusion spreading like wildfire. The next morning, as the tournament grounds buzzed with gossip and accusation, Ashbourne decided it was time to check in on Amazo. He knew what day it was, the day Penny was supposed to be destroyed, the day the fall of Beacon began. As he made his way through the halls of Beacon, he passed by the RWBY dorm just in time to see General Ironwood stepping out. The general noticed him, halted for a beat, then walked away without a word. Ashbourne shook his head slightly. "Still doesn't like me, even after I helped recover his limbs. Cold world, just like Batman." From behind the general, Ruby appeared. She spotted Ashbourne and gave a soft, surprised smile. "Morning," she greeted. Ashbourne offered her his usual smirk. "Ruby." Then came a voice from inside the room, Blake's. "I don't know what to believe." Ashbourne paused, tilting his head. He glanced into the dorm, where he saw Yang sitting on one side, eyes downcast, while Blake and Weiss stood on the other, doubt written across their faces. Yang looked up and saw Ashbourne standing with Ruby. "You here to ask me why I attacked Mercury too?" Ashbourne shrugged. "No, I was passing by. I already know the details." Yang blinked, her eyes narrowing. "Did you know this would happen?" "Yes." Yang stiffened. "I saw him attack me." "I know," Ashbourne replied. Yang's frown deepened. "Do you believe he attacked me?" "No, he didn't attack you. You saw him attack you." Yang stared, stunned. "What does that mean?" Ashbourne replied casually. "You were under the control of a semblance. The match was rigged for that to happen." Gasps filled the room. Blake, Weiss, Ruby, all of them looked shocked. Yang stood abruptly. "Do you know who did it?" Ashbourne nodded. "Who?" Yang demanded. "You'll know later tonight," he said casually. "For now, I need them free and running around." "What, why?" Yang asked, baffled. Ashbourne turned, a wicked grin on his face. It's only fun to bring people crashing to the ground when they think they've reached the top. Roman and I have a plan to screw them over. Yang's fists clenched. Is this a game to you? Ashbourne nodded without shame. Honestly, I don't have anything better to do. Might as well ruin the lives of some terrorists I don't like. The room fell silent. Yang was visibly shaking with rage. Keep this to yourself, Ashbourne added. Not like anyone's going to believe you. With a growl, Yang charged at him in anger. Fist pulled back, but like always, she froze mid-motion, locked in place by Ashbourne's strange power. Do you ever learn? He asked, shaking his head. Yang, breathing heavily, slowly calmed herself. One question, she said finally. When do I lose my arm? Ashbourne turned slightly. It was supposed to be tonight, but I already messed up the order of incoming events beyond recognition. So, you're safe, for now. With a wave of his hand, he released her from the frozen state. Enjoy the show, he said, then walked away without another word. Yang stood still, processing everything. The other girls were speechless. We should report him, Blake said at last. He's clearly plotting something, and he knows too much about what is going on. I agree, Weiss added. This is dangerous. No, Yang said, her voice firm. Everyone turned to her in shock. Why? Ruby asked. Yang's eyes narrowed. They framed me, and no one believed me. If Ashbourne really is planning something to bring them down at their highest, then I'm all in. Don't forget Amazo is on his side. And it's never too late for payback. Besides, he's right, everyone would probably ignore us or think we're lying. And Ashbourne will just play dumb and even mock us. The other girls didn't seem convinced, but they decided to trust Yang this time. And for now, they would follow her lead. Ashbourne arrived at his room. Inside, Amazo sat on the bed, his eyes glowing faintly as lines of data streamed across them. He was plugged into Remnant's communication network, his mind surfing the web of information, sifting through archives and broadcasts to pass the time. Upon hearing his father's footsteps, Amazo disconnected, the light fading from his irises as he turned his gaze toward Ashbourne. I thought you wouldn't be leaving Roman's side for a longer while. Ashbourne shrugged, walking in with that usual calm swagger. The final play is approaching. Can't just sit playing video games forever. He paused, leaning against the wall. And what about you? How's your relationship with Penny? Amazo took a moment to consider the question. It's pretty good. I do like her, but I don't think we're close enough to say boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Ashbourne nodded in approval. That comes with time. Besides, he added with a smirk, you'll need to evolve genitals for both of you eventually if you want to be a proper pair. Amazo blinked. That's noted. Let's leave this talk for later, Ashbourne said, pushing off the wall. Tonight, she'll be paired against Pyrrha. Pyrrha's semblance is polarity control. They plan to show her an illusion, trick her into destroying Penny. Amazo's expression sharpened. He sat straighter. You want me to stop that? Keep an eye on it, Ashbourne said firmly. Protect her when things go wrong. Amazo narrowed his eyes. What about them? Ashbourne's smile widened into something darker, something almost amused. I will handle them, he said, turning toward the door. He paused just before leaving and looked over his shoulder. Enjoy the show. And with that, he was gone, leaving Amazo alone once more, only now with a clear purpose and a mission. Chapter 93, Disgraceful Night. The Four Kingdoms watched with anticipation, the events of last night still lingering in the back of their minds. But the thrill of the next match washed over the world like a wave. Tonight's battle would be between two shining stars, the invincible girl, Pyrrha Nikos, and Atlas's own Penny Polandina. It was a clash many had been waiting for, and the stadium trembled with the roar of the excited crowd. The match opened with explosive energy. Pyrrha moved with grace and precision, her spear and shield dancing through the air, while Penny controlled effortlessly her dozen flying blades. The blades were swirling around her like a metallic storm, controlled by thin metal wires. In the crowd, Amazo sat quietly, his face passive, but his eyes glowed faintly as he observed every movement, not just of the fighters, but of the audience. His systems scanned the entire arena. Then he saw her. Emerald, sitting among the spectators, her eyes locked on Pyrrha with an unnatural focus. Amazo's eyes narrowed. His sensors read Pyrrha's aura a sudden spike. Her expression shifted from confusion to fear. Without hesitation, Amazo stood. Pyrrha's semblance flared. A powerful wave of magnetism burst out from her, unintentionally redirecting Penny's swirling blades. The thin wires snapped, the blades hurtled toward Penny like deadly missiles. But then, everything stopped. In a flash, the blades shattered midair, sliced, crushed, and disarmed all at once. Standing between Penny and Pyrrha was Amazo, calm and composed, shards of metal falling around him like snow. Pyrrha froze in shock. Penny's wide eyes blinked. Amazo, what are you doing here? Amazo glanced at her. The blades and wires were about to destroy you, so I stepped in. Penny looked at the wreckage and nodded gratefully. Thank you. Pyrrha rushed toward them horrified. I didn't mean to, I don't know what happened. The three stood in the center of the arena, speaking quietly, but the stadium itself was engulfed in stunned silence. No one had ever seen a match interrupted like this. Whispers spread. Confusion churned through the crowd. Professor Port and Dr. Oobleck, the commentators, tried to bring order back to the broadcast, but their voices were abruptly cut off. Then the giant display above the Colosseum lit up, showing a black queen chess piece. A voice echoed through the stadium, Cinder Fall. Headmasters hold more power than most realize, she began smoothly. One of them commands not just a school, but the military as well. And now you ask, how are you safe? When students are taught to injure a downed opponent, when another nearly kills her classmate? Her voice darkened. These are the students of Ozpin. But before she could continue, another voice rang out, light and familiar to many. Cindy, I've been looking for you. What are you doing all the way here? The atmosphere shifted instantly. Where there had been fear and tension, there was now a buzz of confusion and amusement. Some of the audience members knew that voice. Ashbourne. Cinder's voice snapped, what are you doing here? Ashbourne's reply came without missing a beat. I heard from a certain White Fang terrorist that you were doing something fun tonight, so I came to check on you. What's with the edgy speech, Cindy? Where did the nice Cindy go? Don't call me Cindy, she hissed. Leave before I burn you. Ouch, that hurts, Ashbourne said with exaggerated offense. Where did the kind and gentle Cindy go? Ah, I know, you must be possessed by a new type of grim. Don't worry, Cindy, I have the perfect cure for you. Then the entire arena heard it, a loud, echoing slap. Ashbourne's voice followed, triumphant. I will slap the grim out of you, and the best part, I know you like it kinky. The arena exploded half in stunned laughter, half in bewilderment. Even those in power who knew what the Black Queen symbol meant didn't know how to react. The enraged voice of Cinder blared across the Colosseum, and every TV, I will kill you. Slap. Her voice faltered, you. Slap. You. Slap. Will regret. Slap. The crowd grew numb. They sat motionless, stunned, as the sound of slaps echoed again and again. The woman who once radiated menace now sounded helpless, humiliated. Then came the rapid-fire slaps, one after another, and through them, Cinder's pleading voice could be heard. Stop, please stop. Ashbourne's voice rang again, smooth and collected. I knew it, slapping the grim out of you was the best cure. A pause. But our terrorist night won't end without addressing the terrorist leader of the White Fang, the one and only Adam Taurus. Another male voice snarled in fury. You filthy human, I will fucking. Slap. Ashbourne's voice returned, now addressing the audience with mock enthusiasm. My dear audience, have you ever wondered how to correct the behavior of a terrorist and make him a productive part of society? It's simple. Slap. You slap them, the words came with too much glee. Slap, slap, slap. Adam Taurus's angry screams turned into curses and then into muffled grunts. The slaps came in rhythm, a perverse orchestra of humiliation. The audience, professors, even Atlas soldiers, all who once tried to wrest back control, simply stood still and listened. The arena was silent save for the constant echoing of slaps and occasional pained groans. Finally, the Black Queen image vanished from the display. In its place appeared a feed, Cinder and Adam Taurus on their knees, their faces red, swollen, barely recognizable. Neither could speak, and Ashbourne's image was nowhere to be seen, though it was clear he was the one holding the camera. Ashbourne's voice returned, tinged with mock disappointment. It's really sad, you know, to see such talents fail so hard not just at being productive members of society, but even at being decent people. Hell, they can't even succeed at terrorism. He turned his attention to Adam. Hey Adam, enlighten me. How does joining hands with humans to attack innocent civilians, including Faunus, and destroying lives help your cause for equality? I'm truly baffled by your logic and would love to understand. Adam groaned and said weakly, filthy, racist humans like you should burn in hell. Ashbourne laughed. How rude, look at Cindy next to you, then look me in the eye and tell me I'm racist. There was a beat of silence. I made sure to give you the same treatment. Adam clenched his jaw, seething, about to speak again. Ashbourne cut in. Speak out of turn, and I'll slap you live this time. Adam fell silent instantly. Ashbourne chuckled, now gleeful. There you go, everyone. The terrorist of equality doesn't recognize equality when he sees it. What did we learn today? Another pause. Slap them till they behave. He added cheerfully, and besides that, Atlas's robots know how to dance. The screen cut to a feed of Atlasian robots and paladins marching in the streets, doing a bizarre, stupid-looking dance. Their limbs flailed in clumsy rhythm. Some spun, some toppled. The visual was accompanied by ridiculous music and glowing effects. Ashbourne's voice spoke once more. Osbin, the infiltration from a while ago? Yeah, that was to gain access to these fine dancers and help the White Fang attack Vale. Reflect on your mistakes and fix your security. And in my humble opinion, you should retire, you are way too old. He paused, letting that sink in. As for the rest of the audience, for all your trouble, enjoy this rare show of Atlas' finest and most sophisticated robots dancing. And on your way out, feel free to take pictures of the half-naked White Fang members hung outside the Coliseum. It'd be a shame if you didn't capture the memories. The broadcast faded, replaced by a final message in yellow text. Note 1, Yang Xiaolong was framed. She was tricked by a semblance that makes her see things not there. Note 2, in my power as the sole controller of the systems, I declare Penny Polandina the winner of tonight's match. Note 3, no non-terrorists were harmed in the making of this video. Then it returned to the dancing robots, now with even more absurd music, neon filters, and comedic sound effects layered in. The audience just stared, dumbfounded, speechless. In the center of the arena, Penny blinked slowly and turned to Amazo. Was that your father's voice? Amazo nodded. I was wondering what show he had planned tonight. I guess he was too bored. Pyrrha and Penny remained frozen, wide-eyed, entirely at a loss for words. In the heart of the Atlas main airship, amidst the flickering lights and scattered weapons, Roman Torchwick stood tall. Around him, dozens of Atlas soldiers lay unconscious or groaning, sprawled across the floor like broken toys. Beside him, Neo twirled her parasol with a smirk, barely even winded from the fight. Ashbourne appeared beside them. Roman didn't flinch. Ashbourne looked around at the scene, his gaze lingering on the pile of defeated soldiers. So, he asked, voice calm, how was the show? Roman burst out laughing. Perfect, absolutely perfect. He gave a dramatic bow. Bravo, encore, I haven't laughed like that in years. Neo gave a thumbs up, her expression gleaming with amusement. Roman added, it's just a damn pity those two assholes and the other two annoying brats aren't hanging up there with the rest of the White Fang morons. Ashbourne raised an eyebrow. Then, he said smoothly, I shall make your night perfect. Check this. He handed Roman a scroll. The criminal mastermind snatched it eagerly, Neo peeking over his shoulder. The screen lit up and there they were. Cinder Fall, Adam Taurus, Mercury Black, Emerald Sustray. Hung up in their underwear. Bruised, swollen, and unconscious, strung up beside the other humiliated White Fang members outside the Coliseum. Every single one of them looked like they'd been through a hurricane of slaps. Roman stared. Neo's eyes sparkled. Ashbourne crossed his arms, a smug grin tugging at his lips. Fine, sir, you underestimated my ability to slap them for life. Roman broke into raucous laughter, nearly doubling over. Oh gods, I take it back. It was not perfect, this is perfect. Neo gave a theatrical slow clap. Ashbourne chuckled softly. And with a flick of his hand, shadows swirled around them and the trio vanished from the airship, leaving behind a room full of unconscious soldiers and one unforgettable night of disgrace. Chapter 94, The New Order. The aftermath of Ashbourne's chaotic intervention rippled across the Four Kingdoms like a tidal wave. As soon as the broadcast ended, people poured out into the streets, eager to confirm the unbelievable. And there they were, the half-naked, bruised bodies of the White Fang members, dangling in humiliating disgrace. Scrolls were out in seconds. Photos, laughter, and mocking jeers spread through the crowd like wildfire. Huntsmen and soldiers scrambled to restore order, trying to shoo away onlookers, but it was futile. The damage, or in some eyes the justice, was already done. General Ironwood stormed toward his airship, fury etched across his face, intent on regaining command of his compromised systems. Unlike the initial panic from Cinder's hijack, the crowd this time responded with mockery instead of fear. They laughed at the terrorists, they laughed at the prancing Atlas robots still dancing in the background, and they laughed at the complete absurdity of the night. A mysterious man whose face was never shown had humiliated both terrorists and authorities and stopped a major attack while the world had watched, helpless and dumbfounded. The Four Kingdoms came together for an emergency meeting. the tournament was postponed for a day. Experts were called to harden the digital systems. And due to the lingering message left by Ashbourne at the end of the transmission, a loud public outcry surged. Yang should continue in the tournament, and Penny should be declared the winner of her match. After all, the mysterious man who had foiled the attack seemed to have judged it fair, and in the court of public opinion, that was enough. Yet not everyone was pleased. General Ironwood was livid. Osborne was quiet, but his frown was deeper than ever. Glinda Goodwitch seethed with restrained fury. They knew for certain that Ashbourne had known about the attack long before it unfolded, and instead of informing them to stop it, he had orchestrated an elaborate mockery of everyone involved. The next morning, the sun rose over Beacon as if nothing had happened. Inside the cafeteria, students from Team RWBY, JNPR, and Penny were gathered at a large table, quietly sharing breakfast and trying not to relive the chaos of the previous night. Then the doors opened. Ashbourne and Amazo walked in casually, as if returning from a pleasant stroll. "Good morning," Ashbourne said, waving a hand. Heads turned, several jaws dropped. Ashbourne's eyes landed on Yang. "Where is my apology?" Yang blinked. "What?" "You tried to punch me," he said, as if explaining a basic rule of etiquette. "Everything turned out fine. Don't you think an apology is in order?" Yang scoffed. "You knew what was going on and chose to stay silent, and you have the audacity to ask me to apologize." Ashbourne shook his head solemnly. "This world has no future. No one here knows how to be grateful." Yang chuckled. "Thanks for the help." "You're welcome," Ashbourne replied, pulling out a chair and sitting down. Weiss frowned. "I'm surprised you're here. I thought Headmaster Osborne or General Ironwood would have caught you after last night's stunt." Ashbourne shrugged. "I think they're still too busy scrambling to come after me." Nora suddenly stood up. Wait, what was that about Penny winning? That's not fair." "I'm playing favorites," Ashbourne replied with zero shame. "Live with it." Nora gasped, clutching her chest. "Have you no shame to say that out loud?" Ashbourne leaned back in his chair, chuckling. "I'm a bored guy who adopted an android, plays video games with a crime lord and a serial killer, and even had a sleepover with them. I let terrorists run rampant just to mess with them, and you expect me to show shame? Or not play favorites?" Nora blinked, sat down slowly, and stayed quiet. The rest of the table stared in stunned silence. Yang broke the silence with a laugh. "They should put you in a cell right next to the others." Penny, ever concerned, looked at him. The general was furious. "Will you be okay?" Ashbourne waved a hand dismissively. "It's fine." Then he turned to Amazo. "There are no matches today. Any plans?" Amazo tilted his head thoughtfully, then looked at Penny. "Do you have anything in mind to do?" Penny smiled but shook her head. "I'm supposed to remain in Beacon after last night for security reasons." Ashbourne nodded. "Then the two of you can go to Vale. As for the general, leave him to me. I'll make sure he doesn't notice you're missing." Penny looked alarmed. "You're not going to do something bad to the general, are you?" Ashbourne gave an innocent look. "When have I ever done something bad?" Silence blanketed the table again. Ruby leaned in. "You let a known crime lord escape." Ashbourne raised a finger. "I'm a civilian. It was not my responsibility to catch him." Weiss glared. "You spent time playing with the said known crime lord." "I'm not from this kingdom," Ashbourne replied, "and I didn't participate in any crimes. My interaction with Mr. Torchwick is like any other foreigner, so it doesn't apply either." Blake frowned. "You knew something was going on and you stayed silent." Ashbourne's voice grew smooth and diplomatic. "I had concerns about the capability of this kingdom's guardians and the visiting army, so I volunteered to make the necessary preparations to ensure everyone's safety." The students were once again speechless. Yang leaned back in her chair with a smirk. "You should be thrown in prison. You're definitely not a good person." Ashbourne merely shrugged. "I'm not a bad person either." Before anyone could retort, the cafeteria doors opened sharply, and Glinda Goodwitch entered with her usual stern grace. Her eyes locked onto Ashbourne immediately. She walked directly to their table. "Mr. Ashbourne Black, we need to have a word in the headmaster's office." Ashbourne rose casually. "They came for me faster than I gave them credit for." Without further complaint, he followed Glinda out of the cafeteria. Amazo turned to Penny. "Let's go to Vale." Penny hesitated. "But what about your father?" Amazo smiled softly. "He'll be fine. No one can handle my father." He placed a hand on Penny's shoulder, and with a pulse of light, they vanished. Back at the table, Yang leaned forward with a mischievous grin. "How old do you think Ashbourne really is? Is he truly 26? If yes, then he's a good boyfriend material in my books." The group blinked at her. Ruby frowned. "Are you serious?" Yang just shrugged, just saying. In the headmaster's office, the elevator doors slid open, and Ashbourne stepped out calmly. Across the room, Osbin and General Ironwood stood side by side, deep in quiet conversation. Kiro Branwyn stood a bit off to the side, sipping from a flask. All three turned as Ashbourne entered. Kiro was the first to speak, smirking. Didn't think the weirdo from the docks could pull off a stunt like that. He gestured toward Osbin and Ironwood. Regardless of their opinions, a glorious job there, and thanks for clearing my niece's name. Ashbourne offered a faint smile. I aim to please. His gaze shifted to the two irritated men, but these two didn't like it, apparently. Ironwood snapped, like it. You turned Atlas into a joke. Ashbourne shrugged. A joke to the public is better than a kingdom being led by a tyrant to attack another. You let a bunch of idiots hijack your systems. Be grateful I stopped it. Osbin's voice was calm, but heavy with disappointment. Mr. Black, you knew about the attack, yet you didn't inform us. Instead, you went ahead with that performance. It was irresponsible at best. Ashbourne folded his arms. I was bored with nothing to do, and if you're angry about it, do better next time. Ironwood's tone darkened. You don't understand half of it. There's a reason we're careful with our actions. But you mocked our defenses, our military, and you called for the retirement of Osbin. Ashbourne tilted his head. That's just an excuse for incompetence, and I do know more than you. It's exactly why I said Osbin should retire. I don't like him. He's a real piece of work. Honestly, I find Salem pitiful for ever loving him. The room fell into stunned silence. Osbin paled, a tremor in his voice. It's you. Ashbourne stared at him for a moment before replying. I'm not. If anything, I'm insulted to be compared to him or his sunny brother. Both of them are beneath me. Osbin froze. What are you? Ashbourne gave him a charming, cryptic smile. Just a tourist, for now. Ironwood, watching the exchange with narrowed eyes, finally stepped forward. What is this about? His voice was low but firm. Osbin, you've kept telling me to let things go, even after everything we've seen from him and his android son. If you want us to trust you, then tell us. What is this really about? Osbin remained silent, his expression full of worry and fear. It was Ashbourne who spoke, his voice calm and clear. He won't speak. He's a man full of shame and cowardice, so don't expect him to talk voluntarily. Ashbourne paced slowly across the room, turning slightly to glance back at the group. But the part that interests you, long ago, humanity was destroyed by the god of darkness. And this man, he pointed at Osbin, was given a mission by the god of light. A mission that, after thousands of years, he still couldn't complete. Ironwood and Kiro exchanged stunned looks. Osbin's fists clenched behind his back, but he said nothing. Ashbourne's gaze turned sharp. He thought I was the god of darkness because of my control over shadows, and he was afraid I'll destroy the world again, just like in the past. He chuckled. Well, I'm not that childish fool. Though, he paused for emphasis, he's right about one thing. I can end this world if I so desired. The words hadn't even settled, before the entire office was suddenly swallowed in darkness. It wasn't mere shadow, it was a void, an endless abyss stretching into infinity. Wherever the four huntsmen looked, they saw countless glowing purple eyes of all sizes staring at them, from the floor, ceiling, walls, from every direction. The air grew thick and their limbs stiffened. Breathing became hard. The crushing weight of something ancient and unspeakable loomed around them. They could not move, could not blink. They could only stare into the endless eyes of the void. Then, just as suddenly as it came, the darkness vanished. The light returned. Ashbourne stood in the center of the office, giving them a cheerful, sunny smile. I have no reason to end this world. Let's keep it at that. The group looked at him with pale, shaken faces, not a single word escaping their lips. Unbothered, Ashbourne continued. Now, a few things in order. He raised a casual finger. Roman and Neo, they're not to be hunted anymore. I've spoken with them. No more crimes. I plan to take them with me when I leave this world. Ironwood opened his mouth, but no words came. Ashbourne didn't stop, and for Penny, he turned to face the general directly. Give her all the freedom she wants, so long as she's with Amazo. Ironwood finally managed to speak, voice faint. Why? Ashbourne looked at him with a perfectly straight face. Because Amazo likes her, and I want them to spend more time together. Ironwood blinked, struggling to comprehend. Are you serious? Ashbourne gave a lazy shrug, a smirk tugging at his lips. What can I say? Children grow fast. Chapter 95, Unexpected Miracle. The sun had begun to set, casting golden hues across the sky as evening rolled in. Laughter echoed from the school gates as Amazo and Penny returned from their trip to Vale, both of them clearly enjoying each other's company. Their pace was relaxed, casual, Penny's laughter light and melodic, while Amazo wore a rare, amused smile. Nearby, Team RWBY sat outside on one of the stone benches, casually watching the pair return. Blake raised an eyebrow and smirked. I bet those two are an item. Weiss scoffed. That's ridiculous, they're androids, how is that even supposed to work? Yang leaned back and snickered. Skip on the hip dancing. Ruby cringed. Yua, Yang. As if on cue, Amazo and Penny spotted them. Penny beamed brightly and waved, calling out, salutations, as they approached. Yang leaned forward, eyes gleaming with playful curiosity. Hey, Amazo, how old is Ashbourne? Amazo paused, blinking once before replying. He will be 26 in 3 months. Yang hummed thoughtfully. Do you know if he has any preference in a girl? Amazo tilted his head, as in a mate. Yang nodded with an innocent smile that fooled no one. Amazo considered for a moment. Above average height, white-skinned, blonde, and a large bust. Yang's eyes lit up, her smirk growing wide. Weiss frowned in disbelief. Why do you even know that kind of information? She asked flatly. Amazo replied without hesitation. I assumed it to be the case since that's T's description. His girlfriend. Yang's smile faltered instantly. Girlfriend, she repeated, her voice quieter. That's unexpected, Blake said, clearly surprised as well. Ruby, curious, tilted her head. Where is she now? Back home, Amazo answered, with my sister. Yang narrowed her eyes with a strange glint. Can you shapeshift into her? I'd like to see this, Tia. The other girls blinked at her, stunned by her bluntness. Weiss's mouth opened in protest, but no words came out. Blake just raised her brow. Penny, as always, remained oblivious to the intent behind Yang's request. Only Yang's pride was truly visible. Amazo, knowing exactly what she was doing and seemingly unbothered, nodded and transformed. Before them stood Tia. She was a looker, statuesque and elegant, taller than Yang by several centimeters, with a graceful posture that radiated confidence, had a shoulder-length golden hair, and her figure, especially the pronounced curves and generous bust, left no question why Ashbourne had chosen her. Her piercing blue eyes scanned the girls briefly, a soft smirk playing at her lips. A moment later, Amazo shifted back into his usual self. If nothing else, he said as casually as before, we should be on our way. The two androids walked off together, leaving a stunned silence in their wake. Yang lowered her gaze, letting out a quiet sigh as she crossed her arms. There was no denying it. She had lost in the comparison, and she knew it. That night, the quiet hum of conversation echoed in Ashbourne's room as he sat on the couch, chatting casually with Roman through his scroll. The conversation was light, filled with sarcasm and banter, until a knock broke the silence. Amazo turned from his seated position and walked to the door, opening it with a gentle pull. Ruby stood there, clutching a modest box in her hands, her expression tense but determined. Can I come in? She asked softly. Amazo tilted his head, then stepped aside. Yes. Ruby stepped inside without hesitation, walking directly to Ashbourne. She held the box out to him. Here, try these. Ashbourne raised an eyebrow at the odd gesture, taking the box and opening it with mild curiosity. Inside were several rows of cookies, freshly baked and still warm. He plucked one out and took a bite, chewing thoughtfully. They're actually pretty good, he said, better than the ones from the shop the other day. Ruby smiled faintly. That's my mom's recipe. Ashbourne paused, looking up at her. She was visibly nervous, fingers ringing against her skirt. What's this about? He asked calmly. Ruby's voice trembled a little as she answered. Amazo said you know things, past, present, future. When I was young, my mom went on a mission and never came back. There was no body. Her grave is empty. I want to find her body. I want to bring her home and give her a proper burial. Can you help me? Ashbourne blinked, caught slightly off guard. That is an unexpected request. Please, Ruby said, her voice quieter. If you help me, I'll bake you these cookies for the next 10 years. Ashbourne blinked again and let out a short chuckle. This is the strangest payment or bribery I've ever received. He then nodded. Fine, I'll see what I can do to find her body. Ruby's face lit up with relief. Thank you, she said, before turning and quickly walking to the door. Amazo opened it for her and quietly closed it behind her. How are you going to find a dead body? Amazo asked after a pause. Ashbourne's shadow detached and slithered across the floor, disappearing out the window. I know her last mission, Ashbourne said plainly. I just need to locate and ask her killer. Amazo nodded, satisfied with the logic if not the method. The next morning, the cafeteria buzzed with its usual breakfast commotion. Ashbourne entered with Amazo beside him, his presence instantly drawing attention. He nodded toward Team RWBY and their nearby companions. "Morning," he greeted as he approached. Nora waved her spoon. "Who's going to win today's match?" Ashbourne smirked. "Want to get your money back? I only give answers through bets." "Only an idiot bets with you," Nora muttered. "I'm just curious." Ashbourne ignored her, his eyes finding Ruby in the crowd. She looked up at him, eyes hopeful. "Did you find anything?" she asked quietly. He met her gaze and shook his head. "Not yet." Yang, who had been listening, glanced between the two. "What's this about?" Ruby quickly replied, "Nothing." Yang squinted suspiciously at her sister, but Ashbourne cut in. "It's not shameful or embarrassing," he said, voice calm but firm. "If anything, it's admirable that she's thinking of something like this." Before Ruby could respond, Yang crossed her arms. "Now I really want to know what you're looking for." Ashbourne's eyes glowed faintly, and he looked off into the distance, a strange stillness settling over him. The group went silent, watching as he slowly stood up. He looked back at Ruby. "Just found her, wait here." And in the blink of an eye, Ashbourne vanished, leaving behind stunned expressions and one girl holding her breath. Ashbourne appeared in a place soaked in despair, an ancient, crumbling dungeon where the air reeked of sorrow and rot. Shadows clung to the walls like silent watchers. Beside him stood several of his shadow knights, their eyes glowing faintly purple. They held chains wrapped tightly around a woman whose presence radiated both power and despair. Salem, once the proud sorceress who challenged the gods, now the world's most enduring tragedy. Her pale, grim-infused form stared at Ashbourne with weariness and a flicker of recognition. "What do you want after thousands of years?" she said, her voice hollow, tired, yet still defiant. Ashbourne's eyes flicked toward her, impassive. "You got the wrong person, I'm not that god." His gaze then shifted beyond her to the cell in front of him. Inside, leaning lifelessly against the wall, was a figure. A woman, half buried in shadow, half breathing. Her body had long since begun to twist with grim corruption, yet something fragile remained. Summer rose. Ashbourne stepped into the cell, approaching her quietly. Her breathing was shallow. Her skin was pale and cold. Grim tendrils wrapped around her organs beneath the surface. But he saw it, faint but unmistakable silver shimmer in her dormant aura. He knelt beside her and brought out a red potion, its liquid swirling like molten fire. With care, he opened one of her eyelids. Silver, a light-long thought lost. Ashbourne poured mana into her eye. The silver eye flared suddenly, brilliantly. A searing light burst forth, flooding the cell and cutting through the shadows like a blade of dawn. Outside, Salem let out a groan, shielding her face. "Fool, now she's going to die." Ashbourne didn't flinch. He ignored Salem's warning. Instead, he uncorked the potion and pressed it to Summer's lips, gently tilting it in. The glow from her body shimmered, pulsing once, twice, then slowly dimmed. Her breathing steadied. Her expression eased. Ashbourne checked her vitals again, stable. He slipped one arm under her knees and the other around her back, lifting her effortlessly into a princess carry. He turned to Salem, his voice calm but edged with cold truth. "I sent my shadows to find you to ask about Summer's body. Who would have thought you kept her alive?" Salem's eyes narrowed, fury brewing behind her grim-like features. "By the way," Ashbourne added as his shadows began to dissipate the bindings around her, "even if you destroy all humans and summon the gods, your curse will continue. They are just that petty." And then he vanished, leaving the dungeon and the world's eternal tragedy behind. In an instant, Ashbourne reappeared in the cafeteria. Everyone froze. In his arms, cradled like a sleeping memory, was a woman, her black hair streaked with faded traces of red, yet unmistakable. Ruby gasped, rising from her seat as her scroll clattered to the floor. "It turned out she's alive," Ashbourne said quietly, "just asleep for a very long time." Ruby walked forward, each step trembling. Her eyes locked onto the peaceful face of the woman she hadn't seen since childhood. Mom," she whispered. Tears slipped down her cheeks. Then she ran to them and broke down, sobbing openly as she reached up to touch Summer's face. The cafeteria fell silent as dozens of students and staff turned to witness the impossible. Mouths opened in disbelief. Gasps filled the air. But Ruby only cried, clinging to her mother's hand like it was all that mattered in the world. And Ashbourne stood silently, holding a miracle. Chapter 96, a gate opened in fury. Summer Rose was carried gently to the infirmary. She was still in slumber. Ruby clung to her mother's hand the entire way, refusing to let go even as the medical team moved in to check on her. Yang hovered protectively nearby, her usual confidence replaced with silent hope. Their friends, the rest of Team RWBY and JNPR, trailed behind, stunned into silence. The idea that Summer Rose, long thought dead, was not only alive but lying right before them was almost too much to process. But the news traveled fast. In less than an hour, the door to the infirmary burst open. Kiro Branwen rushed in, eyes wild and bloodshot. When he saw her, his old friend, the woman whose death had haunted them all, his knees nearly gave out. He knelt beside her bed, whispering, "Summer, gods, is it really you?" A few hours later, Taeyang Zio Long arrived, his expression a mix of disbelief and overwhelming emotion. He stepped into the room slowly, eyes fixed on the woman lying in the bed. The whole family had finally gathered. Ashbourne, the one responsible for this miracle, didn't linger. As the rest of them crowded around Summer, he stepped out quietly. "My work here is done," he said simply. "Give them time to adjust." The friends, stunned by his exit, didn't follow the family into the infirmary. Instead, they turned to the one man who might have the answers. "Ashbourne," Nora called, running up behind him. "Where was she?" "What happened to her?" asked Blake, eyes sharp. "How did you even find her?" John added, pushing forward with the same urgency. But Ashbourne didn't even slow his stride. "It doesn't matter," he said curtly, his tone final. "What do you mean it doesn't?" Weiss began, but he raised a hand. "It doesn't matter," he repeated without looking back. And just like that, he disappeared down the corridor, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and frustrated friends. Later that afternoon, a soft beeping from the infirmary monitors changed rhythm. Summer Rose stirred. Ruby, who hadn't moved from her mother's side for hours, jolted upright. "Mom." Summer's eyes fluttered open, silver and soft, and focused on the tear-streaked face of her youngest daughter. "Ruby." "Mom," Ruby cried, throwing her arms around her mother's neck. "You're awake, you're really awake." Yang was beside them in an instant, hugging them both. Kiro and Tai stood nearby, silent and overwhelmed, tears shining in their eyes. Summer blinked through her own tears, reaching out weakly to touch each of their faces. "You're also grown up," her voice cracked. "How long?" "Over 10 years, Kiro replied quietly. Summer gasped, the reality slamming into her. Her eyes welled again, and she covered her mouth as sobs escaped her. I missed so much of your lives." "You're here now," Tai said softly, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "That's what matters." Ruby gripped her mother's hand tighter, as if afraid letting go might make this all vanish. When they asked her what had happened, where she had been all this time, Summer looked confused. I don't remember," she said slowly. "It was like a dream, or maybe a sleep I couldn't wake up from, I don't know, I was just gone." The silence that followed was heavy, but it was filled with relief, not sorrow. Ruby didn't say anything else. She just laid her head on her mother's chest and closed her eyes, listening to the heartbeat she had long thought silenced. And for the first time in over a decade, the Zio Long Rose family was whole again. The evening breeze in Vale was crisp, the city lights casting a soft glow over the bustling streets. Seated alone at an outdoor cafe, Ashbourne quietly enjoyed a dish of creamy cheesecake, unbothered by the passing crowd. That peace didn't last long. Amazo approached, a curious look on his face. Without asking, he sat down across from Ashbourne. "I know I will find you somewhere around here, Father," he said. "Mind if I ask where you found Summer Rose?" Ashbourne raised a brow. "You too." Amazo gave a small nod. Ashbourne set his fork down and replied, "The Grimm have a queen. Salem, she controls them all. Summer's last mission, she went after Salem directly, but she failed. Salem didn't kill her, she kept her alive, tried turning her into one of them." Amazo's eyes narrowed slightly. "And you found her there and healed her?" Ashbourne nodded slowly. "What about Salem?" "I left her," Ashbourne replied. "That war has nothing to do with us." A brief pause, then Ashbourne added with a knowing look. "Of course, if you become officially paired with Penny, our stance might change. So, are you going to ask her properly?" Amazo blinked, briefly caught off guard. "We haven't known each other that long, don't humans need time to move from friends to lovers?" Ashbourne rolled his eyes. "You're an android. You learn and adapt 1,000 times faster than humans. Don't hide behind human pacing and don't overthink it." Amazo tilted his head thoughtfully. "Then, I will wait until after the tournament." Ashbourne gave a single nod. "Fair enough, we've been away for quite some time. After the tournament, we can take Penny with us, show her our world, if she agrees of course." "I believe she would like that," Amazo said. The next day brought an unexpected knock at their temporary residence. Amazo opened the door and was greeted by Summer Rose with her daughters Ruby and Yang beside her. "Please come in," Amazo said, stepping aside. Ashbourne stood from the couch as they entered. With a gesture, food and drink emerged from the shadows around him, set neatly on the nearby table. "Welcome." Summer offered a small smile. "My daughters told me everything, about how you cleared Yang's name, about how you brought me back. I wanted to thank you personally. I owe you a great debt." Ashbourne waved her off. "Yang was only a victim in a game I was playing," he said. Then, smirking, he added, "As for you, your daughter sold her soul to me for the next 10 years. Summer blinked. "What?" Yang looked at Ruby. "Translate." Ruby folded her arms and looked away, cheeks pink. "I told him I'd bake him cookies for 10 years if he found you. There was no soul selling involved." "I'm a notorious slave driver," Ashbourne said with a sly grin. Summer chuckled warmly. "Still, thank you, and I'll add my own cookies to the payment." Ashbourne chuckled. "I'll accept the gracious bonus." Then Yang stepped forward, a wicked grin spreading across her face. "How about this, fight me, one-on-one. No semblances, no tricks, hand-to-hand. If I win, you owe me a favor. If you win, you add my services to your list." The room fell quiet at the sudden challenge. Ruby and Amazo blinked. Even Summer looked momentarily stunned. Ashbourne studied Yang for a moment, then smirked. "Fine, I'll play along." In the training arena inside Beacon, the audience was sparse. Amazo and Penny sat quietly together, while Team RWBY, Summer watched from the side benches. At the center of the arena stood Ashbourne and Yang, facing each other. Yang bounced on her heels, her trademark grin wide and fierce. "I'm going to beat you up," she said confidently, cracking her knuckles. Ashbourne gave a small smile in return. "Give it your best." Glinda, who was standing closest to the arena as the referee, eyed Ashbourne with a look screaming, "Are you for real?" before saying, "Begin." The moment the words left her mouth, Yang surged forward with explosive speed, her fists flying with all the might and training she could muster. She unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, each aimed to man before her. Ashbourne, with a single hand, blocked every strike effortlessly. He didn't shift an inch, his expression relaxed. "Is that the best you can do?" he asked calmly. Yang narrowed her eyes. "Wait and see how I wipe that smile off your face." With a sharp breath, she twisted into a heavy right hook, but Ashbourne caught her fist mid-swing. Without a hint of strain, he flipped her over his shoulder and slammed her into the ground. The arena shook with the impact. He didn't follow up. Instead, he stood there, waiting in silence. Then something shifted. Ashbourne's eyes twitched slightly as he sensed it. His shadows, the one he left behind to guard his home, were consuming vast amounts of mana. Too much. That level of draw meant only one thing: his strongest shadows were being overwhelmed. His eyes began to glow with a purple hue as he peered across space to see what was happening. There is a time dilation between Remnant and DC. It is canon in the movies. From the sidelines, Amazo noticed the change in his father's demeanor. So did the others. Yang, picking herself up from the ground, saw Ashbourne's distant look. She narrowed her gaze. Whatever he was seeing, he wasn't here. Taking the opportunity, she dashed forward and drove a punch square into his face. Her smile was triumphant until she realized he hadn't even flinched. His head didn't turn, and he continued staring at nothing. Then everything changed. The whites of Ashbourne's eyes turned pitch black, and a dark purple and black aura exploded from his body. The blast sent Yang flying backward, crashing across the arena floor. Cracks spiderwebbed across the entire stage. The air turned heavy, humming with raw power. Beacon itself began to tremble. The spectators gasped. Penny shielded her face from the shockwave. Kuro instinctively moved in front of Ruby and the others. Even Amazo stood up tense. Ashbourne's face twisted, not in calm, not in control, but in unfiltered wrath. Across the school, students lost their footing as the vibrations grew stronger and the windows shattered. Some later will swear their shadows were moving unnaturally, twitching and slithering under their feet like they had wills of their own. Then, beside Ashbourne, a large, ominous gate of glowing purple energy opened with a low, pulsing hum. Without a word, Ashbourne turned and stepped through it. "Father," Amazo called and dashed in after him just before the gate closed behind them, leaving a silent, stunned crowd in its wake. Confusion and fear lingered in the air as the arena's dust began to settle. Chapter 97, The Beginning of the War. Inside one of the halls of the watchtower, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Galatea stood tall and composed at the center of the command room, her arms crossed as the most powerful beings on Earth observed her with caution. By her side stood Igris, his towering form and gleaming black armor radiating an eerie calm. The Shadow Knight's stillness was unnerving, even for veterans of countless battles. Superman took a step forward and addressed the room. They will be our allies in the coming war. The Shadow Monarch's forces have agreed to give us their support. Galatea nodded, her tone unwavering. We have few thousands of shadows prepared to aid in the defense of Earth. Wonder Woman eyed Ygritte with a mix of hate and suspicion. I've already spoken with my Amazonian sisters. They're ready and will fight beside us. Across the room, Jaon stood with visible scorch marks across his green skin, his voice calm despite the pain. I have contacted the world leaders. Their militaries are mobilizing and preparing for the invasion. Get this, Flash added, leaning against the table with a grin, though it didn't reach his eyes. Our rogues and villains are actually prepping to fight. For once, Earth is truly united. In the shadows of the room, a second Superman, battle-scarred and weary, spoke up, his voice grave. It won't be enough. Your enemy, Darkseid, has conquered dimensions. Even with all this strength, the battle will be anything but easy. Galatea turned toward him, her eyes sharp. Since you've seen your world fall and others with it, do you know how he operates? What should we be preparing for? The fallen Superman nodded slowly. Darkseid doesn't come with subtlety. He arrives at a single city, sometimes a landmark, and then his armies begin pouring in. They spread fast, not for strategy, but as a show of force and dominance. He thrives on overwhelming fear. Galatea raised a brow. Then isn't that to our advantage? If they are in one place, we can nuke them the moment they arrive. The fallen Superman shook his head. It won't work. First, there are the civilians. Then, Darkseid's technology, he can teleport incoming warheads and his shields can repel or absorb radiation. Any large-scale attack would only hurt Earth. The only way to defeat them is to meet them in close quarters. As he spoke, Orion and a Green Lantern stepped forward and began briefing the League on the enemy forces they had encountered firsthand. Meanwhile, in a quiet neighborhood far from the Watchtower's orbit, Ace adjusted her gloves as she stood beside Courtney and Rex. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the grass. You have no powers, Grandpa, Ace said, turning to Rex. Why are you coming with us? Rex puffed out his chest slightly. I can't just let you march off to war alone. I might not have powers, but I know how to use a shotgun. And besides, his voice cracked, I wouldn't be able to face Ashbourne if something happened to you. Ace blinked, caught off guard. You're afraid of violence, of war. What kind of man lets his granddaughter walk into war while he hides at home? Rex shot back. His hands were trembling, but he stood firm. I'm coming. I'll help however I can. For a moment, Ace said nothing. Then she stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Don't be afraid, Grandpa, she whispered. I'll keep you safe. No one will harm you with me there. Courtney watched the touching moment quietly. When they finally pulled apart, she crossed her arms and asked, Is it really impossible to contact your father and brother? Ace looked at her and nodded. Father didn't leave a way to contact them as he had nothing to worry about. We're strong, me and Galatea both. And don't forget the Shadow Soldiers. They're more than capable of taking down anything, even if the entire planet united against them. So he wasn't worried about us in the slightest. Courtney didn't respond at once. Her eyes lingered on Ace. Finally, she said, Your father, why did he keep that a secret? Why hide so much? Ace smiled faintly. Because father really enjoys living a peaceful life. Courtney exhaled and shook her head. I'll never understand him. 2 days had passed in tense silence, Earth's defenders scattered across the globe on high alert. That silence shattered with a thunderous roar as a boom tube cracked open in the skies above the Daily Planet building. The sudden rupture in space sent shockwaves through Metropolis. From the glowing rift poured a storm of parademons, shrieking and swarming down like a plague of steel and fire. Within moments, the chaos spread. Explosions rocked the city. Civilians screamed as buildings crumbled, and emergency sirens began to wail across the skyline. Far from the epicenter, standing in the command tower of Shadow Corp, Galatea narrowed her eyes, watching the destruction unfold on a large screen. Ace and Rex stood at her side. Galatea's voice was cold and calm. It seems he chose our city to begin the invasion. Ace narrowed her eyes and replied, He chose it because Superman lives here. Probably. I guess this is his way of making a statement. A portal appeared near them. The trio without hesitation walked into it and appeared moments later at the heart of the crumbling city. All around Metropolis, heroes and villains alike began converging toward the chaos. The Justice League, the Titans, magical defenders, speedsters, lanterns, each answering the call. Even longtime foes had set aside their grudges for this single moment. Earth had only one enemy now. Above the streets, Superman and Supergirl were already engaged in fierce combat, their fists flying through the air, tearing through squads of parademons with fury. But even as they cleared the skies, new boom tubes ripped open all across the city, vomiting out more monstrosities than before. Giant flying cannons darkened the sky, raining energy blasts on skyscrapers and defenders alike. Paradoom's twisted abominations that fused Doomsday's raw power with parademonic cruelty crashed into buildings, leaving craters behind. Foot soldiers, elite warriors in jet-black armor, marched through fire and steel, their ranks never ending. Among them moved the generals and lieutenants of Apocalypse, each one a terror in their own right. And then, above all, he appeared. Darkseid. Standing a monstrous 3 meters tall, his body sheathed in dark blue armor engraved with symbols of conquest, this Darkseid radiated an aura more oppressive than the one they knew in their world. He stood upon one of his colossal war machines, surveying the battlefield like a god peering down on ants. But Earth was ready. Portals shimmered into being across the war-torn streets. From Themyscira came the Amazons, blades gleaming. Villains emerged beside heroes, scattering to their assigned positions. From the deep ocean, the Atlantean army rose, armored and armed for the depths and the surface alike. And from the encroaching shadows came the soldiers of the Shadow Monarch. Galatea landed with Ace and Rex at the edge of the battlefield, each taking in the scale of the war unfolding. High above, Darkseid's voice boomed across the city. An impressive army you've gathered, far more capable than the Earth's pitiful resistance of the other dimensions. But your efforts are futile, you will only lengthen your suffering. Superman soared into the sky, stopping just beneath the clouds. His cape billowed in the wind as he stared at the tyrant, his eyes filled with steel resolve. Things won't go your way here, he said. Leave Earth while you still can. Darkseid chuckled a low, guttural sound that chilled the air. You are more insolent than your counterparts, he said with grim amusement. Then he raised a single hand. Destroy them. And with that command, the sky split with the thunder of war. Across the battlefield, as steel clashed and powers collided, Superman roared and rocketed upward like a missile, streaking toward Darkseid with all the might he could summon. The blow he landed shook the air, a fist driven by years of hope and defiance slamming into the tyrant's chest. But Darkseid didn't even flinch. With a contemptuous grunt, the god blocked the punch with a single hand, then responded with one of his own. A devastating strike smashed into Superman's jaw, hurling him across the battlefield and through several skyscrapers in a trail of shattered concrete and twisted metal. Superman didn't stay down. From the smoking wreckage, he burst forth again, face bloodied, determination unshaken. He flew fast, too fast for the eye to follow until Darkseid's eyes glowed red. The Omega beams launched without warning, twisting and curling through the air like serpents, and struck their mark. An explosion lit the skyline, and Superman crashed to the ground, blood streaking his suit, dust swirling around his crumpled form. Darkseid stepped forward, towering and calm, his voice booming with disdain across the battlefield. Is that the best this Earth can offer? But then the winds shifted. A blur of shadow swept across the air like a thunderbolt. In an instant, Darkseid was struck by a crushing force that slammed into him and sent the god flying from his war machine, crashing into a skyscraper that trembled and buckled on impact. The battlefield fell into silence. Apocalypse forces stared in disbelief. Even the heroes paused. From above, he hovered Baru, the Ant King. Black, insectoid wings flared out behind him, his long claws crackling with blue energy. His very presence radiated menace and bloodthirst, his gaze locked onto Darkseid as the building groaned under the weight of the god's fall. Baru's voice echoed with terrifying calm, each word sharp like a dagger. In the name of my king, you shall fall here, invader. In the rubble, Darkseid stirred. His glowing eyes narrowed as he rose, fury etched into every inch of his expression. Chapter 98, The War on All Sides. Above the war-torn skyline of Metropolis, the sky was a canvas of fire and thunder. Supergirl soared through it, landing a devastating punch that sent a parademon crashing into the concrete below. But she didn't have time to breathe. A blur shot toward her from above, then bam. A fist collided with her face, sending her spiraling through the air. Supergirl steadied herself, floating midair, eyes narrowing at her attacker. There, smirking arrogantly in the sky, was a twisted reflection of herself. She looked nearly identical, except for the revealing black version of her old costume, ripped midsection, thin straps, and a skirt barely worthy of the name. Well, well, the dark Supergirl purred mockingly, arms crossed beneath her chest. The me in this dimension is just this. How disappointing. Kara gritted her teeth. You actually work for Darkseid, and what's with the thought outfit? The dark version laughed, the sound sickly sweet. Darkseid is my master, and what's wrong if he enjoys a little skin? Her tongue flicked across her lips as she said it, eyes glinting with depravity. Kara flinched in disgust. The dark Supergirl turned her attention to the distant toward Superman. In my dimension, I killed that trash, and now I get to kill another version of me and maybe my useless cousin again. How exciting. That's it, Kara growled. I'm taking you down. She rocketed forward, fists flying, and the dark Supergirl met her head-on. The air cracked with thunderous shockwaves as their punches collided, blow for blow, kick for kick. The skies burned with their fury. They were equals in strength, in speed, but not in cruelty. The dark Supergirl was brutal. Every strike held a savage edge, and she slowly began to overpower Kara, who grunted under the pressure. Then a streak of light broke through. Wham! The dark Supergirl was blindsided, sent spiraling through the air. Kara looked up sharply. I don't need your help, she said bitterly. Floating next to her, with a cocky smirk, was Galatea. Oh, please, Galatea said. You think I'd miss a chance to beat the hell out of you? She pointed at the dark Supergirl, grinning. The dark Supergirl steadied herself, eyes flicking between them. Wait, do I have a sister in this world? She's a clone, Kara corrected flatly. Galatea shrugged, still better than the original. With a shout, Galatea surged forward, slamming into the dark Supergirl. This time, the tide shifted, the dark Supergirl lost ground, forced to defend under Galatea's relentless, strategic blows. But then, a blinding flash followed by a sharp strike knocked Galatea away. She twisted in the air, regaining balance, and turned to see a new enemy stepping into the fray. The woman wore sleek, tight black body armor, her skin an ashen gray, eyes burning red, and her hair a midnight black waterfall over her shoulders. Galatea tilted her head. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Darkseid's wife. The woman gave a cold, confident smirk. Actually, his daughter, Grail, and I am your demise. The dark Supergirl laughed with glee, floating beside her new ally. Well now, she said, stretching. 2 on 2, just how I like it. I'd love to continue my intimate fight with my counterpart. Grail's red eyes locked onto Galatea, and the older one, she's mine. The four hovered in a perfect square of chaos. The air between them sparked with tension. Metropolis burned. Superman blasted through another paradigm, sending its charred body crashing into the ruins of a collapsed building. He turned, his eyes immediately locking onto the brutal clash between Darkseid and the towering shadow monster, Baru. Even amidst the chaos, Superman couldn't deny the truth that clawed at the back of his mind. This Darkseid was stronger than the one he had faced before. Taller, faster, and more devastating. The god's blows shook the skies, and yet the insectoid shadow, Baru, matched him with vicious blows. Thank God he's on our side, Superman thought grimly, remembering how Baru had nearly killed him once. A scream echoed behind him. Superman's instincts flared, he twisted just as a group of paradooms charged. Their snarling faces and glowing red eyes were nightmares brought to life. He slammed into the first, killing it with a single blow, but the rest closed in, claws raking across his chest and arms as they pushed him to the ground with a powerful impact. He gritted his teeth. The impacts didn't hurt, but the claws were cutting him. Not deeply, but enough to make his skin sting and his body ache. Every scratch left a thin red line across his otherwise indestructible frame. How are they piercing my skin? With a roar, Superman exploded outward, punching 2 of the beasts away. Another grabbed his leg, dragging him down. He tore it off with a growl, but for every one he destroyed, more came. They piled on him like a swarm. Then a shockwave. All the paradooms were flung away, crushed under the weight of a greater beast. Superman rose slowly, his suit torn, his skin scarred and bleeding. He looked up at the hulking figure beside him, a shadow cast in darkness, radiating malice. Superman stared. It resembled Doomsday. But it was darker, twisted, a shadow-born version of the monster that had once fought him. Shadow Doomsday bellowed, charging into the paradooms with an earth-shattering stomp. He ripped, crushed, and obliterated them by the dozens, turning the tide of the battle in moments. Superman stood in silence, heart heavy. First Darkseid, now even the paradooms were too much. He looked across the city where Igris, the Shadow Knight, fought Steppenwolf and the Furies and was winning. His blade moved like death itself, blue energy surrounding him, his form untouchable. Superman clenched his fists. For the first time, he felt helpless, but also grateful. These shadow monsters, creatures that once gave him sleepless nights, were now their greatest allies. A blur moved. Superman turned just in time to block a flurry of brutal punches. He stumbled back as a figure hovered before him. Another Superman. But this one had half his face replaced with metal plating. A glowing red eye blinked in sync with his words. "What a lucky day," the cyborg Superman sneered. "I get to kill you again." Superman's eyes flared red. "You'll try." He launched forward with a thunderous punch. The two Supermen collided, a shockwave shaking the ruined city once more as the battle escalated. The clash of steel and screams of war echoed across the shattered streets of Metropolis. At the heart of it all stood Wonder Woman, drenched in sweat and blood, her blade glinting with crimson light as she tore through parademons and apocalyptian foot soldiers like a tempest of divine wrath. She moved like war incarnate, graceful, brutal, unstoppable. One swing took off a parademon's head, another split a soldier's chest. Still they kept coming. Boom tubes cracked open all over the place like lightning tearing through reality, dropping fresh waves of enemies with every second. Her arm trembled slightly as she gripped her sword tighter. "No matter how many I cut down, they just keep coming," Wonder Woman thought. The ground beneath her was slick with blood, hers, the enemy's, her sister's. A scream pierced the din. Her eyes flicked sideways. Another scream, a familiar one, cut close to her heart. Just ahead, one of her Amazonian sisters was impaled through the chest by a parademon's jagged spear. Her expression twisted in pain before she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. "No," Diana surged forward, but something slammed into her. She brought her shield up, catching the blow and sliding back a few feet. Her eyes snapped to the source and froze. Standing in front of her was her, or rather a perverted echo. It was Wonder Woman, but stripped of everything that made her herself. Flesh fused with twisted machinery, her once bright eyes replaced with hollow sockets, cold and soulless. Her mouth didn't speak, it only opened and closed in silence like a doll's. Diana's breath hitched. This is what happens if we fail," she thought grimly. She struck forward, clashing steel with her own corrupted reflection, sparks flying from each blow. The thing mirrored her strikes perfectly, mechanical precision meeting divine skill. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky. It struck the cyborg Wonder Woman, blasting her away from Diana. "Need a hand?" came a familiar voice. Shazam descended beside her, his golden boots cracking the ground on impact. His suit was torn, and his brow was bloodied, but he still wore that confident, boyish grin beneath the seriousness in his eyes. "Came to help." Diana gave him a small nod of gratitude. But there was no time to exchange more. More boom tubes, more figures. From it emerged new threats, twisted and horrifying. Aquaman, his trident fused with dark tech, eyes empty of thought. Mira, her body laced with silver tubing, hair matted with oil and blood. Hawkgirl, her wings sharpened into blades, eyes devoid of mercy. And behind them, dozens of others, heroes, villains, faces Diana had fought beside, or against, now turned into nothing more than weapons. Flesh and metal, will and soul erased. Shazam's jaw clenched, Diana raised her sword again. A grim silence passed between them. Then came a thunder of wings, speed, and power. Backup had arrived. Heroes from every corner of Earth charged in, Green Lanterns, Zatanna, Firestorm, Vixen, Booster Gold, and many others. Some Diana barely knew, others she'd fought beside countless times. They joined the fray, standing against the corrupted fallen. Chapter 99, When Hope Crumbles. The sky above Metropolis burned with fire and smoke. The cries of the wounded and the clash of gods echoed through the torn city streets. Toward the rear of the battlefield, where broken buildings and collapsed towers provided brief cover, Ace and Rex stood among a sea of shadow soldiers. The inky black beings, loyal only to the Shadow Monarch, waited in eerie silence for their next command of their princess. Rex clutched his shotgun tightly, knuckles white. His eyes were wide, not with awe but horror. He stared at the blood-drenched battlefield, where bodies dropped like flies and screams never ceased. "Why?" Rex's voice cracked. "Why this madness? What's the point of all of this?" Ace's eyes stayed focused on the chaos, her expression unreadable but her heart heavy. She replied quietly, some relish in devastation and destruction. She paused, gaze darkening. "That's why Dad hates violence. He hates this sight." Above them, a swarm of parademons and paradooms twisted through the clouds like a storm of metal and bone. Ace's eyes shimmered with golden light. The moment her gaze locked onto the flying horrors, they screamed and dropped from the sky like falling stars. hundreds crashing into the earth below with bone-crunching force. The effect, however, didn't last. Ace narrowed her glowing eyes, a frown tugging at her lips. Something is wrong. The moment her focus slipped, or her enemies passed beyond her sight, they began to rise again, shuddering as sparks danced across their bodies, the machines inside them repairing the damage. A blur of cosmic white light zipped toward her. Courtney hovered nearby, her staff glowing as she battled above. She shouted down, "Ace, why are your powers not working on them?" Ace looked up, her eyes still glowing. "They are working, but these things, they're not fully biological." She motioned toward the twitching creatures as they rose again. "They're part machine. The tech inside them lets them recover almost instantly." Courtney's face tightened in frustration. She had hoped Ace's powers could thin the enemy's numbers. Instead, they were only slowing them down, delaying the inevitable. Even so, Ace didn't stop. Her eyes flared again, golden light shining like twin suns, and once more, hundreds of enemies fell, crashing into the concrete with sickening thuds. Without hesitation, the shadow soldiers surged forward. They moved like a flood of death, striking down the grounded creatures with brutal efficiency. Swords of darkness, claws of shadow, and pure numbers overwhelmed the temporarily paralyzed invaders. Courtney watched in silence, hovering just above the carnage. Her grip tightened around her staff. Thank the stars they're on our side. Rex remained frozen beside Ace, his breathing shallow. The sound of war was a storm in his ears, and his fingers clenched around his shotgun like it was the only thing anchoring him to reality. His eyes darted across the battlefield, scanning, searching, dreading. He pressed closer to Ace. The battlefield was chaos. Smoke and fire danced in the air, screaming steel clashed with roaring fury, and blood slicked the ground beneath trembling feet. The Teen Titans were barely holding the line. Their tight formation of Nightwing, Starfire, Cyborg, Beast Boy, Raven, Jinx, and Blue Beetle moved with precision and desperation. Each breath, each strike, each dodge was survival, and they weren't alone. Fighting beside them were allies from a fallen world. A Robin with Bruce Wayne's blood in his veins, another sickly Raven, and even a Superman and Lois Lane from a crumbling alternate world. Together they fought like a cornered animal, teeth bared, blades drawn. But when the skies opened, and tens of paradooms descended in unison, like the jaws of hell clamping shut, their hearts dropped. Even Starfire's fire dimmed. Cyborg's scanners froze, Raven's breath caught. They had survived so much, but this was death. Until the sky erupted in fire. A wall of devastation magic, searing red and inky black, surged from the top of a ruined skyscraper. It tore through the wave of paradooms, incinerating them midair, leaving only shrieks and smoking metal. All eyes turned skyward. Atop the burning tower stood a giant shadow, black and red, its form unclear and yet divine in its terror. Magical fire poured from its clawed hands like a judgment long awaited. Surrounding it were smaller figures, same race, same rage, each hurling wave after wave of destruction onto the invading horde below. Lois Lane fired a pulse gun into a charging parademon, its body slumping lifelessly. She muttered over the noise, "I wish we had those things back home. One is holding Darkseid, others taking on his top forces. And these guys," she motioned to the shadows above, "they're just slaughtering monsters like it's nothing." Superman from her world nodded solemnly. Raven of this earth, her face pale and solemn, spoke up for the first time in what felt like eternity. Her voice was low, almost reverent. If only their King Ashbourne were here, this war could already be turning. As if her words had summoned it, the shadows beneath her twisted. A shape began to rise, enormous, primal. From the dark beneath her cloak, a massive, bear-like creature erupted with a roar that split the sky. Its fur was made of writhing shadow, its eyes burning blue. Teeth like swords, muscles like coiled storms. The group recoiled instinctively. Raven took a stumbling step back, fear twisting her features. The creature had been there the whole time, hiding inside her shadow. She swallowed hard, her voice breaking. Everyone almost knows by now, it is not a secret. The others stared in disbelief as the bear snarled at her, its gaze sharp with warning. Then, without a word or sound, it turned and charged forward, crushing soldiers beneath its titanic weight, rending armor and bone alike. Starfire watched it vanish into the fray and blinked. What was that? Raven, voice hushed, replied, "The reason I couldn't speak freely. Ashbourne left that thing in my shadow." Cyborg tracked the beast with a visor scan, mouth agape. "Then it's good you didn't say anything," he said, eyeing Raven. "That thing would have made you into food." The alternate Superman, bruised but standing tall, watched as the shadow bear decimated entire platoons with bestial rage and supernatural power. He cracked a smile. Now I want to meet this Ashbourne. The shoreline trembled beneath the weight of war. Aquaman, Mira, and a contingent of the surviving Green Lanterns from Oa stood at the edge of the battlefield, battered but unyielding. Near them in the sea, the Atlantean warships, their cannons unleashing powerful bursts of energy, shattering the air with each shot as they targeted the swarms of flying parademons overhead. Aquaman's eyes flared with fury as he watched his people fall, warriors of Atlantis being shot down or dragged into the air and torn apart, their screams echoing over the crashing waves. One of the great ships exploded in a thunderous burst of flame and shrapnel, raining debris into the ocean. He growled, knuckles white around his trident. No more. Beside him, Mira struck down a charging parademon with a spear of water. She glanced over her shoulder, voice trembling with disbelief. This is madness. How many of these things do we have to destroy before it ends? One of the Green Lanterns, panting and injured, turned to her grimly. Darkseid doesn't just conquer planets, he enslaves them. He turns their people into his army. And this one, voice dropping, he's conquered entire dimensions. Gods know how many armies he commands now. Aquaman stepped forward, jaw clenched. I don't care how many, we don't give up. If we do, it's the end of everything. But even as he spoke, the skies above rippled with a familiar and terrifying distortion. Another boom tube opened. From it poured dozens of glowing green figures, descending like silent meteors. For a moment, confusion washed over the defenders. Aquaman narrowed his eyes. Lanterns. But one of the remaining Green Lanterns took a step back in pure horror, his ring flickering with fear. No, what have they done? The new arrivals were Green Lanterns no longer. Their bodies were fused with twisted machinery, green power glowing from corrupted circuitry and mechanical limbs. Half-machine abominations, their eyes devoid of will or mercy. And then the sky turned green. An overwhelming wave of emerald light surged from the corrupted lanterns, blanketing the city in a blinding glow. The defenders shielded their eyes, only to hear the scream of engines torn from the sea. The Atlantean ships, all of them, were dragged violently from the ocean, hoisted into the air like toys. Aquaman stepped forward in horror, his voice breaking. No, stop. But it was too late. In coordinated precision, the corrupted lanterns crushed the floating ships with their power, one after another. Explosions lit the sky as Atlantean soldiers were vaporized or hurled to their deaths. The ocean was littered with debris, corpses, and the fire of sinking wreckage. Within minutes, the majority of Atlantis' mighty fleet was gone. Mira collapsed to her knees, tears brimming. The remaining Green Lanterns stared in silence, despair taking root. But worse still, far beyond their view, across the world, boom tubes continued to open. And from each one, massive drills, titanic, hellish machines, descended from the portals. They embedded themselves in Earth's crust with earth-shattering force and began to drill deep and fast. Darkseid wasn't just waging a war, he was ending a planet. And though Earth's defenders had shown more resistance than he had expected, it was nowhere near enough to stop him. Chapter 100, When Shadows Tremble. High above the burning city, the sky was torn apart by the violent clash between Galatea and Grail. The two warriors exchanged devastating blows, fists colliding with thunderous shockwaves. Galatea's heat vision met Grail's omega beams again and again, neither gaining a clear advantage. Bruises marred their skin, cuts stained their armor, but their resolve held firm. But not all battles above were as balanced. Farther off, Kara staggered, barely holding herself upright. Her blonde hair was matted with blood, her face swollen and bruised. Across from her floated dark Supergirl, a twisted mirror of herself, her smile wild and unhinged. Though she bore a few marks of the fight, they were shallow compared to Kara's devastating injuries. With a laugh echoing through the air, dark Supergirl slammed her fist into Kara's chest, sending her rocketing toward the earth like a meteor. The impact cracked the pavement below. As Kara struggled to even breathe, her dark counterpart turned her gaze toward Galatea and Grail still locked in battle. Her red eyes gleamed with cruel intent. In a blur, dark Supergirl launched forward, slamming into Galatea from behind before she could react. Galatea grunted in pain, staggering from the surprise blow. Then came the onslaught of Grail and dark Supergirl together, pummeling Galatea from both sides in a chaotic, unrelenting storm of fists and beams. Trapped, Galatea fought to stay upright, blood dripping from her lips. Then dark Supergirl seized her, arms locked around her chest, holding her in place. Grail, she taunted with a grin, her eyes don't suit her, why not help her out? Grail's smirk twisted, with pleasure. Omega energy sparked in Grail's eyes. A devastating red beam erupted forward. Galatea screamed as the Omega beam struck her right eye, searing through the socket and disfiguring the right side of her face with smoking ruin. Grail tilted her head, inspecting the damage like an artist admiring her work. Yes, the right side's much better now. Let me help fix the left. But Kara returned, bloodied but burning with fury. She smashed her fist into Grail's face, then spun to strike Dark Supergirl, staggering them both just long enough to grab Galatea and attempt to flee. Their retreat was short-lived. Both Dark Supergirl and Grail fired simultaneously, Omega beam and heat vision streaking through the air. Kara glanced back, and in that instant knew there was no escape. Gritting her teeth, she twisted her body, taking the full brunt of both attacks to shield Galatea. The blast struck her back, searing her flesh. The two women crashed into the ground below, landing in a crater of scorched earth and blood. Galatea groaned, forcing herself upright with trembling legs. Her face half destroyed, her body battered, she looked at Kara's burnt and broken form beside her remaining eye. Then the earth shook. Grail landed hard, laughing as she grabbed Galatea's arm. "You didn't think it was over, did you?" With a sharp twist, she snapped Galatea's arm like a twig. Galatea screamed. As the Dark Supergirl descended, triumphant and smirking, a blur of shadow surged forward. With a thunderous punch, Shadow Doomsday slammed into Dark Supergirl, sending her flying. Grail spun to react, but the towering beast struck her next, launching her into the air like a ragdoll. Panting, Galatea stood despite her broken arm. Through clenched teeth, her one remaining eye blazing with rage, she pointed at the two enemies now recovering in the distance. "Kill them, rip them apart," she ordered the beast. "Murder the two bitches." And as Shadow Doomsday roared, Galatea used her remaining arm to pull Kara's limp body close, lifting her as best she could. With every ounce of strength left, she ran. Superman stood amidst the ruins, his chest heaving, blood streaming down several wounds. His once pristine suit was shredded, his cape torn and clinging to his back in tatters. At his feet lay the lifeless, broken body of cyborg Superman, sparks flickering weakly from the cyborg's skull as it finally went still. He barely had time to catch his breath when he heard the flutter of wind and turned. Galatea landed nearby, her clothes scorched and shredded, half of her face ruined and her arm twisted and broken. In her other arm, she carried Kara, burnt and battered, her body motionless. Superman's eyes widened in horror. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice hoarse, eyes flickering between them. Galatea stared at him, her good eye filled with exhaustion and fury. "Do we look okay to you?" she snapped, her voice sharp but tired. In the distance, explosions echoed again, louder this time. Fire lit up the sky as another massive ship fell from orbit. Superman gently took Kara from Galatea's arms, holding his cousin close, cradling her with care. "Let's regroup with the others and organize," he said, voice low and tight. "This is going out of control." Galatea gave a tired nod, wiping blood from her mouth, and turned to follow him. The three moved away from the heart of the battle, each step heavier than the last. They eventually reached the Amazonian defensive line, or what remained of it. Superman's expression twisted with grief as his eyes swept the battlefield. Corpses littered the ground, not only Amazonian warriors, but heroes he had once fought beside. Mr. Terrific, Booster Gold, and others whose names burned in his memory lay still, their battles lost, their sacrifices unspoken. A familiar voice, strained but unbroken, called out, "Clark, you don't look good." Superman turned toward the voice. Wonder Woman stood there, blood soaking her armor. A long, deep gash marred her shoulder, and her left arm hung limp at her side. Her sword was coated in gore, her breathing shallow. "Things are bad," she said weakly. "We are losing Clark." Superman didn't respond at first. He just stood there, holding Kara, his face a mask of pain. Beside him, Galatea remained silent, her own expression unreadable. Darkseid fought with calculated fury, his fists crashing against the black creature. Though his power was unmatched, the creature was faster, dodging even his Omega beams, a feat that few across the multiverse could claim. Despite the prolonged combat, the creature showed no sign of fatigue. Though locked in this battle, Darkseid watched the war unfold beyond them. His armies were winning, slowly but surely, yet the tide wasn't without resistance. These black creatures, similar in appearance to the one he fought, were tearing through his forces in savage waves. They never tired, never retreated, or showed fear. Darkseid's eyes narrowed as he sensed a cluster of these creatures surrounding a girl with glowing eyes in the distance. Hundreds of the creatures moved around her, clearly protecting her, and from afar he could see corpses piling at her feet. Thousands of his soldiers had already fallen to her and her army. He analyzed quickly, his conclusion simple: the girl was either controlling them or was part of their plan. It did not matter. Without hesitation, Darkseid himself began heading toward the girl's position. Beru moved to follow him, but in an instant, hundreds of paradooms blocked the way. Trapped, he roared and lashed out, but couldn't escape them in time. Darkseid descended from the sky like a meteor, landing before the Shadow Army and the girl at their center. The ground quaked under his feet, his presence alone drawing the attention of every creature nearby. In the sky, Stargirl, battling alongside the shadows, saw him arrive and panicked. She dove at him in a desperate attack. Darkseid's eyes lit up, omega beams zigzagging through the air directly toward the girl. Stargirl froze in horror, too fast to dodge. But Ace, commanding the shadows, yelled with desperate clarity, "Defend Courtney." Several Shadow Knights moved instantly, raising their hands and conjuring shields of darkness in front of Courtney. The beams struck. The shields shattered, hurling Courtney to the ground, but she survived, gasping, pained, and stunned. Darkseid scoffed, "So you are the one controlling them." He unleashed more omega beams, this time targeting Ace directly. The Shadow Army reacted instantly, some creating shields, others charging him, knowing they were too slow to fully protect her. Ace clenched her jaw, eyes narrowed, but she could feel her powers having no effect on him directly. She turned her focus to directing the other forces, desperately trying to hold the tide. Darkseid tore through the weaker shadows, when suddenly, Beru, unstoppable and enraged, arrived, slamming into him and sending them both crashing underground through buildings and debris. "Retreat!" Ace screamed, her voice broken with urgency. Courtney, recovering, and Rex nodded, turning to flee. But a tremor rippled through the ground, and omega beams burst upward, twisting through the air toward Ace. She turned too late. Rex leapt between her and the beam, taking the full brunt of it. His body was incinerated instantly, turned to ash before her eyes. Ace froze. She didn't move, she couldn't. She simply stared at the spot where Rex had stood, where he died, until another thunderous explosion rang out. Beru's body was flung from the underground, crashing into a nearby building. Darkseid rose, unharmed, his eyes glowing. "A pointless sacrifice. You will follow soon." Ace turned slowly to face him. Her face twisted not in fear, but in fury. Her glowing golden eyes shifted, flashing into silver. The power Ashbourne had sealed away years ago all came back to her. In that instant, the world trembled as she screamed. Darkseid staggered as the air warped around him, the ground split, and buildings crumbled in the wake of her unleashed power. Her glare unleashed a massive warping shockwave toward Darkseid, causing him and everything in her sight to be crushed and pushed in the direction of her glare. Ace dropped to her knees, screaming, blood and tears streaming from her eyes. The wave of devastation did not go unnoticed, as a huge chunk of the city was destroyed completely. From afar, Superman, Galatea, and the surviving heroes witnessed the destruction. Galatea bowed her head, a silent mourning for Rex's sacrifice. Others stared, wide-eyed, daring to hope Darkseid had fallen, killed by the devastating attack. But their hope was short-lived. An explosion rang out from the debris. Smoke burst outward. Darkseid rose, unharmed, eyes burning brighter than before. "BRU, kill him," Ace screamed, her voice cracking. The shadow creature obeyed instantly, charging with renewed rage, but was intercepted by hundreds of paradooms. They piled onto him, slashing, biting, ripping. Darkseid looked at him, and from his eyes an omega beam, the largest yet, which tore through the battlefield and struck Beru, destroying most of its body. The world stopped. But from the darkness, shadows surged, and Beru recovered, its body regenerating before them all. Darkseid growled, "How long can you keep regenerating?" Beru turned to face him, then froze. Its body began trembling, posture shifting into something unnatural, fearful. The almighty terrifying creature was nowhere to be seen. Darkseid smirked, "Afraid now, it is too late, creature." But Beru ignored him and looked back, wide-eyed, like something primordial was about to enter the battlefield. The other shadows began shaking violently, every single one of them trembling in unspoken terror. Then Beru spoke, its voice clear and terrified. "My king knows, he is furious." Chapter 101, The Shadow Army. Silence fell upon the battlefield. The maddened chaos that had raged across the ruined city ceased as though time itself held its breath. The wind whispered over shattered buildings and broken steel. Even the cries of pain and the mechanical whirring of Darkseid's war machines faded to nothing. All eyes turned to the trembling shadows. The shadow monsters and knights. The shadows of broken walls, the shadows of corpses, of fallen titans, of heroes and villains alike. They all shook. So did the shadows under the feet of Darkseid's soldiers, his soulless, reanimated warriors and paradooms alike. They began to move unnaturally, shivering like leaves in a hurricane. Even the other invaders, those monsters born from the fires of apocalypse, paused. Fear crept into them, inexplicably, irrationally. Baru's terrified words rang in everyone's ears. "My king is furious." Then a rip in reality split open in front of Ace and Courtney, glowing with ominous, swirling purple. From it, two figures emerged. Ashbourne stepped through first. His mere presence was a weight that pressed against the world. Jet black eyes, glowing purple pupils, no expression, no kindness, no humanity, just wrath restrained behind unfathomable control. Beside him stood Amazo, his frame transforming into his golden 3-meter form, glaring forward with uncontained fury. Ace, still on her knees, blood and tears streaming down her face, looked up. "Grandpa Rex, he died to protect me." Ashbourne's gaze did not soften. "I know." Amazo's hands clenched, but Ashbourne raised his own, still and calm. "Not this time," he said. His eyes shifted toward Galatia's distant figure, broken and mourning. He began walking, step after step over the wreckage of what was once his home. His eyes scanned the aftermath, the shattered remains of Shadow Corp Tower, the bodies of Jinx and Blue Beetle lying cold and still, the other titans injured and scattered, Kid Wicked's lifeless form near the Sobbing Bill, Mammoth and Gizmo. Shops he visited, streets he once walked with friends, laughter now echoes lost in smoke, people he knew in person, others he knew about, civilians, villains, and heroes. His home was filled with destruction and death. Ashbourne's gaze rose slowly and locked onto Darkseid. For the first time in this life, Ashbourne felt pure hatred. His fury was not fiery but cold, absolute. Darkseid narrowed his glowing eyes. "So, you are the controller of these black creatures. An interesting power. Swear loyalty to me, and I shall spare you and a few of your choice." Ashbourne stopped walking. His voice, quiet but sharp as a blade, echoed through the broken city. "Spare me? You, a puny god, think you can spare me?" A pulse of shadow erupted from beneath his feet. It spread like a wave in every direction. From it, thousands of shadows rose, menacing, imposing. Yet, they were different from before. Their energy, once a swirling mix of black and blue, now shimmered with violent purple. Baru, Igris, the entire existing army shifted, darkened, stronger, glowing purple, faster, now they were wrath incarnate. And they moved. Like the opening of a dam, the shadow army surged forward. What had been a close match became a massacre. Igris tore through Steppenwolf and the Furies as if they were made of paper. Doomsday crushed Grail and Dark Supergirl beneath his heel. Baru collided with Darkseid again, and this time the tide had turned. Each strike Baru landed forced the new god back. His speed, his strength now equal, if not greater. Darkseid snarled, body showing signs of damage for the first time. "Enough!" A wave of Omega energy blasted Baru back. "You think this is the limit of my army?" In response, boom tubes tore through the sky. Hundreds of them. Tens of thousands of paradooms emerged, their snarls echoing. Behind them, hundreds of thousands of parademons screeched into the atmosphere, descending like locusts. The heroes gasped. Even Superman's expression fell into despair. "That's impossible." But Ashbourne stood, unmoved. His voice was ice. "No army in existence can rival mine." And with that, the city itself changed. Rivers of shadows poured outward like a living sea. The ground twisted and cracked as hundreds of thousands of shadow soldiers emerged. Not just humanoid ones, giants as tall as skyscrapers rose. Drakes, beasts, monstrosities from forgotten nightmares, every kind of creature spilled out, filling the ruins. And it wasn't over. Over the sea, new purple gates opened, larger ones. From one of them stepped a titanic being, dwarfing even the tallest buildings, the demon Lord Trigon. Dragons of unimaginable size soared out behind them, their roars shaking the skies. Then the sky changed. An enormous purple gate opened above them all, stretching to every visible edge of the world. And from it, they descended. Millions. An endless tide of shadows, warriors of every kind, of every race. Creatures that seemed from myths, soldiers from different worlds, beings unlike anything this multiverse had ever seen. They fell from the heavens like stars going to war. The battlefield stood frozen. Even Darkseid himself stared at the sky, for the first time, truly stunned. Ashbourne's voice rang calmly across the battlefield. Earth is too small to host my whole army, but this won't change the outcome. From the rivers of shadows, millions of glowing purple eyes stared directly at Darkseid, but didn't raise, they waited, for their king's command. And for the first time, the defenders of Earth realized the true horror of Ashbourne's power. Ashbourne's voice cut through the thick air like divine decree. Eradicate them, and bring me that puny god on his knees. It was not just a command, it was judgment. The silence of awe shattered into a cacophony of screams, roars, and devastation. The heroes of Earth, those still standing, watched as the tide turned from overwhelming to apocalyptic. Darkseid's army, once an unstoppable force, was now prey. From the skies, the shadows rained destruction. Spears made of solid purple energy fell in showers, piercing through paradooms and parademons with surgical precision. Where the dragon shadows flew, their roars alone disintegrated the creatures of apocalypse. The world trembled. Storms formed from the sheer velocity of their wings. The ground below was no safer. Thousands of humanoid shadow warriors, clad in armor sculpted from the essence of death, shot through the air, carving paradooms as if they were paper. Amidst the massacre, Darkseid stood, but he was no longer the fearsome conqueror towering above the battlefield. Before him stood a knight, a colossal one. Twice his height, clad in obsidian armor crackling with purple energy. No name was spoken. It did not need one. This was the hand of the Shadow King. Darkseid's eyes blazed crimson and the Omega beams fired. They twisted midair, impossible to dodge, unstoppable. They struck the knight full force. And fizzled. The knight shrugged, took a step forward, and grabbed Darkseid by the arm. Then came the punches. Each blow shook the ground like an earthquake. With each strike, the god of apocalypse groaned, not in rage but in pain. His armor cracked, his face bled. Finally, the knight seized Darkseid by the back of the neck, dragging him across the field like a broken trophy. The corpses of his army lay shattered around him. The cries of dying parademons still echoed. He was thrown before Ashbourne. Forced to his knees. Ashbourne stared down at him. His voice was low, controlled. "Where is your hubris now, God?" Darkseid looked up, bruised and bleeding, yet unbroken in pride. "You think you've won?" he hissed. "I am a god. Even if you kill me now, I will return. I will continue what I started." Ashbourne's eyes narrowed. "I know, but you won't come back." His voice was still, terrifying. "I will make sure your name is forgotten. No one will know who Darkseid was when I am done." Darkseid sneered through blood. "You think you can end a god?" Ashbourne didn't answer him. Instead, his gaze flicked to the towering knight. "Go, the rest of you as well, to Apocalypse, destroy it. Leave no living creature, not one." The knight nodded and dissolved into shadow. One by one, the titanic beasts, dragons, humanoid soldiers, and monsters turned into pure darkness, swirling together into a vortex. They rose, a black tower breaching the sky until a massive gate appeared high in the sky. The shadow tower entered the gate like an arrow of doom. Ashbourne's voice echoed behind them. "Your name will be eradicated from this world. No one will remember you." Darkseid forced himself to stand, wobbling, blood dripping from his wounds. He turned and looked around. In less than 5 minutes, his army had been reduced to a few thousands. He clenched his jaw, his eyes burned red again. "You just sent your entire army away," he growled. "That was your mistake." Nearby, several heroes were still wounded and exhausted, tensed. Even they feared this might be a misstep. Darkseid was no common foe. He was a monster. Even a wounded god could level Earth. Ashbourne, calm as ever, turned slightly toward him. "They are not needed." His voice dipped into the abyss. "You brought me enough." Then he spoke a single word, "Arise." And the world changed. From every corner of the battlefield, corpses stirred. The dead, the mutilated, the crushed, the torn, rose again. But not as themselves. As shadows. Darkseid's eyes widened, not in fury, but in shock as he watched hundreds of thousands of parademons and paradooms rise again, now bearing purple glowing eyes and obsidian skin. He watched as Steppenwolf rose again, his body a dark echo of the general he once was. The Furies, even the heroes he mutilated and controlled, once rose again. His own forces, now loyal to someone else. The heroes could hardly breathe. Superman turned, watching as fallen Green Lanterns rose once more, not as protectors, but as part of the ever-growing army of the darkness. Diana's hands trembled as she watched hundreds of fallen Amazonians rise from the blood-soaked earth, no longer bearing the spark of the Messira in their eyes. Ashbourne's army had grown again. Not just in strength, but in meaning. These were the dead, and the dead belonged to him. A chilling realization spread like wildfire through the remaining defenders and invaders. The Shadow Army was built from death, from all deaths. And now the world saw how endless it truly was. Superman's fists clenched as he looked around, unease blooming in his heart. His mind racing how many has he killed to build that army? Darkseid, no longer looking angry, but simply desperate, took a single step back as thousands of paradooms surrounded him. Chapter 102, The Shadow Monarch. Darkseid clenched his jaw, blood dripping from a split lip, bones groaning beneath cracked skin as he looked around at the shadows of his army staring at him waiting to rip him apart. His godly essence quivered with rage, but not just at his injuries. At humiliation. His army was gone, his world is being attacked. His forces turned to dust and now walked as shadows. But it was this man, this thing before him, that broke his pride. He locked eyes with Ashbourne, standing among the ruin, shadows behind him like an endless tide. They called you their king, Darkseid spat. Are you going to hide behind them instead of fighting? Ashbourne did not flinch. His face, carved from the stillness of death, remained unchanged. Do you think your provocation will work? He said quietly. Ashbourne took a step forward, his presence suffocating. I have a better question, he said, voice cold. Do you think fighting me is better? Darkseid didn't respond. The answer was irrelevant. His pride had decided. He growled and surged forward, fists clenched, omega energy crackling across his form. Ashbourne raised a single finger. You, puny god, should be kneeling for mercy. A pulse erupted, ruler's authority. Darkseid's knees slammed into the broken earth. The god roared, trying to rise. Muscles flexed, body trembled, but he couldn't stand. His hands clawed at the ground as his fury boiled. His eyes blazed, glowing crimson, as the omega beams charged. Ashbourne casually pointed downward. Darkseid's face smashed into the dirt. You should be kissing the ground for mercy, Ashbourne said icily. Yet you, lowly thing, had the audacity to think you could fight me. With a snarl, Darkseid forced his head up, breaking free of the pressure. He let loose the omega beam with a thunderous roar, the deadly twin rays spiraling toward Ashbourne like divine retribution. Ashbourne didn't move. He simply looked at the incoming beam. And then crack. A fist collided with Darkseid's jaw, Ashbourne's, as he appeared beside him in the blink of an eye. The omega beam fizzled as Darkseid flew backward like a broken meteor. Ashbourne began to walk, slow and deliberate. Darkseid roared again and charged. But it was no longer a fight. It was a beat down. Ashbourne didn't dodge, he didn't defend, he hit, over and over again. Brutal, merciless, every strike echoed like a thunderclap. When Darkseid tried to swing, Ashbourne vanished, only to appear behind him, in front of him, above him, each time with a strike that shattered bone, burst muscle, or ripped armor. Darkseid's confusion grew. He couldn't see him, couldn't track him. Ashbourne tilted his head. Do you know what is the fastest thing in existence, puny god? He asked. Some might say light. He caught Darkseid's wrist mid-punch. But the answer is darkness. Ashbourne's voice chilled the world. Wherever you go, wherever light travels, darkness is already there waiting. With an inhuman power, Ashbourne twisted and punched with all his might. Darkseid's body shattered through buildings like a comet, disappearing in the distance. In Ashbourne's hand remained the god's severed arm torn between the punch's force and Ashbourne grip. The world fell silent. Heroes and villains alike stared, unable to believe it. The god of apocalypse was being crushed. Then a blur from the side, a streak of speed and shadow hurtled toward Ashbourne. Dark Supergirl. Her body, bloodied and torn from battle, streaked across the field, loyal even in the face of annihilation. Ashbourne didn't look at her. He simply punched to the side. His hand pierced her skull with ease. Bone cracked, blood sprayed, and the woman body dropped lifeless at his feet. Darkseid stood in the ruins of his own pride, his body a ruin, blood dripping from his mouth and chest, his arm gone. But his fury remained. With a final scream, he prepared the omega beam again, when a spark of heat struck him in the chest. He stumbled. Looking up, he saw the source. His loyal Supergirl, now Shadow. Her corpse had shifted and stood silently beside her new master. A soldier of the dead. Darkseid's face fell into horror, and for the first time in eternity, he felt alone in the face of this ever-expanding army. Kara gasped, a ragged breath escaping her lips as her eyes fluttered open. She bolted upright with a start, disoriented. Her limbs trembled, still feeling the phantom pain of a blow that had nearly killed her. What happened? She rasped. Superman, kneeling beside her, looked grim. You nearly died, he said solemnly, then cast a glance at the figure beside her. But that shadow thing saved you. Kara turned her head. A tall, silent shadow loomed beside her, motionless, watching. Thanks, Kara said softly. The shadow didn't respond. She blinked, confused, and slowly stood. What did I miss? A voice replied from nearby. A lot, said Galatea. Kara turned, startled. Galatea stood tall and whole, her wounds healed as if they'd never existed. Kara followed her gaze, then froze. In the distance, Ashbourne. Before him stood Darkseid, bloodied and broken, and around them, hundreds of shadows, once paradooms, now loyal to a new master. What is going on? Kara asked, her voice barely a whisper. Flash, who had joined them moments earlier, spoke with a half-wry, half-terrified tone. You missed a lot. Ashbourne Black came back and went full death god on apocalypse forces, genocidal mania included. Kara turned her eyes back toward Ashbourne. She saw it all, the way he walked, like strength incarnate. She heard every word he spoke, the way he shattered Darkseid's pride, the moment her dark counterpart charged to help, only to be struck down without Ashbourne even looking. The punch, the piercing hand, the collapse of Dark Supergirl's body, Kara flinched. But then she watched the shadow of her counterpart rise from the corpse, stand beside Ashbourne. Her stomach turned to ice. How, she whispered. Superman's voice was grave, his eyes hard with dread. He commands the dead, he said. Every shadow you see, every single one of them came from a corpse. They are bound to him, utterly loyal. Kara's lips parted in horror. Her gaze drifted over the battlefield. So many shadows, so many lives ended, and now in his service. She finally understood. Ashbourne wasn't just powerful. He was terrifying beyond anything she had ever known. The world watched in silence as Ashbourne walked slowly toward the broken god who had once ruled with absolute fear. I truly can't fathom, he said, voice cold. What made you think fighting me was a good idea? With a final desperate cry, Darkseid unleashed the Omega Beam, brighter and stronger than ever before. A direct blast to Ashbourne's chest, a beam strong enough to annihilate stars. The impact triggered an eruption of a wildfire of energy, red and golden, engulfing Ashbourne in a tempest of destruction. But from within the fire, Ashbourne walked, unharmed, unbothered. You couldn't match my soldiers, his voice echoed through the flames. You were beaten by them, but still you wanted to take me on. The red storm burst apart as darkness erupted, swallowing the Omega Beam. A torrent of black and purple flames surged forward, devouring everything in its path. Darkseid staggered back, dread consuming him as he asked, What are you? The world began to change. The sky blackened into a void deeper than night. Streets turned pitch black, rubble, buildings, even light itself, vanished into endless darkness. All colors were lost. The world became monochrome death. And in that void, only one light remained. A towering torrent of purple fire, roaring where Ashbourne stood. Then came his voice, but not as before. Now it was inhuman. I brought down rulers, he declared, monarchs, the Itarim alike. His tone rumbled like a god's damnation. And you, a mere god thing, can take me on. Every syllable shook the souls of the living. From within the inferno walked a giant, 5 meters tall. His black armor pulsed with purple energy. A long cloak of darkness trailed behind him. His helmet was ancient and cruel, eyes glowing like twin stars of apocalypse. Atop the helm burned a crown of purple flame. With a single step forward, the entire world shook. Silence. Every living creature across the world fell into stillness. Their thoughts fled. Their bodies refused to move. Fear gripped them, not just fear of death, but of something far worse. This was judgment. This was inevitable. The incarnation of death and darkness had come. Even Darkseid, the god of tyranny, stood frozen. This wasn't a man. This wasn't a king. This was the end of all things. I am the first of the rulers, the ruler of death. I am the last of the monarchs, the shadow monarch. Chapter 103, The End of the War. Ashbourne took a slow, deliberate step forward. His towering, armored form loomed over Darkseid, whose battered body trembled from the unrelenting. Ashbourne took a slow, deliberate step forward. His towering, armored form loomed over Darkseid, whose battered body trembled from the unrelenting pressure of Ashbourne's presence. Then, without ceremony, Ashbourne extended his hand and plunged it straight through Darkseid's chest. The impact was brutal and effortless, as if tearing through air. Ashbourne's arm protruded from the other side of the god's torso, lifting him off the ground like a rag doll. Darkseid's eyes widened in disbelief and agony. You think you are safe because of this avatar? Ashbourne's voice was low, cold, and absolute. You think I cannot reach you because your real self resides in the god sphere. Darkseid screamed. But Ashbourne was unmoved, his tone filled with cruelty. I will rip through every dimension you exist in, he said. Every fragment of knowledge regarding you will be erased. Every creature that dares speak your name will be destroyed. Even the other gods will not be spared. Darkseid's avatar convulsed as his essence was forcibly torn apart, the Omega force within him shrieking in defiance, but Ashbourne was already drawing closer, his burning eyes piercing into what remained of the tyrant's mind. I will erase you from the history of every world, Ashbourne declared. Then I will come to the god sphere to end you. No gods will save you. No apostles will be able to stop me. Even if the Itarim of this multiverse steps in, it still won't be enough. Darkseid's screams choked into silence as the Avatar's body disintegrated into black ashes, swept away by the windless void. A sudden ripple tore through the air behind Ashbourne. A new gate opened, this one swirling red and glowing with primal chaos. From it stepped a tall man clad in black armor, his long red hair flowing like blood on fire. His grin was wild, his aura exuding destruction. You didn't call me for years, he said with a smirk. I thought you forgot me in your endless army. Ashbourne turned slowly. Antares, he said, you are the monarch of destruction. I will allow you this time to do what you like. Scout the multiverse for the tyranny god, Darkseid, and erase all traces of his existence. Then destroy his true self in the god sphere. Antares laughed, eyes glowing with murderous joy. The naive one who preached peace to the bitter end. Now asks me to kill and destroy on such a scale? What did that lowly thing do to earn such wrath? Ashbourne's gaze sharpened. Do you want to die for good? Antares raised his hands in surrender. All right, I was just curious. Leave it to me, tens of billions will die in the name of your cause. He turned to the gate, laughing maniacally. I've missed this. Then he vanished into the swirling red gate, leaving a faint trail of destruction behind him. The world was silent. No wind, no breath, no movement. Until Amazo stepped forward, his voice the first to break the tension. Father, is it wise to give the most deranged and dangerous of the monarchs a free rein? Ashbourne didn't turn. It doesn't matter as long as he gets the job done. Then, the crushing darkness that had swallowed the planet began to recede. Color returned to the land. The sky softened from black to blue-gray. Buildings, ground, and cities regained their textures, though the scars of war remained. But no one moved. No one dared. Ashbourne in his human form stood there, a god among corpses and shadows, the embodiment of death incarnate. Amazo stepped closer, analyzing the Earth's core with his internal systems. He blinked. My scanners show the Earth's core is damaged significantly, he said. At this rate, Earth will die in a year at most. Ashbourne stood still, silent as stone. His blazing purple eyes regarded Amazo, who was reviewing the deep readings of Earth's failing core. Fixing the core with normal means is impossible, Amazo said, voice steady but weighted. There's too much internal collapse. The planet cannot be fixed at this stage. Ashbourne sighed. Then, with the slowness of finality, he raised his hand. Darkness wrapped around it in tendrils of shadow, pulsing with energy. When the darkness dispersed, a cup shimmered in his palm, a glowing vessel of impossible design, forged by the oldest being Ashbourne had known. Without a word, Ashbourne tilted the cup. A single drop of golden liquid fell. The moment it touched the ruined earth, a radiant explosion of light surged outward. The golden light swept across the land like a tidal wave, enveloping everything, land, sea, and sky. As far as the eye could see, everything was bathed in brilliance. Survivors across the planet shielded their eyes from the intensity, gasping in awe and fear alike. Then, as quickly as it had arrived, the light began to recede. When it cleared, the world had changed. The battlefield was gone, the ruins had vanished. The city stood whole again, buildings gleaming, streets repaired, even the smallest cracks sealed. It was as if the war had never happened. Survivors blinked and looked around in wonder. Homes restored, life returned. Amazo scanned the Earth's core once more. His eyes flickered, then refocused. The planet has been restored to its original state, he announced. Everything is back to normal. A small figure stepped forward. Ace. Her eyes were red with tears, her voice soft, trembling. Dad, can't you revive Grandpa Rex? Ashbourne looked down at her. His expression softened just slightly. Ashbourne said quietly, if I wanted to bring him back, I would have to change fate. That would trigger a crisis, one that would destroy everything. The world would be reset, everyone would vanish. That's the law set by this world's Itarim, and everything is set on stone, only the owner can change it. Ace's lips quivered, her tears returned. She said nothing more, just buried her face into her hands and cried. Ashbourne turned to Amazo. Take her home, he said, stay beside her. Amazo nodded once and gently took Ace's hand. With a shimmer of light, the two disappeared into the shadows, bound for safety. Ashbourne remained alone for a moment. Then his gaze shifted to Galatea and the battered members of the Justice League nearby. Without a word, Ashbourne teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before them. No one spoke, not even Superman. They stared at him, not with pride or hope but with fear, the kind that settled into the bones, the kind that gods evoked when they walked among mortals. Galatea finally broke the silence. I'm sorry, she said, her voice cracking. In my arrogance, I allowed Rex to come here with us. It's my fault, all of it. Ashbourne looked at her. If he was not there, he said, Ace would have gone instead. Someone would have died regardless of your choice. I did not leave enough soldiers behind. That is on me. Galatea looked down, grief-stricken. Ashbourne's gaze shifted to Superman. I will release your colleagues, he said, and all those who fought to defend Earth from my shadow army. But you and the rest of your league will prepare a funeral for the fallen. Superman nodded silently, jaw clenched. No words, no argument. Ashbourne's shadow began to swirl and rise, enveloping Galatea in a quiet shroud of darkness. As the shadow consumed them both, his final words echoed in the silence. He and Galatea appeared together in the center of the living room, where Ace and Amazo already sat. The silence in the room was crushing. The only sound came from Ace, who sat curled up on the couch, his body trembling with quiet sobs. Tears streaked down his cheeks. When he saw them, he looked up with red-rimmed eyes and a cracked voice. It was my fault, Ace whispered. He died to save me. Ashbourne didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and placed a firm hand on the girl's shoulder. His voice was calm, but heavy with the weight of finality. It is not your fault, he said. It was the result of all of our actions. He paused, glancing at Galatea, who said nothing, her arms folded tightly as if bracing herself against grief. Uncle Rex chose to protect you, Ashbourne continued. T allowed him to tag along. I could have left more than a few thousands of soldiers behind. I could have charged the soldiers' mana to full power. I could have kept an active watch here, but I didn't any of that. I was confident it was not needed, and that it could cause some annoying individuals to come. Amazo stirred from his seat, head low. No, I was the reason why Father left this world for so long in the first place, he said, his voice filled with regret. Ashbourne looked at him. There was no accusation, no anger, only acceptance. Darkseid invaded another dimension, he said, and we all made decisions, some small, some great, but every one of them led to this. Ace sniffled and tried to wipe his tears away with his sleeve, but they kept coming. Galatea knelt beside her silently, wrapping one arm gently around her shoulders. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. Ashbourne moved to a nearby chair and sat down. For a moment, he didn't speak. His gaze was distant, but the purple embers beneath his eyes still glowed faintly, like dying stars refusing to go out. Then his voice broke the silence. For him, Ashbourne said, I will end Darkseid permanently, even if I have to sink this entire multiverse into endless darkness. The words were terrifying in their honesty. No one questioned them. No one flinched. The room accepted them as truth. Because deep down, they all knew it was a final judgment. The fire of vengeance may have lit in Ashbourne's chest, but in that moment, everyone in the room grieved not as meta-human, clone, or android, but as family. The death of one good old man had left a hole in their hearts that no war or shadow could ever truly fill. Chapter 104, The War Aftermath. The war was over, but its echoes refused to fade. Though Ashbourne had restored the Earth to its former state, reversing the material destruction with terrifying ease, the death toll remained untouched. Thousands, civilians, heroes, and even villains lay among the casualties. The city's skies were no longer choked with smoke, but grief lingered in the air, heavy and thick. Streets were lined with hastily constructed memorials. Heroes and civilians worked side by side, lighting candles, preparing funerals. Capes fluttered in silence, not from wind, but from solemn duty. Statues were planned, names engraved on black stone, and not a single hand remained idle. Even the villains, infamous for their selfishness and cruelty, stayed quiet. No jailbreaks, no plots, no crimes. They too had stood on the front lines. They had witnessed the end and somehow felt part of it. Not allies, not enemies, but survivors. They walked the streets in silence, unchallenged by the League, offering no threats in return. A moment of stillness had overtaken even the worst of them. But what overshadowed even the morning was the man who brought it all to an end. Ashbourne. The Shadow Monarch. His arrival, his power, his dominion, all of it left an impression that none could forget. The world had watched him fight Darkseid and win. It shattered illusions the Justice League had held for years. Once, they prepared to face gods and titans. Once, they believed in unity and strategy to face anything. How they failed to stop Darkseid and how Ashbourne's arrival changed everything. They remembered how, not long ago, they considered fighting him, fighting the Shadow Monarch. It felt laughable now, pathetic. Ashbourne wasn't just stronger. He was a being beyond anything they knew or understood. His otherworldly form, his words, his presence, it carved into their souls the truth. This wasn't someone they could oppose. Not physically, not ideologically, not even in thought. And perhaps worse than his might was his knowledge. Wherever shadows touched, Ashbourne could see, listen. No, it didn't matter if it was a whisper in the watchtower or a prayer in Atlantis. If it hid in darkness, he was there. That truth sank into their bones. No more private conversations, no more offhanded judgments. Even alone, no one dared speak ill of the Shadow Monarch. He commanded both death and darkness. His army was made of the dead, and they followed him in blind loyalty, reverence, akin to soulless slaves. Even Trigon, the nightmare demon so many thought unstoppable, stood among Ashbourne's ranks, just another soldier. When Raven of the Teen Titans saw her father among the dead, she fell to her knees. Her counterpart from another world screamed in horror. Trigon, their father who once threatened the world, was gone. His soul belonged to someone else now, someone far worse. Dr. Fate, though shaken, had been one of the few to speak. His voice trembled as he recalled the red-haired man that came through the Red Gate. Chaos and destruction personified, he said. That creature shouldn't exist in this realm. He refused to repeat Antares' name aloud, and no one asked him to. Even Wonder Woman, once proud and defiant, had crumbled beneath the truth. Her mother was dead. Ashbourne's shadows would have taken all of them Asira. She had vowed vengeance, but that vow turned to void. She had seen the transformation. She had felt the fear, as if the concept of death itself stared at her. There was no pride left, only awe and terror in their rawest form. And the knowledge that she lived, only because he allowed it. The world had changed, the League had changed, even the villains had changed, but above all, the balance had shifted. Ashbourne did not speak a word, he did not do anything. He simply existed, and that was enough to keep everyone afraid. Kara sat atop the skeletal remains of a skyscraper, her legs drawn up loosely as she looked over the city. The once familiar skyline was darkened, a reminder of war and power. Below, emergency lights flickered like dying stars, struggling to restore some semblance of normalcy. Yet up here, there was only wind, silence, and her thoughts. Then, the wind shifted, and a figure landed beside her with a soft thud. Kara turned her head slightly and saw Galatea. Galatea didn't speak immediately. She just stood there, awkward but composed. After a few seconds, she asked, "Can I sit?" Kara narrowed her eyes. "What do you want?" Galatea gave a faint smirk. "I'll take that as a yes," she said, and lowered herself beside Kara, her tone softening. "I wanted to thank you for saving me back there. If not for you, those two unhinged bitches would have killed me." Kara glanced sideways at her. "You came to help me first. I paid you back." Galatea nodded. "Maybe. I was disoriented from the pain. Still, I noticed how you blocked them with your body. You nearly died. You didn't have to do that for a clone." Kara was silent for a long moment. Finally, she said, "I didn't mean to sacrifice myself for you, but my body moved on its own. I guess I've gotten used to throwing myself in front of people." Galatea stared ahead, then slowly exhaled. "I hated you. Since the day I opened my eyes, I always knew I was a clone, a fake, and you were the real one. I blamed you for everything about my existence. I wanted to prove I was better than you, that I existed, not just as someone's science project. Even when I said I wanted nothing to do with you, she faltered, I still enjoyed seeing you tormented. I enjoyed your misery." Kara's lips tightened, but she didn't interrupt. Galatea lowered her head. "I'm sorry, for hurting you, for lying, for making you suffer because I was jealous." Silence again, then Kara finally spoke, her voice soft. "I hated you too, for just being there. I hated that they made you. I blamed you because you were the only face I could see and hit." Galatea didn't respond, letting Kara continue. "When I lost to you, I felt angry. At you, at myself, I felt worthless. For a moment I thought maybe I wasn't the real one, and my hate for you grew. I started to feel jealous too, and when Ashbourne chose you to follow him instead of me. It hurt. I told myself he was an idiot, that you tricked him, that he just couldn't see who you really were. Kara looked down, hands clenched on her knees. I thought you were a scumbag. I couldn't understand what he saw in you. Galatea didn't flinch, though the words clearly hit her. But then, when Darkseid came, Kara said, her voice quieter now, you agreed to help. You didn't need to. You and Ace could have run, waited for Ashbourne and Amazo to come back. But you didn't. You stayed, you fought, with everything you had. And seeing what Ashbourne was capable of all along and you too knew, your stand has more weight than any of us. Kara turned to face her. I see now, I was wrong. Galatea blinked, her expression caught somewhere between pain and relief. Then, slowly, she extended a hand. A new start. Kara looked at the hand for a moment, then smiled faintly and took it. Galatea grinned. I've wanted a little sister for a while now. Kara scoffed, I'm older than you. Galatea chuckled, I'm older physically. The two sat there, side by side, no longer enemies, no longer rivals. Just two versions of a girl who had finally found understanding in the wreckage of their pasts. And maybe, a family neither ever thought they'd have. Ashbourne sat in the silence of his rebuilt office. But he hadn't come to work, he simply wanted to be alone. War, conflict, power, none of it mattered to him, not after what the system forced him to endure. After what this world's chaos had taken from him, he thought he could avoid the cycle of bloodshed, enjoy life, even feel something close to peace. But he underestimated the madness of this world, and someone he had grown close to paid the ultimate price. A knock on the tall glass window broke the silence. Ashbourne turned slightly, his eyes landing on the figure hovering outside, Superman. He pressed a button on the desk, the window slid open. Superman stepped inside slowly, surveying the office before focusing on the seated man. Thank you, Superman said quietly, for stopping Darkseid, for saving Earth. Ashbourne didn't meet his gaze. This is my planet and home as much as it is yours. What do you really want? Superman hesitated, then asked, why did you go after Lex Luthor? What did you do to him? Ashbourne's reply came without hesitation. Do the details matter? Lex is dead. That's the end of it. Superman's jaw tightened. I just want to understand what's going on. The things you've done over the years. The words that red-haired man said, none of it makes sense. Ashbourne, what side are you on really? At that, Ashbourne slowly looked up. His eyes looked dim and exhausted. I'm just someone who's bored, he said, and tired. Tired of fighting, of killing. I see no purpose or joy in it. Lex Luthor wasn't just Lex anymore. Years ago, when Brainiac attacked and blasted him in that lab, he didn't just fail the killing attempt. He left a copy of himself, his code, inside Luthor. Superman's eyes narrowed slightly. By the time you reached him, Ashbourne continued, it was already too late. Brainiac could have taken full control and wiped out your little band of heroes in a heartbeat. Even if you had defeated Lex, he would have eventually joined with Gorilla Grodd and the Legion of Doom to bring back Darkseid through their own twisted means. And Earth would have been invaded, Superman said, slowly putting it together. More than invaded, Ashbourne nodded. Devastated, and in that whole sick play, both Lex and Brainiac would die, so I took the liberty of ending that possibility early. I changed the board. He let out a hollow chuckle. Funny thing is, even after all that, the world was still invaded, another avatar of Darkseid from another reality. Superman was quiet for a moment, then he asked the question that had haunted him. Why did you try to kill me? Ashbourne tilted his head slightly. I didn't. I ordered Baru to bring Lex, and I told him not to kill anyone. He figured the fastest way to complete the mission and impress me was to put a hole through you while avoiding all vital organs. Superman placed a hand to his temple and sighed, deeply frustrated. Why didn't you explain that? Why not come clean and avoid all the conflict? Ashbourne finally stood, walking to the window. His gaze swept across the skyline. Because if I did, you'd grow complacent, knowing I'm around to stop what you can't, to clean up every mess. But the threat of shadows, of something you can't fully understand, that keeps you sharp. On edge, it makes you do better. It ensures I don't have to fight personally. Superman was quiet for a long moment. Courtney reaching your home to ask Ace and Amazo to stop you, that was staged, wasn't it? Ashbourne nodded. I teleported her just close enough for my play to complete. You needed to continue believing something dangerous and unknown is lurking while staying away from me. And you did. Superman walked toward the window. He paused before stepping out. We'll do our best, so you won't have to step in again. Ashbourne didn't reply. Chapter 105, Ashbourne's Story. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long golden rays over the quiet park. Ace and Courtney stood beneath an old oak when Ace broke the silence. "So why the park?" she asked, glancing around. "It's kinda random." Courtney rubbed her arm nervously. "I wanted to check on you, after everything, but visiting your house?" She shook her head. "Not ideal." Ace gave her a knowing smirk. "You're afraid of Dad, aren't you?" Courtney laughed, though there was little humor in it. She nodded. "After what we saw, I'd be insane not to be." Ace looked away, sighing. "He wouldn't hurt you, you know." "I believe you when you say that," Courtney replied, stepping closer. "But after seeing what he did, how strong he really is, what he is, I'll never forget that." "You talk like he's not human." "Because I'm not sure anymore, Ace," Courtney said. "What we saw wasn't human, it wasn't alien either. He controlled the dead." Ace lowered herself onto a nearby bench. "Sit," she said quietly. Courtney joined her. Ace stared at the ground for a long moment before speaking again. "I told you before about what happened years ago, when he saved me. I saw through his memories back then. Do you remember?" Courtney nodded silently. "I didn't see everything," Ace continued, "but I saw enough to understand." To avoid confusion, Ace will be hiding the existence of the system from her story, and she will be filling parts based on her understanding. She doesn't know Ashbourne is not from DC originally, and he knew the story of DC. Also a reminder, the story of Ashbourne doesn't follow the original solo leveling 100%. This is a mix of truth and gaslighting. She looked ahead, voice steady but almost distant. When he was younger, much younger, he was taken, dragged by some powerful being to a different world, against his will. The creator of that world forged beings of light, godlike and absolute, called the rulers. They were meant to preserve the world, to guide it, to balance it. Ace looked over at her, her voice barely more than a whisper. Dad was the first of them, the ruler of death. Courtney sat still listening. But the creator didn't stop there, Ace went on. It also created another side, beings just as powerful but full of rage, destruction, ambition, the monarchs. Opposite forces, like night and day, creation and destruction. She paused. The creator wanted balance, not peace. As mortals rose, as the world changed, that balance had to be tested, refined. The rulers and the monarchs fought each other in an eternal war for an eternity, but neither side ever won. That was the point. Courtney spoke at last, her voice hesitant. "But how did your dad become a monarch if he was created to be a ruler?" Ace closed her eyes for a moment. "Because the rulers betrayed everything they stood for. They grew tired of the war, tired of their purpose, so they turned on their own creator, killed it, took its remaining power for themselves." Courtney gasped softly. Ace's eyes narrowed. Dad didn't approve of their actions. He tried to stop them but failed. She turned her gaze back toward the horizon, where the last bit of sun was dipping below the skyline. After the rulers stole the creator's power, they became stronger than the monarchs. The war shifted. The balance tilted. So Dad, he turned against the rulers, joined the monarchs and became the shadow monarch. He gave them a fighting chance. Courtney whispered, "And that worked." Ace nodded. "Yeah, Dad was the greatest fragment of brilliant light and the strongest of the rulers. With his help, the monarchs started winning. They began to dominate. The scales tipped again, so he left them too, created a third faction, his own. He fought both sides after that, because he had to protect the balance. That was his binding, his quest." Ace's voice was low but firm. "Dad hated the war, hated the endless fighting. After he turned against both factions, he tried something else. He preached peace. He asked them to stop, to see what they'd become. But none of them cared, not the rulers, not the monarchs. Each side wanted only one thing, to destroy the other, and they wouldn't stop until that happened." Courtney listened, unmoving, as Ace's gaze dropped. "He kept trying anyway," Ace went on. "Kept fighting only to prevent the scales from tipping too far to either side. But that only made them hate him more. Both sides. To them, he was a traitor, a problem, an obstacle standing in the way of absolute victory." She took a slow breath. As both factions lost more and more warriors, Dad's army grew. Shadows, the dead, their power lived on through him. That only deepened their hatred. So they did the one thing no one expected, they joined hands. Monarchs and rulers, united, not to end the war but to destroy Dad first, then go back to slaughtering each other. Courtney's breath caught. "He tried to stop them," Ace said. "Tried to reach them with words one last time, begged them to see reason, but they were blinded, drunk on destruction. He had no choice." She looked away, voice thick with restrained emotion. "He killed them, all of them, every monarch, every ruler. They refused to back down to the very end." Courtney whispered, "Then he came back to Earth, to live here." Ace shook her head slowly. "No, not then. Right after that, another force came, the Itarim, beings like the one who created the rulers and monarchs. Ancient, hungry, and more powerful than either side had ever faced. They wanted to devour the world that no longer had a master. She paused. Dad was the only thing left, the last force that could stand against them, so he did. Another war began, more brutal than the first. No sides this time, just survival. Courtney opened her mouth, then closed it again, overwhelmed. Ace nodded, reading her. He needed help, even he couldn't stand alone against them forever, so he brought the rulers and monarchs back. Courtney's eyes widened. He couldn't turn them into shadows against their will, Ace continued. So he made a pact. In exchange for their help, he wouldn't erase them again. They'd live in his shadow for all eternity with some degree of freedom, bound to him, but not erased. They agreed, and the war, it escalated into something unimaginable. Her voice lowered. The Itarim fell one by one over the centuries, but the final battle, it ended everything. The last breath. The last life in that world was snuffed out. He won the war, but there was nothing left. The balance was restored, not by peace, but by emptiness. For a moment, only the wind spoke. Ace finally looked at Courtney. That's when he came here, to our world. I think he returned to the moment he was taken away all those years ago. Same body, still young, but with everything, his power, his army, his memories. Courtney stared at her, stunned. Ace's voice softened. He won't hurt without a reason. I know what you saw was terrifying, but you have to understand. He tried to have peace with beings who wanted to kill him for eternity. He did everything he could to end the bloodshed. She stood, looking down at Courtney. That's why I said we're similar, but his life was so much worse. My choices were taken. My childhood was stolen with endless tests and experiments. He was the same, but instead was thrown into endless war, defending a place he didn't belong to. The last light of day faded, casting the park into twilight. Courtney hadn't known what to expect when she asked Ace to meet her in the park. A simple check, maybe some closure after everything they'd seen. But the story she got, the truth about Ashbourne, was far from simple. It shattered every assumption she had. The terrifying shadow that towered over the battlefield, deathless and cold, now stood in her mind as something entirely different. He had been a child once. Taken, forced into war, betrayed, hated, used. The story didn't make him any less powerful, any less frightening, but it made him human. Somehow, that made it worse. She didn't keep the story to herself. Within days, she had shared it with the other heroes. Quietly at first, only those close to her. But word spread. Soon, every member of the Justice League knew. Even those who hadn't interacted with Ashbourne in person now spoke of him, no longer with simple fear, but with conflicted awe. When Superman heard the story, he sat silently for a long time. The memory of his last conversation with Ashbourne surfaced, brief, cold, and cryptic. But now it all made sense. Every word, every action, every distant look in the man's eyes. This explains everything, Clark said at last, voice low, almost reverent. Not everyone shared that sentiment. When Batman learned the full scope of what had been revealed, his reaction was colder. He didn't pity Ashbourne, he didn't feel grateful. No, Bruce Wayne only grew more frustrated. The pieces fit too well. He believed more than ever the 3 incidents with Ashbourne and Joker was Ashbourne's handiwork, but he kept it to himself. It wasn't the time. Confrontation would bring nothing, and even if it did, what could he do? Ashbourne wasn't just strong, he was beyond them all. A being who had defeated gods and monsters and stood alone when an entire universe was destroyed. So Bruce said nothing. He filed the truth away in his mind and let the world keep its peace. Far from the League's talks, within the Black Villa, Ashbourne stood before his daughter. I keep hearing about my story, he said flatly. Every time I check with my shadows, another version, another whisper. Why? Ace shrugged, because everyone's afraid of you. Ashbourne said nothing. So I figured, maybe it'd help if they knew you're not the great monster they think you are. I did omit a few details and the ending, she shrugged. You're still terrifying, and they would avoid angering you, but at least now they know who you are. A flicker of something passed through his eyes, perhaps amusement, perhaps exasperation. He shook his head and turned away. Chapter 106, Things Changed, +18. A month had passed since the invasion. The scars of Darkseid's assault still lingered across the world. People were recovering from their losses, and in a dimly lit lab in one of the research facilities owned by Shadow Corp, Gizmo hadn't moved from his workspace. Ashbourne stood at the entrance, silent. The glow of monitors and welding sparks danced across his face as he observed the small, brilliant inventor hunched over his latest project. Gizmo looked exhausted, eyes red-rimmed, his movements mechanical. "You haven't left your lab since the invasion," Ashbourne finally said. Gizmo didn't look back. "I have work to do." Ashbourne stepped inside. His voice was steady low. "Are you angry with me for not being there?" For the first time, Gizmo paused. He set down the tool in his hand and turned just enough to glance over his shoulder. His expression was tired, not bitter. "I'm not. If you hadn't come back in time, I'd be dead too." There was no accusation in his tone, just a quiet truth. Gizmo lowered his gaze, staring at the half-assembled armor sprawled across his table. "I'm angry at myself for not being prepared enough. I watched Jinx and Kid get killed, and I couldn't do anything to help them." His voice tightened, jaw clenched. "I'm building a new variant of the arm guard, but this one, it's for the entire body. I won't watch my friends die again." Ashbourne stood silent for a moment, then nodded. "Take some rest," he said. "I've spread my army across the globe. If this happens again, if so much as a portal opens on Earth, I'll know. This won't happen again on my watch." Without waiting for a reply, Ashbourne turned and left the lab. Behind him, Gizmo muttered under his breath, "If only you did that earlier." Ashbourne didn't stop. Over the following days, he moved from one place to another, visiting his acquaintances, those who had stood against Darkseid, those who had barely made it out alive. He had given them 2 weeks. Time to mourn, time to reflect. And now he came to see them as a friend. Jinx and Kid were gone. Nothing would change that, but the others had survived. And to each of them, Ashbourne offered what little piece he could provide, his presence, his promise. Even the Joker. In the depths of Gotham's underworld, Ashbourne found the clown prince of crime in a derelict theater, ranting to mannequins and laughing at ghosts. The moment he saw Ashbourne, Joker's grin twisted with annoyance. "You know," Joker said, arms outstretched like an offended showman, "it's not fair. A god playing in my sandbox. That's just mean, like a cruel joke, but no one's laughing. And worst of all," he pointed accusingly, "I know now Batman was your victim. It was not a coincidence. You played the joke. And you used me and Harley to make Batman into the punchline." Ashbourne laughed. A deep, amused rumble from someone who hadn't laughed in a long time. Then, without a word, he vanished into the shadows. Joker stared at the empty space, scowling. Rude. And somewhere, in the silence that followed, the world continued to heal. In the endless dark of the Shadow Realm, where the weight of existence trembled under the might of shadows, the White Palace stood tall. Gleaming like bone in moonlight, it defied the black sea of the Shadow Realm that surrounded Roman II. Ashbourne stepped through the veil of shadows and entered the White Palace, his presence melting into the silence like a returning storm. Within, Antares awaited. The Monarch of Destruction reclined lazily atop a throne forged of shattered worlds, fragments of dead dimensions still echoing faintly around his seat. His appearance was regal yet unnerving, his aura a blend of destructive power and ancient wrath. Ashbourne raised a brow, seeing him on the throne. A grin curled across Antares' face the moment he saw Ashbourne and stood up. "Got tired of standing and took some rest. Anyway, thanks to you," he said, voice rich with dark amusement, "I got to enjoy destroying so much." Ashbourne stepped closer, the shadows parting around his form. "Darkseid." Antares' grin only widened. "I slaughtered him across every dimension," he said, his tone casual, as if recounting a mildly interesting vacation. "And when I went to the gods' sphere, I found the other gods already in a panic. With the help of some beings called the Endless, they expelled him. Seems they didn't want the destruction of everything, and one of them said she is a friend of yours. Diddy, I believe, was her name." Ashbourne nodded slowly. The outcome wasn't unexpected with the presence missing, but the speed of it perhaps was. Ashbourne assumed Diddy had helped. She knew the consequences of a full-blown war. Antares stood, his red hair sweeping behind him like the wake of a blood tide. "It's a pity," he said with a shrug. "They gave him to me so easily. But anyway," he walked forward, his crimson eyes gleaming. "Remember to call me if you need to do something like that again. I'd be more than happy to help you commit genocides and bring everything to ashes." Without waiting for a reply, Antares turned and walked toward a red gate that pulsed with raw, destructive power. It opened for him like a hungry maw, and with one final smirk, he vanished into it, leaving nothing behind. Ashbourne stared at the space where the gate had closed. "That was a lot faster than I expected," he muttered. Turning away from the throne and the now silent palace, Ashbourne departed the Shadow Realm once more. +18 warning. Just skip if you're not interested. Kara joins Galatea and Ashbourne in bed, a little bit of smut. Ashbourne stepped into his home, the quiet of the halls greeting him as he closed the door behind him. He knew Ace and Amazo were both at university, meaning the house should be empty, or so he thought. As he moved toward his room, a strange sound caught his ear. A soft, rhythmic moaning, barely audible but unmistakably coming from upstairs. Ashbourne blinked, his brow furrowing. With cautious steps, he ascended the staircase and made his way to his room. The door was slightly ajar, and as he pushed it open, the scene that greeted him brought him to a halt. There, tangled in the sheets, were Galatea and Kara, naked, flushed, and entirely too preoccupied with each other to notice him at first. Kara was panting heavily, back arched against the mattress, while Galatea looked over her shoulder with an unabashed grin. Ashbourne stood still, caught completely off guard. For the first time in what felt like an age, he was speechless. Galatea's eyes locked with his, still grinning. "Do you like what you see?" she asked teasingly. Ashbourne tilted his head. "Last I checked, you two hated each other. You were ready to kill one another not long ago. How, exactly did we get here?" Kara's eyes snapped open as realization dawned. She yelped and grabbed at the sheets in a futile attempt to hide herself, but Galatea laughed and gently held her in place. "No hiding, sweetie," she said with a wink. "After the war, we talked," Galatea continued. "Sorted out our issues. Turns out we had more in common than we thought. One thing led to another, and here we are." Ashbourne raised a brow as Kara groaned, clearly mortified. Stop talking." But Galatea's grin only widened. She kissed Kara deeply before pulling her up and holding her in place as she nibbled on her neck and kneaded Kara's breast. She said seductively to "We both know you wanted it, you are eager to feel it. And Ashbourne," she turned her attention back to him, voice playful. "Don't be a fun killer, come and join us. Or are you just going to stand there and enjoy watching me do the work?" Ashbourne, still processing everything, rubbed his temples. Of all the things he expected to walk into today, this was not on the list. In the end, he let out a long breath and shook his head with a chuckle. "This is the most confusing and random thing I have seen in a while, and you were angry when I said you are kinky." T ignored him. He turned and closed the door behind him, but what gentle man would refuse such a tempting offer? Ashbourne walked toward the two. Kara looked panicked, while Galatea continued to playfully hold and play with Kara's body. Ashbourne and Galatea gave Kara the best first-time experience she could have asked for. Chapter 107, Back to Remnant. 2 months had passed since the war that shook the earth to its core. Though scars remained, life moved forward. People returned to their routines, living the life while holding on to the memories of the fallen. Cities erected statues, engraved names, and held silent vigils. Among the many memorials, one stood quietly but prominently before the towering Shadow Corp building, an obsidian pillar made of unknown material with a single name etched in white ivory material: Rex. Ashbourne had made sure of it. Rex's memory and sacrifice would not be forgotten. Elsewhere, the world had gotten used to some of the strange aftereffects of the war. One of the most talked about was the unexpected yet very public relationship between Kara, Galatea, and Ashbourne. Rumors came and went, but the three made no attempt to hide it. They didn't need to. Kara, once focused on the heroism, was now smiling again, laughing without a cape. Superman, however, found the situation complicated. Inappropriate was one word he'd used in private, but every time he saw his cousin genuinely happy, happier than she'd been in years, his objections dissolved into silence. He could not deny it. This new relationship gave her something he hadn't seen in a long time: joy. Still, it troubled him. In his mind, any conflict that might arise would be Ashbourne's fault. Kara was passionate, yes, but Ashbourne was a being of unfathomable power and a history that stretched across dimensions and wars. If Kara ever got hurt, who could stop him? Who could even talk sense into him? Why couldn't she have picked someone normal? Clark wondered one evening. Someone I could punch if needed. Meanwhile, Ashbourne made preparations of his own. Remnant has an unfinished quest. They had left it abruptly, before Amazo could ask Penny to officially be his girlfriend. This time, Ashbourne didn't plan to return alone. The ones accompanying him included Ace, Galatea, Kara, and Courtney, the latter eager to see a new world and determined not to let Ace travel without her. Ashbourne welcomed the company, but it raised a pressing issue: who would oversee Shadow Corp in his absence? After careful deliberation, he made a choice that would stun the world. Vandal Savage. A villain to some, a visionary to others. He had lived across ages and ruled from behind the curtains of empires, but most importantly, he was competent. When Vandal raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why me?" Ashbourne's answer was calm, but laced with meaning: "You became my friend 75,000 years in the future, and you owe me a favor when you can't walk out on. If you refuse me or don't do a good job, I will be sad. And you don't want me to be sad." The subtle smile that followed was far more terrifying than any threat. Vandal agreed, not out of this supposed friendship, not even for the said favor, but because he knew, more than anyone else, that upsetting a god of death and darkness was a shortcut to an eternity of suffering. When the news broke, both the Justice League and world authorities turned a blind eye. They had a new motto now: whatever Ashbourne does, it has nothing to do with us. The sun dipped low over Beacon Academy, casting golden streaks across the stone-paved courtyard. Students were wrapping up for the day, chatting, stretching, and laughing, until a sudden gust of wind blew through the yard, followed by a blinding swirl of violet light. From the heart of the courtyard, a purple gate snapped open, sending a shockwave of awe through the crowd. Heads turned, conversations stopped, and weapons instinctively inched toward hands until figures stepped out of the portal. Two of them were familiar faces: Ashbourne and Amazo, the mysterious powerhouses who had vanished without a trace. But the four women with them were strangers, and judging by their poise, definitely not ordinary travelers. The moment of stunned silence ended as a storm of red petals danced through the air, materializing into none other than Ruby Rose. She raced toward them with a gleam of relief in her eyes. "Ashbourne, Amazo, you're back," Ruby cried. "Where have you been? It has been almost a year. You scared us when you disappeared like that." Ashbourne nodded in greeting. There were unfortunate events back home we had to deal with. Behind him, Courtney muttered under her breath, "That's an understatement." Ruby glanced at her, then at the others curiously. Her eyes locked on one familiar face, Ashbourne's girlfriend, and then widened in confusion as she noticed another who looked just like a carbon copy. Ashbourne noticed her stare and decided to put things plainly. "Let me introduce everyone properly," he said, gesturing with calm confidence. "This is T and Kara, my girlfriends. That's Ace, my daughter. And this is Courtney, Ace's best friend." Then he motioned toward Ruby. "And this is Ruby Rose, a native of this world." Ruby blinked, native to this world. Ashbourne gave a light chuckle, but didn't linger on the question. "I need to find Osbin or someone to arrange rooms for us. We'll talk later." Ruby nodded. "Right, I'll let the others know you're back." With that, Ashbourne vanished, teleporting directly to the headmaster's office, where Glinda Goodwitch was in conversation with Professor Osbin. Both turned sharply at his sudden appearance. Osbin recovered first with a weak smile. "Mr. Black, you're back, and you have more company this time." Ashbourne smirked faintly. "You don't sound too thrilled." Osbin's polite tone didn't waver. "Of course not. You are always welcome here." "Happy to hear that," Ashbourne replied. "I'll need 3 rooms prepared for my companions." Osbin turned to Glinda. "Please see to it." Glinda sighed. "Very well." Courtney raised an eyebrow. "They know and fear him, don't they? Why am I not surprised?" Ace laughed while the others shared amused expressions. Glinda and Osbin, for their part, kept composed and wisely ignored the jab. Osbin cleared his throat. "By the way, we've had guests at Beacon waiting for you for nearly a year now. Roman and his sidekick." Ashbourne blinked. "I forgot about the guy. Where is he?" "In your old room," Osbin answered simply. Ashbourne nodded. Beside him, Kara tilted her head. "Who's Roman?" "A nice and funny guy I met here," Ashbourne replied casually. Osbin's eye twitched, just for a moment, but Kara caught it immediately. "He's a known criminal, isn't he?" she asked, half amused. "An ex-crime lord, actually, and was a part-time terrorist planning to destroy the kingdom for a while," Ashbourne replied with a straight face. Courtney sighed. "Again, I'm not surprised." The hallway leading to the dorms was quiet, with only the faint murmur of students in the distance. Ashbourne walked alone, his footsteps silent as he approached a familiar door, his old room, currently occupied by 2 individuals most would rather forget. He opened the door without knocking. Inside, Roman Torchwick was lounging in a chair, hat tipped slightly forward, while Neo lay stretched across the bed like she owned it. The moment Roman saw him, he grinned. "Well, well," Roman drawled, "our boss man finally decided to visit these 2 lowly criminals. I was beginning to think you forgot about us." Ashbourne tilted his head slightly. "I actually did forget about you too. Unexpected things happened. I had to go back home quickly." Roman raised an amused brow. "And what, pray tell, is so important that it made you forget 2 fine criminals and faithful followers under your supervision and waiting for you for so long?" Ashbourne stepped inside, voice calm. "The god of tyranny attacked my home world and nearly destroyed it. I went back, enslaved his army, then killed him gruesomely, fixed the damage done to the world, then sent my army to end the god across all dimensions before ending his existence in the god sphere. I also had some acquaintances to visit, and side chores to complete, adding the time dilation between worlds. It took me some time to finish all of that. Roman blinked slowly. You were too busy, got it. Ashbourne chuckled. Now tell me, why are you two here? Roman shrugged, folding his hands behind his head. Well, you told us not to commit crimes, but we still needed food, and moving around as two very known criminals is kind of hard, you know? So we gambled on coming here. If the good guys here know what's good for them, they'd let us stay comfortably and feed us while waiting for you. And if they didn't, well, then you'd come break us out and teach them a lesson to not mess with your faithful minions. Roman grinned. Hearing what you have done on the other side, I think it's a pity they didn't try locking us up. Ashbourne let out an amused laugh. Not bad thinking. He glanced around the room briefly before continuing. I'm going to stay here for a while. My son's going to ask Penny Polendina to be his girlfriend. Then we'll return to my home world. Roman gave an approving nod. Sounds good to me. On the bed, Neo remained sprawled out, silent as ever, her expression unreadable. She didn't so much as glance their way, content with simply existing in the background, unconcerned with the world around her. Ashbourne stood in the doorway a moment longer, then gave a simple nod and turned to leave, leaving the two criminals to their peace for now. Chapter 108, The New Girlfriend. When Ruby got word of Ashbourne and Amazo's return, and the fact they weren't alone, she wasted no time informing the rest of her team. They brought people with them, she told the others as they gathered in the common room. One of them is Ashbourne's daughter, and the others, well, I figured you'd want to see for yourselves. Naturally, curiosity got the better of them. Team RWBY made their way to the meeting point, a quiet rooftop that overlooked the city's glowing skyline. And there they saw them, a small group standing with a relaxed familiarity. Amazo stood in his Ashbourne-like look, his presence muted but undeniable. Beside him was a girl about their age, slim, sharp-eyed, with a strange stillness in her stance. That had to be Ashbourne's daughter. Next to her was another teen with warm features and a gentle smile, clearly a close friend. But it wasn't them that caught their attention. It was the other two. Two women stood side by side, both tall, blonde, and stunning. They were nearly identical, only their clothing set them apart. It wasn't long after that they learned the two women were both Ashbourne's girlfriends. Yang blinked. Wait, you're both dating him. The women turned, seemingly unfazed. Yep, Kara said with a confident grin. We're his girlfriends. Galatea nodded beside her, arms crossed. We are. Yang raised a hand in disbelief. Hold up, you two are sisters, and you're dating the same guy, and you're okay with that. Galatea cracked a slight smirk. We're not sisters. Kara added, tease my clone. That made the air stand still. Blake tilted her head. Your clone. Yang's brow furrowed. Okay, now I'm really confused. Galatea sighed, brushing her blonde hair back. Some group of mad scientists took Kara's DNA a few years ago and made me in a lab. No consent, of course, and you wouldn't believe how expensive the whole process was. Blake narrowed her eyes. Who would even allow something like that, and who would pay for something so messed up? Kara glanced to the side. A very paranoid organization, and well, Ashbourne helped fund the project. Weiss's eyes widened in disbelief. He paid to have his girlfriend cloned. Kara quickly shook her head. No, he didn't know I was being cloned. He thought he was funding a meta-defense project. By the time he suspected something was on, T already existed. T jumped in, voice more amused than bitter. And she wasn't his girlfriend back then. After some stuff happened and the cloning lab fell apart, I shamelessly demanded Ashbourne to take responsibility for my existence as I had nowhere else to go. She shrugged. He did, took me in, gave me a job. Later, we got together. Kara joined the fun after that. The silence that followed was deafening. Team RWBY stood frozen in place, completely overwhelmed by everything they had just heard. Ruby was the first to speak, voice dazed. That's a lot. It sounds like a crazy soap opera. From the side, Courtney, who had been quietly observing with arms folded, finally spoke up. It's all true. As absurd as it sounds, there's nothing normal about this family. She explained. The father is a death and darkness god in all but name. The mothers are from a super-powered alien race, one is a clone. The son's a sentient, god-killing android. The daughter's a metahuman with basilisk eyes and reality-warping abilities. Silence again. Team RWBY just stared, wide-eyed and speechless. They don't know we are aliens to this world, Amazo commented. No one had a single thing to say. Ashbourne watched the four huntresses with an amused gleam in his eyes. Team RWBY had gathered around him, their expressions a mixture of frustration, curiosity, and shock. You mean to tell us, Weiss started, arms crossed, that you and Amazo aren't even from this world? You're aliens, Ruby blurted out. To think you're both so powerful, Blake murmured, and you're not native to Remnant. Not just powerful, Weiss added. Ashbourne's practically a god in his world. Ashbourne simply raised a brow, clearly enjoying the chaos his reveal had caused. He looked directly at Ruby, his smirk widening. Ruby, you remember you sold your soul to me for 10 years, right? Her face turned ghost white. What? In the presence of a god, Ashbourne said, voice deliberately grave, you can't go back on your word. Yang instinctively stepped between them, hand on her hip. That was just for cookies. Ashbourne grinned, eyes glowing faintly. Exactly. I want her to make me cookies all day, every day, for the next 10 years. The air went dead silent. Yang opened her mouth, then closed it again. Weiss and Blake exchanged a glance, equally speechless. Ashbourne finally let out a soft chuckle. Relax, I'm only joking. You all looked like I'd sentenced her to a lifetime of servitude. Ruby exhaled loudly, sagging in relief. Not funny. Very funny, he corrected her with a smile. Then her curiosity got the better of her. But seriously, why did you come to Remnant? Why stay here? Ashbourne leaned back slightly. Amazo became interested in something foreign to him, love. He wanted to find a girlfriend. Naturally, we didn't want to raise a girlfriend, morally questionable, so we searched for one in the wild. Yang blinked. You make it sound like you were on a safari. Our search, Ashbourne continued, undeterred, led us to your world, and we found Penny. Amazo took a liking to her. I liked her too. She had that sparkle. Kara, lounging next to Ashbourne with her chin in her hand, sighed. No need to be surprised. Over the years, Ashbourne's done many stupid and unreasonable things. He raised a brow. I didn't. She ignored him. Adopting Amazo was one of them. The android was on a rampage at the time, flattening entire teams of heroes. Ruby blinked. Wait, Amazo was really a killer robot. Not that far, but he was not friendly, and Ashbourne didn't even fight Amazo, Kara said flatly. Just talked him into an adoption plan out of the blue. Somehow that worked. There was a pause, then Blake looked around. Speaking of, where is Amazo? Haven't seen him in a while. He went to Atlas, Ashbourne replied casually, to ask Penny to be his girlfriend. Weiss gasped, but General Ironwood won't allow that. There's no way. Ashbourne just smiled, slow and confident. He'll allow it. He has to consider the survival of his kingdom before making that kind of decision. Weiss looked horrified. Wait, are you saying you'll destroy Atlas if he says no? Of course not. I am a civilized, good-natured citizen from a friendly neighboring world, Ashbourne said, waving it off. That's his way of thinking. He leaned forward slightly, voice low and ominously amused. Personally, I believe, where there is a slap, there is a way. That line froze the air. The girls exchanged horrified looks, collectively remembering the White Fang slap incident during the Vital Festival, a moment none of them would forget. And now they imagined the same thing. General Ironwood. In public. Getting slapped. Ruby and Blake paled. Yang muttered, poor guy. Weiss whispered, he doesn't stand a chance. And they all collectively felt a deep, unfamiliar fear, not for themselves, but for the General of Atlas. That night, as the stars blanketed the skies of Remnant, a sleek ripple of light shimmered outside Beacon Academy. Moments later, Amazo stepped in Beacon with Penny beside him, her face beaming brighter than ever. The two walked to Amazo's group rooms, and the moment Amazo entered. She said yes, Amazo announced flatly, but there was something different in his voice, an edge of pride, maybe even excitement. Penny giggled, holding onto his arm like it was the most natural thing in the world. I said yes. Ashbourne observed it all with a faint smirk as the others congratulated Amazo. He stepped forward after everyone and placed his hand on Amazo's shoulder with a proud look. In Ashbourne's eyes, his unlikely child had grown now. Exactly as Ashbourne had expected, General Ironwood feared that refusing the match might bring Ashbourne's wrath crashing down upon Atlas. And so the general wisely kept his silence when Amazo asked Penny to be his girlfriend. Penny twirled once in place, waving to Team RWBY as they came running out. Penny, Ruby shouted, hugging her tight. Yang grinned, so, it's official now. Penny nodded happily. Yes, I have a boyfriend, and he's amazing and shiny and strong and logical and so smart, and he got me flowers when he asked me. Introductions followed soon after. Amazo, with his mechanical precision, introduced Penny to each member of their unusual group. "This is Kara, Galatea, Courtney, Ace, and you already know father," he said. The group's reaction to Penny was unanimous, unfiltered amusement. "She's like a puppy that got turned into a person," Kara muttered, smirking. "She's adorable," Ace added with a tilt of her head. "An innocent ball of pure joy and excitement," Galatea concluded. Penny just smiled at all of them. "Thank you." Over the next few days, the group extended their stay in Remnant, choosing to explore the Four Kingdoms. From the flying city of Atlas to the cultural richness of Mistral, the group moved together, sometimes walking, sometimes flying, sometimes teleporting, causing ripples of curiosity, awe, and mild chaos wherever they passed. Roman and Neo, having nothing to do, tagged along, sometimes disappearing and reappearing with armfuls of local snacks or mysterious souvenirs. Roman and Neo just smirked, enjoying everything. Finally, the day came to leave. They gathered on Beacon's cliff that overlooks Vale. "We'll be going now," Ashburn said calmly. Ruby, Blake, Yang, and Weiss stood close, saying their goodbyes. Penny hugged Ruby tightly one more time before turning and walking through the portal beside Amazo. Roman and Neo gave a casual wave, Roman muttering he will actually miss Little Red. And just like that, they were gone. The portal closed, leaving only the breeze and the sound of distant birds in its wake. Team RWBY stood silently for a moment. "Did that really happen?" Blake asked. Yang crossed her arms. "That group is like a fever dream." Ruby smiled softly, but it was a good one. Weiss exhaled. "Let's just hope General Ironwood doesn't get slapped in the future." Chapter 109, Happily Ever After. Years, like falling leaves, drifted swiftly by. The world changed, heroes passed, villains vanished, but Ashburn remained, watching the ever-growing branches of his legacy. In time, he officially married both Kara and Galatea in a ceremony that defied convention and celebrated unity. It was a quiet affair by all standards, only those who truly mattered were invited. From Kara, he was blessed with a daughter. From Galatea, a son. The boy, bold and sharp-eyed like his mother, was named Rex. Kara stepped away from the world of heroism once motherhood arrived. She found joy not in battle, but in soft mornings, warm kitchens, and tiny feet running through the halls of their vast home. She gave herself wholly to her children, and to Ashburn, content in a peace she had never known. Ace and Courtney, once best friends, eventually found themselves entwined in something deeper. The bond they shared matured over the years until love was simply the natural result. They began dating openly, their deep friendship forming a strong foundation. Meanwhile, Amazo, the symbol of human ingenuity, evolved once again. He modified both himself and Penny with astounding advancements, granting them the ability to conceive and reproduce like humans. It was something only someone like Amazo could do, and Ashburn, recognizing the enormity of what it meant, personally named the dowry for Penny's hand, the eradication of all Grimm from Remnant. Ashburn fulfilled the promise himself on the wedding day. He hunted down the Grimm across every corner of Remnant, uprooted the influence of the two gods who birthed them, and ended their endless war once and for all. When he found the brother gods, he didn't argue, negotiate, or bargain. He simply looked at them, and that alone was enough. His voice, calm but immovable, declared Remnant under his protection. The gods, who once shaped worlds with ease, trembled in his presence. They dared not return. Roman, ever the cunning survivor, found a place for himself too. With Ashburn's approval, he was named Vice CEO of Shadow Corp, a great cooperation that expanded to other planets and even Remnant. His history as a crime lord gave him a unique skill set to manage and negotiate. Neo, fierce and faithful, officially became his wife in a ceremony witnessed by their closest companions. And with Ashburn's blessing, her greatest wish was granted. She spoke for the first time in her life, her voice clear, quiet, and full of wonder. In time, the lines between hero and villain blurred when it came to Ashburn. All knew him, respected him, feared him. The greatest villains and heroes alike didn't dare to cause trouble around him, both only kept their distance. Yet Ashburn kept no one at bay. He maintained connections across every walk of life. Victor and his wife visited regularly, enjoying philosophical debates about life and ice cream in equal measure. Harley Quinn and her crew would crash family events with chaos and cupcakes. Gizmo and his friends were constant presences, as much a part of the household as anyone. Family events became legendary. Ashburn, ever the playful host, always sent invitations to both Joker and Batman. Each knew the other was invited. Each time they declined. But the Joker, despite not showing up, sent gifts instead. Fine, jewel-encrusted, personalized daggers. It became a running joke in the house. Joker sent another tribute, Galatea would say, grinning. He must really not want to be visited, Ace would reply with a smirk. Still, Ashbourne never stopped, and the daggers continued to stack in a dedicated drawer labeled Joker's offerings. And then one day, something alien came to Earth. The Preserver arrived. A being who moved between galaxies, who chronicled the rise and fall of civilizations and protected species from extinction. He came not for his job, but as a visitor. Ashbourne welcomed him warmly. "This," he said proudly, gesturing to his children, "is my legacy." The Preserver looked upon Rex and his sister. Children born of divine, cloned, and Kryptonian lines made his eyes widen. "A new race," the Preserver whispered. "One born from convergence, love, will." He turned to Ashbourne with rare reverence. "If ever you need help protecting them, I shall bring you every technology and every shield the cosmos has to offer." Ashbourne laughed, a deep, resonant sound. "I appreciate the offer, my friend, but they will not need protection, they have me." And in that laughter echoed a truth, not of fear or war, but of peace and absolute power. Ashbourne, the ruler of death who walked among mortals, the shadow monarch who became a father, had created a home and enjoyed what life had to offer. At the end,